Welcome to the 2014 North American LCS Tournament.
It's going to be fresh and it's going to be intense.
There we go! There we go! And Team Coast, congratulations, back into the LCS.
Congratulations, guys. Give it up for Team Curse.
Competition level is really high and everyone's trying to win.
We just want to win. Doesn't matter if it's friends, enemies, foes. I don't care. I just want to win.
Just beating down the enemy, which I kind of enjoy.
Hello and welcome to Day 1, Week 1 of the 2014 North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live in front of this incredible audience at our new studio in Los Angeles, California. And I'm Rivington Bills III alongside Joshua Jat Leesman. And Jat, you can absolutely feel the excitement in the studio. Right?
Yeah, I was pretty excited before last season. That was before we had a studio full of excited fans. So that just kind of brings it to another level, and I can't wait for the 2014
Well, let's get
season.
the next level going. It said a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single gank. And today, 8 teams will once again take their first steps in a long, relentless march towards glory. Some for their very first time.
Absolutely. Each week, these teams will compete to secure their standings among the best players in North America, looking to ultimately earn a chance to hoist that Summer's Cup.
And it's actually going to be a lot of new faces with the chance to hoist that cup into the air. During the offseason, teams made some serious changes in preparation for the split.
Yeah, Evil Geniuses is now a North American LCS team. The 3 members that came over from that European squad dominated the promotion tournament with some really strong play. Another big European move was Bjergsen joining TSM. Everyone's been super hyped for that. He did well in the Battle of the Atlantic. He's been doing great on stream, and they're excited.
You know what, Jack? Take him and beat him, because in the Battle of the Atlantic, North America won in points due to Cloud9's decisive win over Fnatic. But EU won the 3 out of 5 matches, which is their claim to fame for now, and they can have it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of dissent among some of the European fans, but if you're looking at the points, you can say what you want about the system. Points are what matters. You can't kick field goals all day if the other team's scoring touchdowns.
That's exactly right, and we'll have to see what continues to happen here. Each game was definitive. We actually saw them going
every single one was 2-0, so there was a lot of one-sided matchups in the Battle of the Atlantic.
Expected.
Yeah.
See if we'll have anything here in the NALCS. Meanwhile, shots fired in Germany this week as the EU LCS kicked off its spring split. So much hype to be had, some not really met. What stood out the most to you?
Yeah, there's a couple things that stood out to me most. Reckless was the one that stood out first and foremost. He was 26-0 after 3 games, ended the season with the MVP. Fnatic as a whole went 4-0. Their bot lane was just superior in almost every single one of their games. Roccat is another big surprise. They shocked everyone when they made it in the first place. And now they went 3-1, so they're looking strong. But 0-4 the dream for Alliance. That was the unfortunate thing that happened to them. They're going to have to pick up a lot.
And Jat, we cannot let this slide by. The roster move that has sent shockwaves now through the NALCS. Hotshot back with CLG for the week.
Yeah, so Hotshot GG will be playing with CLG this week. Stick around to the last game, because that's number 6 of the day, and I can't wait to see what he has to offer.
It's going to be absolutely amazing.
It's been a little while since we've seen the Hotshot GG.
It's been a lot of while. His last interview with Travis, he said, I'm challenger at best right now. So we'll see if he's really gotten himself in the position to do it.
It's going to be tricky. I mean, challenger is actually pretty good, but it's just a whole nother level. I can't believe they're doing this.
All right, with that, let's actually check out the starting lineups, or the lineups who will be making up the North American League. I'm getting ahead of myself here. No surprise to see the returning champs of the 2013 Summer Split, Cloud9.
They're joined by a reshaped TSM, a renamed XDG, also that was formerly Team Vulcan. Then there's Dignitas and CLG in the fray.
And also securing their return to the NALCS are Curse and Coast, who fought their way back through the spring promo relegation. And from across the pond, we have Evil Geniuses. So turning to today's schedule, we find it's an 8-way tie for first, but that'll all change very quickly. Starting with 2 of the top dogs, Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid.
Yeah, after that, we get our very first look at Evil Geniuses. We're pretty hyped for the first game as well, as they take on XDG. Then Curse takes on Coast. And in our 4th match, another great one, XDG versus Cloud9.
After that, Wild Turtle and Team Solo Mid face off against Crepo and Evil Geniuses. And then closing out the day, we have Counterlogic Gaming versus Dignitas. As always, remember to head over to lolesports.com and vote for who you think will be today's winners. Click on the matches at the top right, go to week 1, and lock in your choice.
Yeah, and while you're there, you can also secure a seat in our live studio audience and see the pros up close. Just click on the tickets link for details.
Then be sure to hit us up on Twitter. Today we're asking you, which team will exceed expectations in the NALCS Spring Split and why?
We're at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS and make them good because we'll be reading the best of the best later today.
But first, let's send it over to the analyst desk where Freak and Kobe are standing by to take a closer look at some of the new faces in the NALCS.
Yeah, thank you very much, Riv. I am David Freak Turley alongside Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. We're here back in the NALCS. How you doing, man?
I'm doing really good. Happy to actually start off the North American LCS.
Yeah, guys, we're here. It's going to be fun. And, of course, there's only one new team here in the Spring Split, but the North American LCS has seen more than just a few imports from Europe and even South America. With all the new faces, Kobe, who are you going to be watching for?
Well, the first one that comes up is Bjergsen. You know, coming over to TSM, nobody questions Bjergsen's ability in-game. His mechanical skill is really strong, but he's also replacing Reginald not only as the mid laner, but also the shot caller of TSM. So we'll have to see how that works out. Then we have Quas. He is coming from South America, and he's got an unorthodox champion pool for that top lane, which fits in really well with Curse. You know, he uses Poppy and Swain. Really nice champion.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm actually looking forward a bit to Crepo from Evil Genius's support there. You got the croucher going on. A lot of people like him. Fellow Belgian, so Shox is happy. He brings an aggressive style. He's a good Leona player. He's a pretty fun player to watch.
Then we've got Cruiser. He's Dignitas' new top laner, known for his very strong Lee Sin play up top. He wasn't able to get a kill, you know, in Battle of the Atlantic, so we'll have to see how Dignitas and Cruiser can step their game up. Then finally, there is Yasuo. He may make his first appearance in the North American LCS today. You know, initially, upon release, he didn't have the best win rate because he's a very high skill cap champion, but after people have been playing him for a while now, he's really popular pick.
Yeah, of course. And speaking of new faces, we got a new guy on the desk here. Zken, how you doing, man? How's it going?
Good. I'm really excited to be here, and hope we have a great time here.
All right, so first question I got to ask you. You're one of the new pickups to Curse. How's the team meshing so far in the season?
We've been together for like 3-4 months. We've been doing really well together. I think as a new team, or technically a new team, we've gelled together really, really well, and right now we're doing great.
So as a new team, have you guys set any goals for yourself during this LCS split?
Look to, go for the top.
Winning?
As we should. And right now we're just looking to play our best and hopefully show what we can do.
All right, cool. So you guys are trying to play your best. Are there any teams in your way that either you want to take out or you think teams that are kind of a big hurdle for you guys?
We just want to take out every single team that we can, And right now the biggest hurdle is probably TSM and Cloud9.
All right, so I got to ask, because viewers watching your stream may have become accustomed to your beatboxing. Can we see any beatboxing during LCS matches?
Maybe we can. We'll see.
During Analyst Desk, maybe?
If you want.
If you want to beatbox your predictions, because that's what's coming up next, guys. TSM versus Cloud9, the first match of the day. I think C9 is going to pull out a 10 here. Kobe, what about you?
I'm going to have to go for a little bit of an upset here and choose TSM.
Popular vote with you.
I personally think that TSM's going to take it. I think that right now they look really, really strong with the new mid laner Bjergsen. And C9 has always been a very strong team in terms of tactics, but TSM's laning is just so much better.
I'm surprised you agreed with me there because C9's got 7 wins to 0 versus TSM. So they definitely historically have the advantage. But again, like you said, Bjergsen joining the team. And then also, even though Cloud9 looked great in Battle of Atlantic, they did get a little bit ahead of themselves sometimes with some very deep tower dives that were a little bit over-aggressive. TSM might be able to capitalize.
All right, for me, I still just think C9 is just such a very good strategic team. And they pretty much dominated Fnatic in Battle of the Atlantic. This is a 4-0 Fnatic from the LCS split. So I like these guys a lot. I want to see how Balls adapts to the new season. He was still playing Rumble back then, but they're a really, really good team, and I think they're going to do it. So Zken, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for your help here. It's time for us to take a quick break. So when we return, we're going to kick off the first match of the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. Cloud9 versus TSM. The crowd's ready. We're ready. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the opening day of the 2014 North American Spring Split. We start off our Super Week with a highly anticipated matchup, defending champs Cloud9 versus fan favorite Team Solo Mid. Cloud9 has been legendary against Team Solo Mid with 7 straight wins. Kobe was saying this before, 4 during the summer split and 3 during the finals of the playoffs. That's actually a pretty good streak.
Yeah, and it's crazy because these are really the 2 best teams in North America. They were the only NA teams to win their matchups in the Battle of the Atlantic. Also, the spring split champions were TSM, and the summer split champions were Cloud9. Yep. They had that amazing 25-3 run. Best record in the history of the LCS regular season in securing that last split.
Well, Cloud9 is sporting the same starting lineup here. They've actually added new faces to their organization.
It's funny because TSM keeps losing people to Cloud9. Their manager from the spring split became the owner of Cloud9. That's Jack. Also, Reginald's brother for TSM is now Cloud9's life coach, or team mom, as he likes to say. So there's a lot of things that are going away from TSM towards Cloud9.
Absolutely. So whenever these 2 teams meet, it's obviously always a hotly contested game. But while the rivalry may be intense, the respect for one another is real.
TSM is definitely looking good. Of all the teams we've scrimmed, they 100% look like the strongest team in NA right now.
TSM added Bjergsen, so they're going to be a lot stronger now.
We've been scrimming Cloud9 quite a lot. They look pretty strong. I feel like we were very even. They know when and where to pressure. Meteos is really good to communicate with his team about where to be at the right time. It works out really well.
So we did finish first last split, but that really doesn't mean anything coming into this next split. Everyone starts off the same place.
It's definitely more competition. It'll be hard to defend our spot.
Between us and them, I think that we're both a little rusty, but I think we have the upper hand on them.
So both teams admitting that it's not all there yet, but they feel like they have what it takes so far.
Yeah, and they've played against each other so much, as they keep saying, that that's where the respect comes from. But
Almost
that's
like the only
also
scrim.
where everyone thinks they hold back a little bit in scrims, and when they're really trying, they're going to be able to win.
That's what they say, like kind of like the Fnatic thing. They always lose in scrims, but they'll come out and do amazing. Well, let's check out these starting lineups right now. Spawning on the blue side, it's Cloud9. In the top lane is Balls. Meteos in the jungle. High in mid lane, a sneaky AD carry. Right behind him, as always, Lemon Nation on support.
And on the red side, it is TSM with Dyrus in the top lane. Got a lot of fans here. Odd One in the jungle. Bjergsen making his appearance in North American LCS. Wild Turtle on AD carry, and of course, X Special support.
And we always got to have something else to watch. So our featured matchup here in this match, what we're going to keep our eyes on is obviously High versus Bjergsen in the mid lane.
Yeah, and they say they've learned a lot from each other in the offseason because they play so many scrims against each other. High in particular showed great improvement against Xpeke in the Battle of the Atlantic when he was able to beat him up a bit.
So High, we heard that High and Meteos, had their own troubles and quarrelsomes at the beginning of Cloud9's start. But we're seeing now Bjergsen has to fill the shoes of Reginald.
Yeah.
There's the shot calling in there. There's aggression that the team falls behind. What's that role like to fill?
Yeah, I don't think anyone can actually replace what Reginald brought to TSM, but Bjergsen brings his own set of tools. He is an amazing laner. He's probably a better mechanical player than Reginald was, and it's on the rest of the team to kind of fill in where the void of shot calling is from Reginald. Bjergsen says he's going to do a little bit, but it's on people like the Odd One and X Special to kind of help him out.
I see everybody donning their new kind of setups.
The new
here.
TSM jerseys.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks good.
Yeah.
It looks
They look
absolutely
classy.
good.
They have matching shoes and pants as well. You can't necessarily see those on camera, but they're nice.
Yeah. So we did hear a little bit as well that Bjergsen was kind of walking over Cloud9 in their first initial scrims, but there has been learning there between both of those guys.
Yeah, I mean, High says he hadn't been playing for a while, which is why Bjergsen was beating him up
He went
so
to Vietnam
badly.
on vacation.
Yeah, he was on vacation, and that's actually to be expected, though, because Bjergsen came from the best basically farming environment for mid players. European competition was so great for him.
That's true.
And talent breeds talent in that sense. Now that he's come to North America, High could learn a lot from him to start.
Let's see what they decide to focus on. I like Zken's point about the lanes for Cloud9, or for TSM being very strong right now. And we've always seen Cloud9 kind of match the 2v1 matchup with Sneaky and Lemon Nation not always being the one to carry the team.
Yeah.
So we'll see if TSM tries to force them into that.
Yeah, a lot of times Cloud9 liked to run Sneaky on 80 carries that brought utility.
Yeah.
Kind of the same way that Fnatic used to run with Pushu when he brought a lot of utility. But the 80 carry picks have definitely trended back towards the hyper carries as of now. We saw the Jinx have an absurd amount of success over in Europe. It was the most wins, actually, from any champion in that in that tournament was Jinx, even though she was
it's
only
been a
played like
while
9 times.
and where you thought the late game is going to be the ADs to carry through for the team. But the way they're playing right now, you're absolutely correct, especially with needing the supports like Leona to come out. A lot of peel needed from the supports. See Elise getting banned out in the end. Both Meteos and the odd one very top dog on Elise. But it's actually Vi that's first picked here.
Yeah, they were fighting really heavily over the jungles there. You could see with the Shyvana, Olaf, and Elise bans, there weren't many junglers left for Cloud9. And since Meteos is one of the carries of Cloud9, which is unlike many of the other teams, it's extremely important for them to lock in that pick. You almost never see a Vi pick this early, or even a jungler, unless it's Elise. So this is really Cloud9 saying they care a lot about what Meteos has to play.
So does this mean that they don't have to completely revolve around Vi with the composition?
No, they're not going to completely revolve around Vi. It's just they want Meteos on something that he can carry with.
Well, that is his ideal situation. Meteos has always said only to enter the lane when he believes he is going to get a gank. So we'll see what his movement on Vi is. And quickly, one of the taster choice pickups that has been there, Lucian and Annie coming in.
It's
Lucian
kind of funny.
Thresh usually, but
this is, if we think back to last year, this is only Annie's second appearance in the North American LCS. X Special was the one who played her first, but that was with Xin Zhao in the bottom lane. So definitely, even though it's been huge at Worlds with Tabe and in all of the preseason and promotion tournaments, somewhat new to the LCS, and now X Special's played it both times it's happened in the LCS.
let's have to see what Cloud9 decides to prioritize here. They're usually a team that wants things that does not let them fall behind early. That was really the thorn in their side, and any of their 3 losses they had was early game troubles.
A couple of them were from the terrible level 1s, and that's actually diminished now in the 2014 season, because First Bloods that happened very early on in the game only grant 60% gold to the opponent. I know everyone's probably familiar with these, but I'm just restating it because it's this whole brand new season.
And I'm with the brand new season, I'm super interested to see what these guys decide to play, because over in every other league, there's a lot of really different supports being played than in any other position. The supports are varying.
We got to see a lot of crazy stuff, especially if anyone checked out the European Challenger yesterday. We saw support Gragas. There was a support Malphite in the 3rd place game over in the OGN. And that's Odd One's Nunu coming back right there. Jungle Nunu. All the other junglers were pretty much gone for him. There wasn't even though Cloud9 banned a lot of junglers for the Odd One, there's still Nunu left, and he is completely comfortable playing that.
And the Nunu pickup isn't something we actually see a lot. It's here or there, but everybody plays it a little bit different towards the late game.
At least so far in the 2014 season, we've seen it mostly in OGN.
Right.
Because they like to play a very heavy disengage control-focused game with the fast pushing and the vision control. That's what Odd One should be trying to do. They just got to make sure they have enough pick potential, which they're starting to develop with that Gragas. So they'll be trying to move around the map, get as much vision as possible, and then allow Bjergsen to make plays with his Gragas.
Pretty sweet setup from TSM so far. Trying to mix it up. Like I said, we're going to be seeing these new things, and we'll have to see how Odd One decides to use Nunu, because, like we said, he likes that Elise. He likes those champions he can get in to help the lanes. Odd One was always on the back of Reginald to be there to help him, and Nunu's really there for utility.
He's always been a pretty good counter jungler, too, as long as his lanes are having success.
Right.
Since they've picked Bjergsen's mid lane already, it'll also allow TSM to have the last pick for Dyrus and hopefully counter whatever Balls brings out.
We'll have to see. He did bring out the Rumble once again for us over in the Boda. It's something that he has always been successful on, and really mentality for Balls is something that always keeps him in the game. You can put him on any champion.
Listen. No.
Welcome to the North American LCS.
Wow. So I was going to say that's going to be a Teemo top lane, but they already have the Renekton as well. Because Teemo actually beats up on most of the current top laners in League of Legends. People just haven't started playing him because they don't think he transitions into team fights very well.
That was on the score sheet. You could see the sheet there being handed off to the ref saying, "We're done with this now, thank you."
We'll be fine with Teemo. Wow, so
I thought the Nunu pick was going to be really the highlight here. No.
So the last time TSM was in a game with Teemo, it did not go well. They were playing against Gaming Gear EU at the World Playoffs, and that was Reginald's final game of his competitive career.
Haunting him back with that. They did get First Blood.
He did get First Blood.
Pulled out the hide and seek. We're going to have to see what's in the top lane here. I actually figured Renekton would be going to the team solo mid comp, but we see instantly they lock in that Nasus. A lot? Yeah.
A lot of stuff here.
Just
a lot of
lots
stuff to think
words.
about. Will High actually just be playing mid lane Teemo or not? I mean, mid lane AP Teemo, he can try and get some vision control. Has he learned this from Bjergsen? I don't think so. I feel like this is something High has done all on his own. Oh, man. That was really unexpected.
Yeah. I think everybody can tell that about right now. This is going to be an amazing, and he actually is going to go flash barrier on this, so just super safety. Maybe
of course,
he's got
yeah.
Scout Roam.
People want to kill Teemo, so you better have the barrier. I'm looking at Cloud9's team composition here, and especially early on, Teemo should be able to beat up on Gragas fairly well. Having the range advantage, and Teemo's just an absolute lane bully early on. So since they have the Caitlyn as well, they could definitely be going for the fast push and try and get down as many early turrets as possible, at which case Teemo would transition into a split pusher, more likely in the top lane, start shrooming up things, and Renekton would go with the rest of the team. That has to be what they have planned.
It already sounds annoying. They picked him, and I'm just ready for it. As the teams load onto the Rift, it's time to check out who you think will win this match. If you already voted already, I am sorry. According to LOL Esports, 58% of you think TSM will be taking home the first win of the spring split. And those came in before the Teemo pick. So.
That means 42% of people voted for Teemo.
Yes.
That is not good. Nope, seriously. That is...
It's going to be exciting. It's interesting to see. Obviously, it's a little gimmicky because I don't think this is something they're going to put into every strategy they run throughout this season. But if it works for them, then they have not shown anyone anything coming into Super Week.
No, this is not anything Cloud9 showed even a hint of against Fnatic in the Battle of the Atlantic. And they prepared heavily for that Battle of the Atlantic. Let's see how heavily they prepared for TSM.
All right, let's get the best of ones underway. That's the way the NALCS works. And we are going to see it be Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. Not very much of a grudge match, a little rivalry here.
Oh, it's a rivalry. This is a developing rivalry. They're 1-2 in the standings at the end of the playoffs last season. Obviously, Cloud9 only had one split. They have kind of a lot of friendship between themselves, but that does not mean this is not going to turn into a fierce rivalry, because if they are the best teams of the NALCS, which they are favored to be here, they're going to play great games.
You heard Crepo. Doesn't matter who you are right now. People just want to win. Friend, foe, family, second cousins, doesn't matter.
Started with a Dorn's ring on Teemo, too. So you have to just pay attention to Teemo. You don't see him in pro play. He's not going mid lane, which makes actually a lot more sense for the greater context of this composition. What they've done with the Caitlyn is they put her mid because she is the best pusher. Spinning their guns.
That's class.
It's classy.
It's class right there.
Yeah. That's when the thresh hook comes from the fog of war and just finishes off Wild Turtle. But now they have two side laners in Renekton and Teemo. Bad manner. Ooh.
Wow.
-1 on sportsmanship right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'll count. Lock it up.
That's like when boxers come in at the start of the ring and they hit
Just
gloves
punch
and
you
the
in
guys
the
gives him a
face.
quick jab in the face. That's what Sneaky just did.
Sneaky's not known to do that. Wow. Season changes people. All right, let's see what these guys have.
Look at how much they're roaming already. They're already doing a bit of a lane swap. So they have actually put High in the mid lane. Teemo can basically go anywhere he wants in this team composition, but they've decided to put him mid.
Yeah, they switch everything back up. Maybe they're just trying to play early mind games. It was red, and the wards are quite well placed by Cloud9, so they were able to move around the way they wanted to. We can get words out. It's the start.
And we haven't seen Balls play very much Renekton either. He was mainly just a Rumble player. He played Rumble in 4 of their 7 matches overall. And he doesn't care about the lane at the moment. He's just trying to farm those wolves, probably even go back to base, and then go up, because he's just going to be sitting in a 2v1 and getting heavily denied anyway.
Remember, we always recall back to when Boy did this. It was about level 2.5. He said that you don't need to get there for those first 2 waves. You're just going to get poked out of lane. It's going to be harder anyways. So you're right. They are playing it completely safe, except for Meteos. He's trying to walk around and figure out where Dyrus was.
That was almost dangerous. He knows where Dyrus was now because he sees that the white is missing, unless he thinks the odd one took the white, but almost no jungler will take the white very, very early on in the game. really smooth counter jungling by TSM early on. This is basically securing them 3 of the 4 buffs, because there's no conceivable way for Meteos to get to TSM's red.
And this is exactly what you do with Nunu. Get in there, nom a minion, and just ice blast and make your way out. Will they decide to actually go for the gank, though? This is taking quite a bit of time. They had a ward down at blue, and I think they'll have the safety, but they're just going to pressure them off.
Yeah, that's basically what the top laners are relegated to when they have to play in these 3v1 matchups. It's either that, just run away and get denied, or die.
They're denying more than they're really letting him run away. They're not even letting him get to the jungle, so they're keeping him completely out of situation there. Wild Turtle Special, Odd1 look to take this turret quite fast, but they've already lost theirs, and they don't even have 50% on that. So Cloud9 definitely ahead in this push, and it's already going to call Dyrus back to lane.
Balls really did a sneaky thing there. He got a lot of experience by waiting in that tri-brush, more than Dyrus, and they're going to be ending up to trade turrets regardless. It's just a question of how much TSM wants to value denying experience versus taking tons of damage to their turrets here.
They don't have the strongest turret takers either. Whoa, great catch on to Dyrus, pushing him even more out of lane. This is going to be a long, long game for Nasus.
See, I wonder how worth it that actually was. That yes, they guaranteed he was out of experience range, but they want to take that second turret down more than anything, and they spent all that time going for him. Can they finish off this turret? It's going to be, I don't think they can finish.
Yes, and I also think that it's good for them, because TSM still hasn't grabbed that top turret. They're still denying balls, but he'll have everything to farm once this falls.
Well, it seems like not much has changed so far at the start of the seasons. Remember in Season 3, everyone started doing the early dives, and at this point they're just doing turrets.
Whoa!
Well then, he had been winning in farm, 28-20, but that was at the cost of taking a lot of harass for Bjergsen. 2 turrets down already for Cloud9. Now where did they go? They wanted to do that fast push strategy. That's why they have the Teemo. They're going to go mid next.
This is like watching old TSM when they would just huddle around your turret and wait for you to just slowly die off from getting poked out. But Cloud9 giving them a bit of their own medicine right now in that bottom lane. Already down to the inhibitor turret in under 5 minutes. High's flash in mid coming up at around 10 minutes. So I'll have to see if they even try to start going for champions. That might be the first spot.
And there's actually been a lot of discussion lately because the next patch, there is damage reduction on the middle and top lane turrets, but not on the bottom lane turrets. And this is kind of our last patch in competitive to see when lane swapping and fast pushing is at its height, because I think a lot of that is going to be changed in future patches. What just happened? They just killed 2 turrets because they had 3 people down there. TSM didn't want to move back. I think we're not going to see this strategy too much throughout the rest of the LCS.
And you think you're also right about the Teemo strategy and getting to be a split push later, not going with the regular chalice, as you would on Teemo, but going for the boots fast, trying to get that so we can get out of lane.
And also, with Sorcerer's Shoes early on Teemo, because his Toxic Shot does so much magic damage, getting early magic penetration really rips through people, especially if he goes up against Renekton. Or no, he wouldn't go up against Renekton. Dyrus's Nasus, he would be able to harass him down very quickly.
And they have been able to find each other one time after another. Dyrus and Balls matched up now in the top lane. Not too much of a difference there. The CS is going to help, but Dyrus will get there in time since these guys aren't going to have too much of an impact on the overall game for a few more minutes.
But what's interesting here is because Balls was able to sneak so much of that experience in the tri-brush, he's got a level advantage on Dyrus. So if we actually just take stock of who had the edge from all those early game shenanigans, it's absolutely Cloud9. They got 2 turrets and the stronger top laner.
Well, one of the things that was said, as we mentioned by Z-Kent, was that TSM had very strong lanes right now, so this only helps Cloud9 to get through this phase into that fighting phase where hopefully they can put the team mechanics together with Meteos' ganks. 7 minutes on the clock. The odd one's just hovering on the outside of the left in mid. And it really hasn't proven too much other than that buff steal. They hugged a lot in the top lane, and it's kind of slowed down since then. Everybody was kind of like, yeah, this is what to do. Then what?
Yeah. Well, right now, Odd One has a Sightstone. That's what we see a lot of Noodles do before Spirit Stone. He's going to try and get vision control for his team and maybe stop some of the Cloud9 rotations and stop them from being able to roam to and from lanes. It doesn't appear like High is ready to start being the split lane pusher because he wants, honestly, level 11, 12, 13 before he really starts becoming that super annoying, make a bunch of lights in your jungle type Teemo. And at this point, TSM's trying to stop that from being a thing.
And they're actually using Nunu quite well. Being, like with Lee Sin, one of the junglers you can build Sight Stone on now and still be okay with it and not lose out in really your tankiness, is they have pretty much everything warded towards the bottom and the top side of the map. Already pink wards towards the top side of their own red. So vision is there's something they're putting in high priority right now.
Yeah, and I wonder if it's because TSM is putting down so many wards that Cloud9 isn't deciding to roam back and forth,
yeah.
or whether Cloud9 just wants to make sure they keep their turret edge. With Sneaky and Lemon Nation just now deciding to lane with Wild Turtle Next Special, it kind of seems like they're accepting their early advantage in turrets and then just trying to farm out a little bit instead of trying to roam around and extend that turret advantage.
Well, that actually, if you think about it, works quite well for Sneaky and Lemon. We kind of said they have the weaker lane, so if you get rid of their lane instantly and they farm in a safe spot with wards all around them, then they're not really going to have trouble. These guys are kind of circumventing a lot of the problems they had in the early game with these movements.
And as far as jungle ganks go, too, Meteos hasn't been able to get much
Yeah, that's true.
It's just what happens in these games where they take 1 or 2 turrets very early on in the game. It just confuses the routes for the jungle because those really long lanes are seldom gankable. And Meteos takes a white as far as counter jungling, and now he's trying to come up behind.
High keeps taking hits in mid. The barrier's not there. The flash is about 40 seconds off, but he's going to be able to make it out quite safe.
Bjergsen's starting to do a whole bunch of damage to High. High's going to want to get some magic resistance probably pretty soon. He's actually putting a lot of mushrooms around the dragon area. Maybe they're going to try and get control of that soon, but he has to go back to base. Otherwise, Bjergsen will kill him.
Well, with him backing, it looks like they actually may... Oh, they have a ward on him, so they're not going to get there in any sort of sneaky way, if you will. But with him backing, I like the idea of going to clear it and make sure it wasn't going to be an advantage for Team Solo Mid. And if they had the chance, it was going to be theirs. 10 minutes on the clock now. Still haven't seen too much from these guys in the top lane. Balls is managing to keep that level advantage plus CS advantage in his favor. Looks like he's just going for the orthodox build for himself.
I think Balls needs to do more against Darius' Nasus. He had a 2-level advantage on him earlier on, level 5 to level 3. He needs to be either farming between Darius' turret, counter jungling, or doing something other than just wasting Nasus' time up here. Darius is still farming at the turret, and now he's even equal in level. Ball's not taking advantage of his advantage right now, and he's letting Darius back in.
I almost feel like it's going to be tough for Cloud9 to really hit the team fight phase. I mean, what does Teemo really offer to a team fight if you're going to have Gragas and Nunu Nasus running into the fight?
What is who going to offer? Teemo?
Teemo, yeah.
Not much.
Yeah.
Teemo does not.
It's going to get scary for
Cloud9
Cloud9 as this game goes on.
No.
Already.
They have to start
there.
being a split push team, and that's what they're working towards.
Yeah.
They're trying to kind of smother on top of TSM's map control. TSM's not too much of a team fight team either when you consider just Sightstone rush Nunu. That's not a huge team fight thing. He has some zoning in a team fight,
right?
But he's mainly about either disengaging or finding picks.
See the back lane. The back lane. Wild Turtle Next Special rather backing off in their lane. Only a Phage coming out right now to the BF sword for Sneaky, as he's trying to go Bloodthirster, which is different for him as well to have Caitlyn there. He's going to be a primary source of damage for the team coming into this one. And Lemon Nation is actually buying up more wards than usual per the early game. So the little changes as well that we were talking about.
Yeah, he's just now picked up his upgrade to Nomad's Medallion, but no, he's only got about 16 gold generated on that so far, so it's very new. He hasn't been getting that from the start. And it's really just a slow farm fest. I wonder how Sneaky will transition into a later game, because he had so much success on Ashe, for instance, just initiating team fights. He can't do that on Caitlyn. He needs to sit in the back and just be a carry, and that's not the style we're used to seeing him on. It doesn't mean he can't play it.
So as we're kind of sitting on the back heels here for both teams, we saw an explosive beginning. They both kind of had the same idea. It's definitely Cloud9 that put that into action as Team Solo Mid tried to bring it back in their favor. And there you can see High, a little bit aggressive, being read there by the wards, and just Bjergsen being Bjergsen keeps himself safe. But it looks like Cloud9 is finally trying to mobilize and get something else going here other than the laning phase.
It's about time right here. It's a Bloodthirster completed for Sneaky. I thought they were going to do this way sooner, Riv, but now they have 4 people in the mid lane. They have a lot of shroom control on the sides, or at least they did a little while ago. Hai's trying to get more that he has the blue buff, and they're going to do their best to push up, especially since they caught Bjergsen during a back cycle.
Whoa, Elimination grabbing the odd one. Didn't really need to put damage on the turret. They're going to be fine with this. They catch Bjergsen at a great time actually being back to base. And mid-turret is actually prepped right now. Xpecial throws it out, but the fancy flash fingers from Cloud9 keep him safe in mid lane.
Really saw that one coming. Barely getting netted there. Bjergsen would have definitely thrown them back into the turret had that Tibbers landed the good stun. But look at how much of that turret was gone. It's now still a 4-man siege. They're going to try once again, and they know that Tibbers is down this time.
So that really, this rotation started. We saw Elimination and Sneaky coming up from the mid lane the first time they pushed out Bjergsen. They get the turret, and this fight begins now. Elimination very low. The Ignite takes him out. First blood going over to Wild Turtle, but the 80 carries straight Retribution kills, and the Culling on the backdraft is able to take down 5. Oh, very nice job coming out, Turtle. It's up on the Sneaky. The 80 carry draw. The Ignite takes him down, and Xpecial's able to pick himself up a kill. Teemo coming out of nowhere, and he gets him with the Mushroom.
Wow, so that was how you punish a push, in a sense, and they forced a team fight on a team with Teemo who didn't want to team fight. You can see Lemonation, while he did get a good box off, the rest of TSM was just dishing out damage. Bjergsen and Wild Turtle were effectively untouched, and Hai was way too close to the sun right there. He does not need to be melee range against Gragas. It meant he couldn't retreat once he was low, and then because Xpecial just got that Ignite on, he finished off. Also, somebody stepped on a mushroom.
That'll happen. 4-2 though, a very explosive fight. I'm glad that happened because they started to slow down way too much for anybody's liking. But good kills coming out. 3-1 in turrets as the mid turret did fall and was prepped very nicely. So TSM needed to get some kills there. They came up with them.
And if Cloud9 doesn't want to lose this game, they need Balls' Renekton to start making an impact now. If he waits another 15 minutes, Dyrus is going to make a much larger impact on Nasus. Dyrus can't do much yet. He doesn't even have his Iceborne Gauntlets. That's what he's building towards. And since Cloud9 just lost a 4v4, that option isn't necessarily there for them. They can't get caught in another fight like that one.
And it seems like Cloud9 is still sticking true to whatever strategy they had. As I said, that kind of started with Elimination coming up to mid. Even though they lost the fight, got a little bit of the turret damage or turret coverage on it. They moved up to the top lane with Elimination and Sneaky and took out the top one. So they're just methodically staying on course right now. Looks like Hai will find Dyrus. Whoa! That was some big damage right there.
That blinding dot hurts.
Just a little bit. I don't think Dyrus wants anymore, but it looks like he thinks he can keep the Wither in range. The body slam through the wall. Hai's not taking too much damage. Dyrus may be able to get himself back in this for one more Wither. Oh, the last barrel. What a do-si-do by these guys. Both teams trying to get into the fight and see which was the best angle. Bjergsen able to make it out quick enough. Ace in the hole. Takes down Dyrus, so they again trade 1 for 1, but it's not over, chat. They get the assault battery into the vault breaker down on Bjergsen, and it looks like Cloud9 is always in the right place at the right time right now. The odd one to follow up in mid.
Teemo's global taunt worked wonders right there. They wanted to kill Hai, and the rest of Cloud9 collapsed down. Let's see if they can continue their push here up towards the inhibitor. It's a very critical point in the game right now because TSM is trying to counter the fast push, but if they leave their inhibitor door open, that's going to be trouble all through the rest of the game.
They have a perfect combination in the top lane here to blood boil Lucian, make him strong. The teleport's going to be coming in. Oh, he goes so far! Will it matter?
He died. He was just way in there because he wanted. That was something we need to be able to see again. That was a big mistake and misplay by Lemon Nation. Total miscommunication. The turrets are actually up for TSM.
Yeah.
They got 2 turrets in that Catch the Teemo game, and it is a fantastic job by them to really slingshot their gold back in this game. Plus the Dragon's up right now.
It looks like they are going to be able to fight for this one. Pink Ward goes down, so they have full coverage from that side. It's deep enough to see the back as well, so it's really going to be pretty, Vi is there. Meteos just on the outside. This is going to be hard for him to be able to get in and out. His flash was used on the last fight, so he is all in if he tries to go for this. I don't think they're going to waste that much for the gold. It's not that big yet. He gets it with the Piltover Peacemaker. An amazing hit. The early smite coming out, the smite for Meteos did not happen, so that was an ability take.
No, it was a Caitlyn steal against a Nunu. Odd One completely messing up his timing on his Consume plus smite because nobody should take Dragon from a Nunu, especially the Odd One.
Really, the only thing that can happen is that you're relying on your team to burst with you, And well, this is actually the fight from before as well for Lemon Nation.
So Lemon Nation was trying to go aggressive on X Special right as the teleport came in. So he drew turret aggro, got stunned as Darius came in, and it was a whole bunch of trouble. But they should not have been trying to get that aggressive there. That's actually a second case where they should have focused on the turret instead of worrying about killing Annie.
Yeah, absolutely. We see coming into that Dragon, to touch on just the end point, is that everybody focused on Meteos when he came over the wall. So with Odd1 expecting his team to do all that final burst for him to chomp it, you get damage to the champion and he smites early.
Yeah, I still feel like it's too much. It's too much damage that he has.
Just this, yeah.
I mean, you look at Bjerg at his smite, it's doing 640 damage, and his consume is doing 400 to minions. It's 1,000 damage
grand
spike. And if you time your consume properly, you know when the damage hits, and since smite is an instant cast, you should get 1,000 damage instantly.
Yeah.
And it should not be stealable if you execute properly.
Sneaky coming through big for his team there. They hold just about 1,000 gold lead, which really isn't much in the big picture of things right now. The Morello Namicon coming out for high along with the Haunting Guys. And it looks like Sneaky's going to be turning that into a static shiv for himself.
He's going to be going most likely just for the Caitlyn push. They want to continue to push this game. They had the 4 turrets at 15 minutes into the game, which is a very early time to have them. But really, after they got those 2 kills on Darius and Bjergsen, they stopped that one. It looks like Meteos was trying to catch himself at Darius, but he just was a little bit too slow.
Yeah, they used the Talisman of Ascension there to get a bit of a chase. They were not able to pursue fully. So 4-3 in turrets. The mid turret going down really hasn't affected too much. High gets kind of baited into this fight. Annie's just on the backside, but he also thought he had Bjergsen in a position that he wanted so many mushrooms, but it's not going to be enough because Bjergsen just levels up through the damage anyways.
Yeah, and as long as High doesn't have any defensive itemization, he is consistently vulnerable to Bjergsen just destroying him with a couple barrels. That was a nice kill by Bjergsen.
And this is where we have to wonder what Cloud9 was actually trying to do with this composition, because they got the 3 roam on to the first 3 turrets.
Yeah.
They got the bottom turret, which they dove a little heavy, but are they going to start using Teemo as a split push? Do they keep Teemo in the fights? High's kind of trying to do his own thing right now, and it's not really telling the story.
I think High wants to farm up a little bit more. He does just have his Morello Nomicon and his magic penetration right now. As long as Cloud9 stays in the game and continues to split push smartly without taking deaths, then his shrooms can get powerful enough that they can bait TSM around some objectives and maybe get them low for mushrooms. If we notice TSM, they don't have a Sona or any type of Soraka, Taric, Kale, things that can heal well off of mushrooms.
This might be big for them if they can get Dyrus to teleport away and into this fight. But it's been disengaged. It would have been big moves here that Balls would have been able to use on top, but you can see he's already coming down. They are anticipating this to be a fight or his push mid.
Yeah, Cloud9 pulled back because they were expecting TSM to be coming down. If Balls makes it into this fight, they would have an edge. But if it's a 4v4 in the bottom lane, as we've seen, TSM generally has the advantage. They're going to be the ones trying to siege this against Sneaky's wave clear.
You have to consider they know they're there, but right now TSM has full vision on the team of Cloud9. So they would be kind of walking into this fight with a few enemies in the fog of war. But nobody decides to engage on this. They back off. Balls did a great job of rotating down, pressuring that mid lane, so they didn't really have to focus in the top.
Yeah, games with the mid Teemo are a little weird.
Yep.
As far as progression into the mid and late game. He is kind of like a second AD carry, if you think of it like that, but he gets to preemptively place all of his mushrooms to really want to fight in the same area. So it's maybe a cross between an AD carry and a Heimerdinger, if we're really trying to do this one. And TSM needs to be very careful not to chase into the zones that High has set up. As long as TSM kind of sticks to the lanes and can get a few more pick-off kills and then cascade that into objectives, then they're going to be okay. But other than that, Cloud9 is doing good split pushing now.
We got to see that Dyrus is actually effectively trying to stop that, build himself a frozen fist right off the bat to really just get anybody out of his lane and deter them from trying to split push.
I'm really surprised that High hasn't started laning against Dyrus yet. Dyrus is completely itemized against Renekton with nothing but Ninja Tabi and even more armor from his Iceborne Gauntlets. If he actually went toe-to-toe with Teemo, High would beat him.
We saw earlier the Blinding Dart took 10% of his HP right off the bat. We'll have to see. The kills are coming slow. The turrets are just around the same.
Yeah, Balls' Renekton hasn't made much of an impact here. Yeah, Dyrus is a little bit farther behind in farm now.
Yep.
I think that's in part because he did have to go up against High that one time and ended up costing him his life. But a Renekton that farms 200, 300 CS, but doesn't make it into team fights, isn't useful.
Right.
Yeah.
Team solo mid, trying to get that vision up. Odd1 getting caught there. They do a perfect job of getting him on the side. Wild Turtle, ace in the hole, takes him down, and Boss is going to be able to segregate the rest of the team.
Nice
there.
hook.
Great hook onto a special. They take him down. A double kill now for Balls. He is finally able to get himself what is needed to make an impact in these fights.
That's really important, actually, because Cloud9's already set up a couple of those mushrooms, and it was actually one mushroom that ended up helping to damage with that hook from Lemon Nation. Odd1 was trying to get some of his map control back. If we actually look at the entire screen here, he's lost vision past the jungle. Right over Shroom, trying to check if there is a dragon, and he just got a face full of Cloud9 right there.
They've been waiting for it.
The rest of this fight was just them chasing him down. Very good hook, obviously, by Lemon Nation, but TSM was already in full retreat because Odd1 got taken down so quickly. And that's their zone control in team fights.
I was just about to mention that. It's almost like Cloud9 used not having as many wards to their advantage, knowing, well, that's not their advantage, but knowing that TSM is warding so much, let me say, because they have a Sightstone, but they also upgraded to Ruby, so that means they have wards everywhere, most likely. So when Cloud9 found out where they weren't, they hid there, and they ambushed.
And they're forced into all getting sweepers, too, which is actually decreasing the amount of wards TSM can put on the map.
Right.
Now that High is starting to become more of an annoyance on his 1-in-3 Teemo. Even though it doesn't look like he's impacting the game, he's having some very heavy swings on the way TSM moves, the way TSM thinks about playing, and the way they build their trinkets.
Well, you can see the mushrooms down the bottom side of the map. That is what makes you love Teemo so much, if you will. And we're going to see if TSM finds those quite soon. A lot of the aggression is going to be hovering towards Baron at this point. 25 minutes into the game, a 3K gold lead. Still very close between both of these teams and doesn't tell really anything that's been happening throughout this game.
If Cloud9 could sweep the Baron area a little bit better, they could get way more shrooms up towards there and start actually trying to force something. They obviously don't want to try and take Baron against a Nunu and a Gragas. That seems like just giving Baron to the other team. But they can catch some type of TSM fights if they can better control that area.
Good amount of burst now on Bjergsen. He has had that Rabadons for quite some time now that the Athene's finished, but it looks like High isn't going for any resistances really for himself. And like you said, should be matching up against Dyrus. They're really not taking advantage of something that would put them quite ahead, but he has the teleport as well, so he can always be in and out of that fight.
Yeah, at least now for High, he's kind of trapped in two different places because he wants to be Baroning up or shrooming up the Baron.
Yeah.
And if he's bottom lane fighting against Dyrus, he can't do that anymore.
Coming into our first NA LCS match, the Teemo and the Nunu pick. High kind of faking us out with that one.
Yeah, Cloud9's still undefeated against TSM, and if they beat him with Teemo, maybe it's like the ultimate disrespect. But with the way they've been playing this, High has been doing pretty well.
That's
like
great.
It does seem like a
If it wasn't, it
real
is
thing they've
now.
been doing.
Thanks,
yeah.
Kat.
No problem.
Looks like that wasn't a Talisman of Ascension. Just the Blood Boil going on as they get more wards down, the pink wards as well, in high priority positions. But right now, that's being won by C9. C9 has that pink ward, and Dyrus is actually taking quite a bit of damage in this fight before using his ultimate. That Sunfire Cape is giving Balls a pretty good edge.
Yeah, Balls can definitely out-trade him for now. If he gets him a little low, and specifically if High can get down there to put damage on Dyrus, who still hasn't itemized any magic resistance, he would fall the Teemo pretty quickly. Meteos, though, is going to take some time.
They think they got enough damage to take him down. Not enough Fury to get the stun, but the slow comes in. Will he be able to activate the W? He will not. And that's one thing both these teams have, is a quick way to get to their team. They have the speed ups. High can get there. Lemon Nation was already heading down towards the bottom side before he got hit up. But everybody's ready to control the bait of these fights.
Yeah, that was actually... I don't think that gank for Cloud9 was meant to kill. It was meant to draw attention from TSM away from that middle turret. And only because Bjergsen was in that middle lane to ult away the wave did it save that turret. That was almost a very clever turret take by Cloud9, but Bjergsen was ahead of the game.
C9 coordinating when the sweepers are up. We did say that teams switched out the sweepers, or the trinkets to the sweepers now, and that's keeping TSM really on top of the vision. It's all about the mushrooms in that bottom half of the map, which is almost over mushroom now since they've been focusing on the top side, which still makes me consider where the Teemo pick goes and what it does for this team.
It does definitely seem like Cloud9's gained control, so TSM has to get it back. And considering mushrooms have a 10-minute life on the map, it takes a while to get some of this back. No matter how much they sweep, since they don't have self-healing, even if TSM starts winning some fights, they hit a couple shrooms, they have to turn around. It's very hard for them to get some of this control back on the map.
Nobody really has the sustain to hit.
This is why everybody hates playing against Teemo.
mushrooms.
Because you just can't do much once he gets ahead.
You've done all that work to get out, and then you hit a final mushroom.
He kind of suffocates the map.
I like that. He does suffocate the map. Bottom half, not looking too happy right now. It looks like Dyrus actually ate a few down there. But they keep focusing on the mid lane. They're giving time for Dyrus to farm up here. He is getting the magic assist he needs. We finally see high in the top. Are they stalling too much?
See, here's the thing. I don't know what either team can pull off right now to try and get something done. Obviously, TSM wants to force fights and punish Cloud9 when they try and push. But Cloud9 spent an extremely limited amount of time actually sieging around the turrets. Right now, Cloud9 seems very content to just take the objectives when they come up. Right. And Cloud9's kind of trapped in a spot here where they don't have the lead they wanted to, that they would need to have strong 5-man siege that could actually fight TSM 5v5. So they're waiting on the Dragon respawns, doing that. They're scared of doing Baron because there's Gragas on the other side.
Right. And they don't have like a crushing initiation. They have Vi, but then Gragas just blows you away. So kind of stalled out in a few aspects of that. 8 to 6.
Here we go.
Oh, there is the Vi. Where's the Gragas barrel, though? Whoa, Special may not even get that for himself. The explosive cask is still up. Bjergsen finally uses it, but it's incomplete defense. It's when he was dying. The odd one looking to go down next. He tries to put Absolute Zero in a great spot. Lemonation with a nice fling onto that, but actually the kill goes to Balls, and they're able to get another kill onto Dyrus, leaving only Wild Turtle to run for his life.
So here's the big thing that Cloud9 was waiting for, is TSM stopped just defending their turrets, and they started moving into the Shroom field. And they hit a couple, then Cloud9 initiated clean on through them. That's why they won that fight so decisively. It was the setup time that was required for that. Now Cloud9 has the edge they wanted.
Really a great lockdown onto Xpecial. Tibbers was seen in that fight, but he was downed instantly as well. Turtle's going to do what he can to soak up everything and anything before he has to get back to base here. They still have good damage. It was just a great initiation from Cloud9.
Absolutely, and you saw how low Xpecial was before that. Some of that, I think, has to happen from just not having that much self-healing going into that as they're just taking this Dragon. You can see Xpecial was already down a little bit when he got Vault Breaker. So at this point, when they're trying to run away, you can see there's some poison on Odd One, just from High, who is now the untouched 80 carry, and in a sense Cloud9 has 280 carries just beating on TSM, who are in full retreat mode. The control was lost from TSM when they lost their CCing support so early, and when Odd One wasn't able to set up a spot for Absolute Zero.
Wow, exactly what they wanted coming into that fight. Cloud9 showing why they were the top team of the split last year, and just during intense gameplay, they are able to continuously play at a consistent level that is #1.
Hey, only lost 3 times, beat TSM every time, and there's a death cap now finished by High. No defense. If he ever gets caught out by Bjergsen, that fight will not be in favor of Cloud9. But it's the Shrooms that means TSM has to win fight after fight to come back, and with the Baron buff, all the objectives that they've accumulated, and specifically the fact that Sneaky is sitting on so many powerful items right now. He's 4 full items compared to Wild Turtle, who doesn't even have his last Whisper yet.
Balls is getting pretty big, and right now that's one of the big factors. Wild Turtle wasn't even in the fight long enough to take damage, which means he wasn't doing damage to anyone. Balls was chasing straight ahead for that kill, and it looks like they want to do it again. Setting up High even towards the front line. They have Baron now, so they want to get this 4 minutes of use out. They have about 2 minutes left on it. 32 minutes in the game, and this is when we would said the game would be somewhat over between these two teams, but it looks like they actually have quite a bit to go depending on this next fight.
Yeah, Cloud9's average win was in the 30-minute range back in the Season 3 split, but they were dominating pretty much everyone. There was a time in this game where TSM seemed like they had a bit of an edge, if not already controlled TSM a little bit, but they're looking like they're in a lot of trouble now. Just a couple hits from Sneaky force a retreat from TSM, and that turret even with the wave clear from Bjergsen's Gragas, was just not defensible.
Piltover Peacemakers just absolutely tearing through Wild Turtle right now. It's not something you want to see happening. Well, 16s, they're still pretty much the same. And the highest level in the game is going to be Balls and Bjergsen right now. So everybody's kind of staying on the same level within that terms. 56,000 though to 47,000. Last time we looked at that, it was a 3,000 gold gap. The Baron, the Dragons, and the Turrets have told us a different story now. We kind of have something to go off of. Cloud9 has been capitalizing on the few mistakes that Team Solomid has been making. Just wholly.
And this is kind of where we also get to see the absence of Reginald in TSM. Was when they had the 8 kill to 4 lead, they weren't making any really strong decisions. A couple people were making their own individual good plays. You would see X-Special and Bjergsen make a good play in the mid lane, and then nothing would happen after that. As a team, they weren't moving around extremely well. That's obviously Cloud9 was doing things to try and prevent that, but the old TSM with Reginald may have been a little bit more decisive in that situation.
More turrets in favor of Cloud9, and these aren't even ones that are needed to be used for purchasing items right now. They are fully in the driver's seat of this first matchup here in the Spring Split. And it looks like they want to get the first win as well and keep that record going strong. High, not even with the team right now. He's going around to make sure he can be a nuisance, make sure he can place more mushrooms in case of pretty much anything. That's really the situation. Get the lanes pushed as well in mid. It looks like they're going to keep going at the split push.
Yeah, I feel like they're going to be taking their time with this one. They slowly were able to get their lead in the first place. They have waited out this entire Baron just pushing around, and now they're kind of, I feel like they're going to be refreshing their Teemo shrooms in the jungle of TSM, making sure they're always up. When the next Baron comes through, it's going to be a literal minefield for TSM to walk through, and Cloud9 may be able to just get another one. Obviously, in the meantime, if they can get a catch on someone, they would take it, but they're completely content playing this one safe.
And this one's a really, I gotta have to say, it's a thumbs up to Meteos if he can find and engage on the next fight. For TSM to be pinched into their base, Gragas, Tibbers there, that's going to be quite hard to get a good initiation and without your team falling behind quite hard. So it's up to Meteos really if he can put this one, unless TSM steps outside the base, but why would they want to do that right now?
So what happens now if Teemo wins Game 1 of North American LCS? How much more popular does he become?
I'm so glad Ranked just refreshed.
Yeah, I know. Nothing could go wrong. We won't see many Teemos in a new ranked game. Oh, dear.
Thanks, High.
Especially with his Leandri's Torment at this point. If someone hits a Shroom, and they don't have much magic resist, which no one on TSM really does, a third to half of their health with one hit. I mean, let's look. Every individual Shroom is dealing 810 damage, and that's not counting the Leandri's burn. So, look out.
I don't want to. There he is, just hobbling down in the bottom lane. He looks safe. He looks safe, right? That's completely safe. And he just puts a ward over the wall to make sure he can kill anybody he needs to. That sounds safe. So High doing what he needs, but the team, they actually not allowing him to fully split push. It's like a babysitted split push. Babysat, if you will, because of English.
Bjergsen would still kill him. He's got to land like 2 spells, and he would get rid of that Teemo once and for all.
Everything is theirs right now. This is their base, and they are pretty much taking it. They have not allowed TSM off their side of the court here. In a few minutes, the Dragon will be theirs. Baron is in 40 seconds, and really that's the only thing they may not want to do unless they get the fight that they haven't gotten yet. It's been a slow game since that last fight, Chad.
Absolutely. Cloud9 has just decided that they have the edge. They got that fight because TSM finally tried to take some of their territory back, and they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So at this point, until Cloud9 invades deeper into TSM's territory, TSM's not going to put up a fight. If TSM comes back into the Shroom land that has happened from Cloud9, they're going to get fought again. But until that happens, we get to see Cloud9 farm.
TSM is making it out of their base on this one, and it looks like Cloud9 is letting them have everything they want about it. Looks like they're going to get down to mid-turret here. Could see a pinch from both sides. That teleport on Dyrus is up, but they're not choosing to do any sort of split pushing, and they're literally trying to ward up and get vision of all of mid lane as they go down it, because this is what feels safe to them right now.
Exactly, and they're staying in the lane because they know that's the place where the Shrooms are probably not going to be.
Everybody got
trying to flank around the back. Right. This is the place where TSM would want to fight. If there is a fight they would win, they would want it here.
You can see the second Cloud9 does come back in, they start to really measure each other up in strength, and it's usually TSM backing off a little bit more. They know they have the siege clear. They can keep stopping stuff at a turret, or stopping minions at a turret, I should say. They're the ones to lose this one, right? It's Cloud9 that's trying to win this one very hard. So TSM's just kind of letting the ride go, and hopefully they get a good fight.
Yeah, Cloud9's not deciding to fight them in open ground, though. Cloud9 would only, because they're smart, they're only wanting to fight where the Teemo shrooms are. And it's on Cloud9 to try and catch someone in the open where the shrooms aren't. And at this point, with the Baron happening, TSM should go straight up the mid lane, because that's what they know is safe, and they can actually get something there.
They are going to try to take down this turret. Baron's going to go to Cloud9. This means TSM feels that they can take what they need here and make the fight still happen in their favor. They're getting good poke damage, not even good poke damage onto Balls. He's going to keep him there for the fight. He is almost locking down 5 members. They don't want to move. They're all magnetically attracted to him, and Dyrus is the focus for Cloud9 right now. This could give Wild Turtle and the rest of the team enough time to do damage, but Cloud9 is just too tanky. Meteos coming through, the AoE damage picking up 2 in a row. Bjergsen is the last one standing. They only lost Sneaky.
Yeah, that was a completely landslide victory for TSM. It was kind of the best chance TSM had of finding a fight, but they were so far behind. 12,000 gold plus Baron before that one started. It's just Cloud9 steamrolling through TSM now.
Really focusing to a great fight, or not focusing, I should say. Both the tanks getting a little bit of love in the beginning of that one. I think it cost TSM a little bit of damage, and there are now inhibitors going down at 39 minutes into the game. 14-9 is the score. As we saw, the champions started to be farmed more than the turrets now. That is 7-4 in turrets.
And just kind of to go back to the team compositions, when Team Solo Mid picked Nunu, they picked a heavy control composition as we looked at this. So if they get caught in a full team fight and don't move, they're not taking advantage of his mobility edge, since they lost that with Teemo. Then Cloud9 can just collapse in around. Hai actually flashed in from behind the fight here to just pop Wild Turtle as he was trying to do this fight, and once that happened, the fight was over. Bjergsen got distracted, finishing off. Since there's no AD carry, there's no damage left for TSM, and that's the big reason Cloud9 won that fight.
2 big double kills coming in for Hai and Meteos there, and these guys have been playing a fantastic first matchup coming in, especially with Teemo. It does bring the unpredictability of what's going to happen, and you kind of forget he's there in a fight, as they did last game when he flashed over the wall. But he doesn't really bring anything to the fight, so it's also kudos to Hai for making it work this well.
I think a little bit of this is the element of surprise.
Right.
And innovating AP mid Teemo in competitive play here.
In competitive play, I like that. We'll stick to that.
Yeah, in competitive play. I mean, the European Challenger Series yesterday had the first Yasuo Trundle I had seen, where Trundle would throw up his pillar, and because that's a displacement, Yasuo could ult off of it. And it was against Ocelot's Challenger team, actually, Gamers 2, who did not move on, and they're out of this particular Challenger Series now. Because it seemed like they weren't ready for it. They didn't know how to deal with the initiations. They were shocked, and once it happened a few times, they were kind of lost as to what to do. I think there's a somewhat similar thing happening in the TSM game, is TSM hadn't fought against Hai's mid lane Teemo before, and even though Bjergsen killed him a few times, once he started to kind of control both sides of the map, since he was a mid lane Teemo, and he was getting shrooms down in the Dragon area and in some of Odd One's jungle entrances, TSM just lost their map control, and they didn't know how to get it back against a Teemo. That's the big reason Cloud9's pulled ahead.
Dyrus getting a little bit of focus from the lockup as Cloud9 knows they have the lead. They know, usually you say, oh, we want the hook up, but the hook being down isn't really even that much of a problem for them. Again, they get another one onto the Odd One, straight on, threading the needle. Meteos to Wild Turtle on the back line. Absolute Zero goes down, but nobody's really in it. Just the tanks eat up the freeze, and it looks like they are going to keep pushing Team Solo Mid back into their base. The inhibitor easily going to come from this, chat, and Cloud9 continues to flex their muscles.
Yeah, they are so strong right now. Baron buffs still ringing around, a lot of them right here. 6 items fully on Sneaky, 400 CS, because he has been free more than anyone else to farm as much as he wants in this game.
That's it. To compare the AD carries as well, you see 6 items Sneaky. You're looking at that Bloodthirster still being finished and the Magic Resist item still being finished, which are wholly and completely finished on the other side. 4,000 gold separates the AD carries.
And You'd think a lot of times if you have a Nunu on your team, it can make up for some of that gold disadvantage.
Right, get a little speed.
But when you run Nunu with Lucian, it is really just for the mobility because Lucian isn't an AD carry that relies heavily on his auto attacks.
Right.
He's a lot about weaving his spells in between his auto attacks and getting those double shots off. The Blood Boil doesn't help him as much as it would Caitlyn on the other side.
Right.
Even with all that, like Lucian Nunu is still really popular, but it's because of the map control and mobility, which TSM is not taking advantage of.
Another Dragon for Cloud9, 6 for Dragons, 2 for the Baron. So these guys have really just overall controlled the entire game. It's something we've known them to do, and they made it through laning phase a little better than we would expected from what happened last.
That was one Shroom on Dyrus.
It needs to stop. There
Stop.
we go.
Look out. Okay, he's staying with
He's like,
the minions.
where are the minions going? I can follow these. Their personal sentries.
They hit one.
Everybody is just, it's like a huge hailstorm that everybody's trying to get away from. You just see them all running home.
Poor
15
guys.
to 9.
And it sucks for TSM. At this point, it's pretty much hopeless for them because they've shown they can't win straight-up team fights. You clearly don't beat Teemo by running through his shrooms on the other sides of the map. And those are the two options TSM has here.
I'm sure TSM would be loving an Oracles right now. Figure out what's happening around them.
Well, they got all those sweeper guys. They're not working that well.
Can't sweep them if you're just going to walk into it first. 44 minutes on the clock. The front door is wide open, and the welcome mat has been placed out by Team Solo Mid. They're going to go ahead and give up this inhibitor. They're going to stretch it out most likely to the top lane here. They have the bottom lane already pushed out and everything already warded. TSM has actually reverted to not really needing to ward anymore. The only thing they have is in that bottom lane. So it's almost as if the Nunu itself fell behind in the vision. Cloud9 was just able to overcome it.
Yep.
I guess when you don't want to go in your jungle,
you can't ward your jungle.
You can't ward your jungle.
Exactly. This is going to be their tried inhibitor number 3. It wouldn't surprise me too much if Cloud9 waited a little bit longer, decided to pick up another Baron just for the safety. You can see this game stretching quite long because Cloud9 is taking their time, and really the only fights they've taken are the ones that TSM has kind of opted into. Cloud9 knows that they could have starved out TSM this whole time, and they did, and they waited for TSM to go and walk into their territory.
Cloud9 has 4 Banshees Veils. That's kind of mean. You're dodging pretty much all of those ults that make you not want to initially dive, especially that's on Meteos. If they don't get the right ults onto him, he's in and to the back line, as he was last time. He hit Wild Turtle straight past the inhibitor, and Absolute Zero didn't even keep balls off of him.
Sneaky didn't make it in. He can just shoot it from over the top. Oh, he's got a Thresh Lantern now. Come on, hop, take the lantern. There we go. That was the time to take the lantern.
That was pretty Mad Life-ish.
Got a loose definition of what Mad Life is nowadays.
So we got Dyrus still clearing out in the bottom lane as he does, pushing minions. And we're going to see if they can get to this top lane. The inhibitor turret is the last one that sits. 11 turrets on the map. There's 8 crushed down by Cloud9 right now. TSM has only been able to find 4. So really, they're hovering home base pretty much all game here. They've had a tough time.
Whenever Cloud9 wants, they can probably go in for the final fight here. They're going to wait for as many spells for TSM to burn as possible. Culling definitely hurts. Sneaky's going to have to go lifesteal a little bit off of that. But to talk about your Banshees Veils a little bit more, actually, is it has stopped TSM from making any type of comeback in a sense. Because either X-Special or Bjergsen wants to initiate with a Tibbers or an Explosive Cask, and if it's onto a Banshee's Veil, that is not possible.
It's like a different form of the Gambit Guardian Angels.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Special. Oh, man. They're hitting everything at full length right now. Great catch there by Wild Turtle.
Cost him a bit of health, though.
A lot of health. They're going to get this turret off. It's the poke damage that they have is very hard and conditional to get, but they're doing it over and over again. TSM's letting it land. Inhibitor now to go down. They just took down Dyrus, and that's a 70-second timer.
Yeah, and Sneaky is at max items, which is why these guys are melting so hard. High and Sneaky both hitting the same target. No matter what he has, is going to die in under 5 seconds. So they're just going to crush through this. If TSM wants to fight him, Cloud9's going to end it.
50 seconds on the Death Chamber for Dyrus. They take down 1 turret. Even the net does a hell of a lot of damage there to Lucian. Wild Turtle backs off to the fountain to get what he can. Locket of the Iron Solari goes down, but is it enough? The Absolute Zero put out for show, and it looks like the Nexus will be the next to fall here. The culling comes out. They are just absolutely taking everything they can away from TSM. and the win. 17-9, your first game of the North American LCS in the 2014 split goes to Cloud9.
They took their time, but that was a good game plan by Cloud9. Nobody expected a mid-lane Teemo for the first game, but that's how Cloud9 rolls. They were able to take this one out.
Wow.
47 minutes. They, by the end of it, were 23.3 thousand gold ahead of TSM, and it was a long steamroll, but it was a steamroll.
Absolutely. It's different in the best of one. Everything happens and it sticks as is. You don't get a second chance to come in here. And these guys were able to pull it out very, very strong. Moving on with the Teemo pick, I don't think he's going to be able to Darien it with a Warwick and get bans to come out in the next few weeks. Maybe it'll become a thing for him. Who knows? This is the NALCS.
Yeah.
We just saw it.
We get to see some new stuff here in the 2014 season. We already saw in Europe, we saw mid lane Pantheon. We get the mid lane Teemo here.
A little bit of Galio
Challenger
support.
Series, got Galio support in European LCS. Getting to see a little bit more champion diversity, and specifically, all those picks have won games.
Yeah.
So there's definite value in bringing those things out.
So what this tells me, and it's something that didn't worry me, but would as a team that always wins, is when you're winning, things are always going right. You're never really challenged. So how do you know if the next team is going to be the one to stop you? But this tells me, that they can come in with Teemo, that Cloud9 can kind of play a game that wasn't exactly a composition that's 150% for them and still win. Is that they have that momentum, they still have what it takes. And their mentality, no matter what the condition, is top-notch. And Cloud9 is still going to be a #1 team this season.
Yeah, it was a much different game plan from Cloud9. I mean, just High's game plan and mindset going into that game versus all the champions he played in Season 3. He was always on Zed and Kha'Zix and things that would just fly in there and get resets and dive really hard. Cloud9 didn't do any of that. They were the sit-back, patient team, almost like a poke team with heavy map control. Not the way Cloud9 used to play, but equally as effective for them here.
I wonder if, and not in all, but the Nunu versus Teemo, the fact that you can just simply outward anybody with that, if you do have the Nunu, because Nunu's, like we said, or at least in the ones that can effectively build Sightstone and still be okay on the jungler.
Well,
and
they had some of the wards early.
Right.
And High was
kind
of constrained to the lane, and it wasn't until the wards started falling off that High was able to take full control with the mushrooms, and that's really when the game turned.
Yeah. Absolutely. We've got to take a quick break right now, but don't go anywhere. When we return, Freak and Kobe will sit down with Cloud9's High, and then Evil Geniuses will begin their North American invasion against XDG. We'll be right back. Well, here we go. Oh, there is the buy. Where's the Dragon Sparrow, though? Whoa, it's special. May not even get that for himself. The explosive cast is still up. Bjergsen finally uses it, but it's incomplete defense. It's when...
Hey everyone, welcome back to the North American Spring Split. We're joined by Cloud9's High. We surprised a lot of people and delighted a whole lot more with the Teemo pick right out of the gate. Hi, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I just played Teemo, and he's a fun champion. So I had a good time, personally, even though I died a lot. But
All right, so I want to start this one off because there is a solo queue player that I've run into a lot, McCash Dollar.
McCash Dollar, yes.
I
the
gotta give
Teemo
him,
only player.
Yeah, I got to give him credit. And I was wondering, is that where you got this from? You came up with a couple of solo queue games?
So I play a lot of solo queue, right? I ran into him a couple times.
Yeah.
He could go 0-6 in lane, right? But he has shrooms everywhere in the map, and his team gets Baron, Dragon, wherever they want, because he has shrooms. I'm just like, I like this champion. So I added the guy, and I started talking to him about Teemo and like see what he did and what he does, and it's just like, I'll give him props.
Yeah.
I learned Teemo from him.
Yeah, I always like to give the solo queue players that we draw stuff from here. Like last year was the Bat Wing for Xerath. Yeah, Wing. But yeah, anyways, props to that guy too. So Teemo though, he's great at objective control, but going into lane, did you expect to be dying versus Bjergsen on the Gragas?
So the Teemo versus Gragas matchup isn't too terrible. If I can dodge barrels, I'm all right, but I couldn't really dodge that many barrels, so he kind of like bursted me a lot. But I don't really die unless he brings another person because I run barrier and flash. I shouldn't have died to a Gragas 1v1, but say he brings in one other person, that person should be enough damage to kill me. So I died a bit, but I put a lot of map control with my shrooms, so that's what makes up for it.
Okay, so I want to ask you then, what made you guys, you talked about individually, like why you sort of picked up Teemo, but like as a team, right, what makes you say, okay, we're going to make a Teemo comp, we're going to put it together, who makes that call, who crafts that team, how do you guys practice it?
Well, first, I don't think we build a comp around one champion for the most part, especially Teemo. It's just a good champion that can like fit into a lot of the comps. But for the most part, Lemonation, he's the mastermind since he has the notebook. We talk to him, but he basically makes sure that we're playing good champions. He kind of drafts off comps and asks us what champions we prefer. So he does a lot of the work, and he just asks us for information. And we give him everything we can, basically.
Okay. What about when you get into the game itself?
So for when we get in the game, level 1s, it's a bit of me and him deciding what we want to do. Like if we want to fight, I'll normally say if we want to fight. Otherwise, he'll tell us what to do. For lane transitions, he'll normally switch the top lane to the 1v2. And then once the game goes on, I'll start making more and more calls as the game goes on. But Meteos will always still control Dragon and Baron since he's the one to smite when he's confident with it. But as the game goes on, I take more and more control from everyone else, and then we just do what I say for the most part.
Okay, so following up on that, I do want to ask you about the 2-1 switch for this game because that seemed like it worked out really well for you guys. Balls had a nice experienced lead up top, and then Sneaky also had a good lead down bottom. Was that a lemon plan right there?
I think TSM forced a 2v1 on us. I'm pretty sure they saw me ward, and I think they saw us going somewhere. I'm not sure. But if you wanted a 2v1, you'd send you guys top, so I think they forced that. I don't really know what happened in that because I'm just sitting mid trying not to die to Gragas. So it looked like it went well for us. I honestly have no idea, though. I was just trying to survive.
All right, I have one more comp question for you guys. Throughout all of Season 3, we saw you guys play in Blue Ezreal, Ashe, and Varus over and over again, these crowd control lanes. You've got a really new look here for Sneaky with Caitlyn coming through here. Why is that?
So the game has changed a lot since when we ran Varus and Ashe. There's 2 new AD carries that came out, Jinx and Lucian, who are very strong carries. And we just prefer, I don't know, it's just a different playstyle, I guess. We prefer him to have a lot of damage instead of just CC, and we have CC elsewhere now. So.
All right, cool. Well, thank you very much, High, for your time. I'm glad to see you guys having an awesome champion pool, bringing new things out. Again, thank you very much. Now, guys, let's throw it back over to Rivenjet at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And Crepo and the Evil Geniuses are moments away from taking on Xmithy and XDG. What are you expecting from the #2 team from the summer split coming into this matchup?
XDG actually struggled a lot since the summer regular season ended, and they looked pretty weak in the Battle of the Atlantic, losing 0-2 to Gambit.
Yeah.
To change things up, though, Zuna's moving to the jungle with Xmithy taking the AD carry responsibilities. So Zuna's AD carry was not very impressive, came under a lot of criticism, but they were saying that he makes a lot of the calls, and he was actually a jungler before he was an AD carry, so they think this is going to work.
Absolutely. We'll talk more about that. Meanwhile, EG is riding into the spring split on their own hype train. How excited should we be for the NA LCS new kids on the block?
You know, it's yet to be seen, right? Because they're team that they left with Alliance has not had success without these guys so far, so maybe they're going to have more success over on this side. They did look great in that promotion tournament. Their vision control and their team play, just setting up ganks with Crepos Leona, were huge strengths in that tournament.
Well, while the move to North America has created both excitement and difficulties for Evil Geniuses as they race to get up to speed, you can remove all doubt. They are here to win.
Evil Geniuses, welcome to NA. They sweep their way into the LCS.
Congratulations to EG removing all doubt.
2 weeks prior to our promotion games, I would have said we wouldn't have made it.
There wasn't too much time left for us to actually get over and start practicing.
We had to basically start scrimming with an entirely new team, get used to the North American environment.
We lost almost every single scrim until the last few days.
It wasn't until a couple of days before the games where we picked up practice and we're doing a lot better.
And we started to beat really good teams with just really solid play from us, and that was a big confidence booster.
I actually had no clue how they would do because I heard mixed things for them. I was really happy that they actually got into LCS.
It means a lot to know that my friends are successful. We're still really good friends and I still talk to them on a daily basis.
It was tough, but we qualified. I'm really looking forward just to interacting with the NA fans and performing well in the NA scene. We've done all these international tournaments, but now we're coming to a North American league.
We're kind of having to get adjusted to the new surroundings. Back in Germany, obviously, there's quite a bit of rain and clouds and whatnot.
It's really nice. I'm from Scotland, where it rains all the time. I've been down to beaches in Santa Monica, and they're absolutely amazing. Quite a big culture difference between Europe and the States, but I don't really feel too much of it. I mean, let's face it, I'm inside playing video games most of the days, so my accent's kind of dulled down a little bit, but it's still a little bit thick. Everything's bigger in the States.
Everything's kind of supersized.
The only problem is size gets bigger, so food portions get bigger, and for me, that might be a problem, so I'll have to watch out for that one.
I would really love to play at the World Championship again, so that's the ultimate goal for this year.
Everybody obviously has to say we want to go to the World Finals. So the first goal is, yes, you want to get there, but then again, it's pretty early to start talking about World Finals when you haven't played LCS yet. Short-term goals are placing top 4, top 5.
Personally, I absolutely love the move here. I don't know, I have no regrets whatsoever, and I'm definitely looking forward to my time.
Overall, it's been great. The guys are going along well. We did really well in the promotions. This is our first test coming into this week. We know what to do, and all that's left is the execution.
Well, the Evil Geniuses for sure have definitely put the fans on their back here. They're saying, we are ready. We're going to bring you along for the ride, and it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, and you can see that they have the synergy. That's what we saw at the promotion tournament. And I was talking to them a little bit about what happened to Alliance over in Europe, because they did go 0-4. And they're actually saying, Alliance didn't really expect that to happen. In all of their scrims, they were stomping people in 10 minutes, so they didn't play the mid game. They just won their lane so hard that they didn't figure out how to play as a team. That stopped happening, and they didn't know how to transition. So at least for this team, since they were losing so many scrims, the only thing that they were practicing and getting really used to was how to play as a team, how to roam around, and how to get those wins. So in some ways, losing all those scrims might help them later on as a team.
One thing that I was thinking about as they did, or I thought about as they did say they were losing scrims, and it really wasn't gelling for them, is was there ever, a 2 and 3 kind of thought between Inox and Pole Belter where, we're kind of 2 and we're not melding with the 3? Did they have to break that ice and kind of get it out of there where you kind of have that stigma where you're like, man, they're looking at us as the problems? I wonder how that really worked out for them.
Yeah, well, at least they're still wearing, Pole Belter's wearing Froggen's old jacket, and Inox is wearing Wicked's old jacket, so they can feel like they're the same 5 together.
Absolutely.
Still in these games. I do think that they're feeling pretty good, especially after the promo tournament. You can see Inox always hanging around with the team. Pole Belter gets along great, and they do seem to have that very early on.
Absolutely. So let's check out the starting lineups as we're almost ready to get into game. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane is Inox. Your jungler is Snoopy. In mid lane is Pole Belter, Yellow Pete at 80 carry, and Crepo at support.
And on the red side, it is XDG. Big cheer there for EG as well. Top lane is Benny. Jungle now, LCS debut on jungle is Zuna. ManCloud in mid. Xsmithy on AD, and Bloodwater still on support.
So we have a lot to watch this game. We have all of EG to watch them and really see as they put a stamp on what their brand is going to be this season, how they're going to play, as well as what's going to happen with XDG. Is this swap going to work out for them, and is it what they needed?
Yeah, that swap for XDG is going to have, in my opinion, there's a very low chance that it works out ideally right off the bat. Because even if Xsmithy might have higher mechanics than Zuna, or Zuna has a shot calling, just calling for him, and he's great in the jungle, I don't think it's immediate. I don't think it happens that quickly. these are world-class AD carries that xMithy is playing up against in a very high-pressure environment, and things do change here. I know he's used to the high-pressure environment, and he improves so much as a jungler, but early on like this, I just don't see it working right off the bat.
We have to recall that, as you just mentioned, he was the most improved player in the jungle last season, coming into the LCS split. So moving that to AD carry, you know, some people think that also may work because he's known for his mid play as well in Xerath and whatnot, and saying he taught ManCloud. So he's a versatile player, but is that versatility enough?
That's going to be the question here. He is up against Snoopy, or not Snoopy, Crepo and
Well,
Yellow
he is,
Pete.
technically.
Yeah, he's up against Snoopy. Snoopy's coming from the jungle. That's where he would have been playing against him.
Right.
There's Snoopy.
Not giving us a stare, though. You can see, wow, they're really chatting this one up. They're making sure that they have everything prepared for this game. It looks like a little bit of fun as well. They've been enjoying all the supersized things they're getting here in America.
All the big combos they're able to pick up if they want them. Pobelter also, let's talk about him for a little bit because he is an absolute wild card in the mid lane. I've seen this guy. He was the 14-year-old prodigy back when competitive League of Legends was just starting, and I'd always joke that, you know, when League of Legends was big, he would be the first pick in the draft when he's old enough to actually play.
But
and
he
that's
was
kind of
never
what
old
EG was able to pick up because he's just 17 fairly recently. And now he's just immediately into the LCS. He had such a strong performance on Ziggs in the promotion tournament, but I still think he struggles with that inconsistency, first and foremost.
Right.
One game he'll do crazy, the next game he'll struggle, and he's up against ManCloud, who last season was the best mid in North America.
Highest kills, highest KD, or not KDA, but highest kills. So we'll see what they decide to go for picks and bans. Learning a little bit about both teams here. We saw that, you know, Snoopy is more of a utility jungler for his team, likes to get the lanes going. So we'll see where EG decides to go with their initial setup. Pobelter and Inox, I don't think, change that composition too much what it would hold from before.
They're just trying to slot in.
Yeah,
I think
right.
I think Inox in the top lane isn't necessarily trying to replace Wicked. He's trying to do his own thing, but everything else just seems to slot in.
We'll see what XDG finds to be a priority here for EG. We already see the Leona coming out. We know Crepo has been on that quite a bit. He is one that likes to be aggressive. Yellow Pete, a little bit more of a passive AD carry. So Crepo kind of equals that out between those two.
Crepo loves to get on these all-in melee supports. It's his favorite thing to do, which is why he didn't like too much the Season 3 changes, because he was always forced into playing range supports, and he likes to play the melee ones, which is why the bans have already happened with Leona.
Not too much focus as we had in the jungle coming into this game. Only Vi has been taken out, possibly to see an Elise coming in here. I'm not sure what Zuna really has back on CLG Black. He was a Jarvan player, he was a Lee Sin player, but I don't know if he's going to keep going with that now. We don't see too much Jarvan in this day and age.
No, we really don't. He was played a little bit in Challenger. The bans throughout, there's 2 support bans targeted at Crepo. There's a lot of options they have here with their first pick. They could do the regular top laners. They could do a Thresh, and obviously Yasuo was banned through most of Europe, saw a few things in. Even Kassadin's available. There's so much, and it's the Kassadin.
That's the thing. You may not think about it, but when new champions come in, those will slip your mind real quick. Kassadin does get through. Most picked, most banned, I believe, as you look back at most of our recent tournaments.
Definitely most banned.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely
Europe
most banned.
In the start of the split. And very quickly for XDG, they get the Thresh for Bloodwater. He pretty much only plays Thresh and Sona, so he got the pick he wanted. And I think that Olaf is going to be for Zuna. I was talking with Benny a lot about his favorite top lane picks, and he says, Olaf's one of my favorite top lane picks, but he's too strong in the jungle, so I never get to play him there. So this is a jungle.
Now that the jungle's a little more beefy, you can get him pretty fed up in there. Good pick that goes along with Olaf recently has been Sivir. To get that all-in charge kind of composition going. You see that a lot coming out of Korea. We'll see if xMithy actually ventures into that zone. Sivir's a little bit different of the AD carry than you would usually play, so we'll see if it fits his suit. Snoopy and Pobelter here, thinking for the team. Pobelter's got what he wants. What are they going to show, though? They see jungle and they see support, so they can kind of
about Yasuo.
Yeah, they're mind gaming Yasuo.
They already have the Kassadin, though, so they wouldn't have solo lane
Locked
synergy.
it.
And they locked it already. They can't combo with the Vi jungle, but there's 38 champions in the game that can combo with Yasuo, so there's something they have left. You will not see a Yasuo pick without some type of synergy to help him with his initiation. That'll show in their last 2 picks.
Looks like ManCloud may want to leave himself for the end even to see what the rest of it is. He probably feels pretty good going up against Cassidy, but he wants to know what's going to be coming at him from the sides here. That's what he's really worried about. Right now, it's XDG to pick. Zuna actually played a little bit of Vayne. Didn't fare too well on it.
No.
But Vayne's a very scary pick here with everybody jumping on your face.
But they trust Xmithy's mechanics first and foremost, and they trust him with any AD carry they want. I'm more interested in what ManCloud wants to play
if they hold it
against Kassadin. Well, because if anyone is ready for Kassadin, it would be ManCloud. He would be the one that said he's okay to play against Kassadin. Yeah, something like KO would be really good for him. And it's strange how Kassadin became this must-ban almost overnight. Yes, he had a few big games for Peke against Cloud9, but he was mostly the same for such a long period of time, and then became permaban because kind of everyone learned him and just got fed up with playing against him. But it doesn't mean that he's uncounterable or unbeatable.
Right. It's kind of more of a problem for the team than it is the laner. You know, he roams and then he just kills your AD over and over again.
And it's really hard to roam on a Kayle.
Yeah.
Because Kayle not only shoves the lane, but kills towers extremely quickly.
But ManCloud does get his champion that he can two-shot somebody at some point.
You know what's really interesting? It's a Yasuo fact.
Oh, hit me.
Yeah, so his wind wall blocks like auto attack projectiles, but there's two champions who you'd think would have ranged auto attacks but hit through the wind wall because they're technically melee attacks, no projectile. Thresh's auto attack and Kale's auto attack with her Eon. They have both of them.
Oh, both blocked out? Too bad we don't have the Vladimir. The Vladimir
they
kind
can't,
of thing
the wind
is
wall
cool.
can't block it. Yeah, Vladimir, the damage would happen, but the heal on the way back stops in the wind wall. It's unfortunate.
It's actually pretty cool. We see a Lulu. I've seen a few Lulus coming in and out here. Maybe AP Lulus.
So they can try and chain. They don't actually have the easiest knockups. No. Someone has to be in the team to begin with. Then they can knock up an R off of it. So it could just be a Yasuo Eing in, getting Lulu walled, and then extending the knockup. Or it could be a kickback from Lee Sin.
It's
interesting, though.
Highly mobile team. Not very fun to play against.
Now, Snoopy does not play much Lee Sin. He has never been known to be a high mechanical jungler. That there could be some crazy world where he's actually jungling Yasuo, and Pobelter is playing Lee Sin in the mid lane. That's crazy talk.
I like it. Or maybe they'll swap. I actually thought we were going to get AD support mid lane. We haven't seen it in a while, controlling Bust last game, but they decided to flip it out. Still looking for what XDG has to go against. I'd say a pretty crazy comp right now from AG, especially like you said, from what we have seen them play. This is going to be interesting.
Oh, right. I was crazy talk. It's a top lane Yasuo with an extremely strong level 1 and 2.
Right.
And Yasuo is actually a very strong laner against Mundo and Shyvana early on in the game.
Yeah, early.
And I think that's actually what Benny would have picked if he wouldn't have to go up against Yasuo. That's why he picked Renekton, because almost no one matches up against Renekton's power that early in the game.
We'll see what he can do. They have Olaf and Lee Sin coming through on the jungle. How is that going to factor for both teams? People see Olaf to come in because he is such a detriment in fights. He is so powerful. But does that stand up to early game pressure from Lee Sin all around you trying to get in your jungle?
I feel like Olaf should be able to deal with it early on in the game. His early trading is quite strong, and even Lee Sin has some troubles keeping his health up in the jungle.
Yeah.
Snoopy would have to get very aggressive to try and make some counter jungle plays.
All right, well, the champs are locked in right now and loading. So let's take a quick look at who you voted on to win this match. According to LOLesports.com, 79% of you think Evil Geniuses are going to come out on top of this game.
It's a little high.
That's a big vote.
That is a big vote. It's obviously the fan vote. Evil Genius is an extremely popular team.
XTG's been around a while, though. They have a fan base.
XTG was a very dominant team.
Sleeping.
Very dominant team in the summer split. And people seem to think that just because they've had a poor offseason and they swapped roles between jungle and AD carry, they did it for a reason. Like, they're hoping that this improves the team. And I think that that's a big underestimation of XTG's ability.
So coming into this matchup, XDG has always been a team that loves to grab an early lead. They say if we have momentum by 20, the game is ours. Something to keep an eye on right there.
They were probably the best early game team in North America last split.
It's when they beat Cloud9. It's when they were able to get through it.
And historically, Evil Geniuses has been a very poor early game team.
Yes.
That more focuses on the late game. So that could definitely be something to check out here.
We are onto the Rift. The second match of the day about to be underway here. We have EG versus XDG going live. And it is going to be Snoopy and crew trying to take down now Zuna and crew. Zuna in the jungle for his team. Going to be rocking some Olaf. Snoopy on the Lee Sin, which is also something we're going to watch because we don't usually see him on those aggressive type junglers.
We have not seen him play that for quite a while, if almost ever in the competitive scene. Whenever there was a Lee Sin on the Evil Geniuses side, it was Froggen who wanted to play it in the mid lane, not Snoopy who got it in the jungle.
XDG feels pretty confident. They have something in their mind and to prioritize as they make their way into this match. As they move into the jungle, it's just going to be a red buff hold here, and it doesn't look like EG really wants too much about this. They're going to make sure their jungle's safe, but as long as they don't lose anything, they'll be fine with it.
No, and as long as they don't get spotted too much by wards coming through, this is going to be a safe back for them with no real danger happening. The only problem that might happen with XGG here is if they don't ward, or since they didn't ward their own jungle on the way through, that someone from EG could have gotten position for them. But that's actually, you know, something that hasn't happened with the new trinket system is since, you see how they're all still recharging because they can't use them until later in the game. I think it leaves so much potential for early game invades and people actually getting in position to make plays. And no one in the competitive scene yet has really taken advantage of that.
XDG almost did it a little bit there. They were looking for a one and done. They didn't really leave any wards to be placed, as you said, because the trinkets were going out and they hadn't put any extra money into it. But for now, they were looking to get the advantage we were just talking about. Something that'll give them a lead as they get to 20 minutes. They're in a safe zone, nowhere near no man's land, and they have the game in their hands. CEG staying safe for the beginning. However, it is going to be pretty much even matchups. Yeah, we're going to see that Zuna, or not Zuna, Smithy rather now. It's going to take a bit.
We're so used
making
to
his
Zuna
way
being
down to the
that
bottom lane with Bloodwater.
Obviously, we got to check to see if Snoopy has many counter jungling options as well.
Yeah.
Zuna burned through almost all his mana. Luckily, he's got that blue buff to pick it back up. And the mid lane, obviously, I think is going to be a big focus of this game. Whether or not ManCloud can shut down Pobelter's Kassadin. That's just huge because there's this perception that as soon as a team locks in Kassadin, it's just GG. The game is over. It's not the case, and ManCloud is ready for it. Kale has been destroying people.
Yeah, it gets scary, especially as you get to the late game because you kind of just sinks in even more that she's going to two-shot your team. And even if your mid lane says, I can pick a Riven and kill him, don't believe him.
Yeah, don't believe that they're going to pick Riven. That ended up happening, unfortunately, for NIP against Rockhat. They thought they could beat Kale with Riven, and they were sorely mistaken, especially if we get to late game here. Just the Lich Bane Kales that have 600 or 700 AP are just two-shot machines as far as squishies are concerned.
Well, that's the kind of stuff that ManCloud focuses. You look at his champion pool, and they banned out Kha'Zix on him first. Kha'Zix can two-shot people. He likes to have that ability to change a fight completely within a few abilities. And really, it's almost hard to play those champions because there is a little bit of a trade-off in high risk, high reward if you're not in the right spot.
Kale could also be theoretically good against Yasuo if Yasuo goes and tries to lock down an extra person with his ultimate. They know exactly where that damage is going, and he should be able to ult it as long as it's not happening on him.
Bloodwater is staying pretty aggressive onto Krepo. Krepo is actually loves to, or he is a proponent of knowing aggression within the lane when it's coming. Oh, Snoopy coming into the mid lane, but this is totally red, but they're able to get a kill onto ManCloud first. Snoopy with the shield on. The undertow connects for Zuna. They go back and forth there, so no double buffs are going to be traded off.
No, and even though there's a first blood bonus, that's in favor of XDG.
Yep.
Because Zuna gets the double buff still, plus all this extra experience in the lane. I think it's going to hurt ManCloud a little bit, but if Zuna wants to prove his chops in the jungle here, now's the time. This is the best start any jungler could hope for.
Coming in very strong, like you said. Able to soak up this, and it'll make him a little bit 7 CS ahead in lane, but that means they're going to have to see Snoopy trying to make some action in the form that we say he's a utility jungler. He now has to be forced into doing something. And Zuna,
is he going to try and wait for Snoopy on the way through?
He's going to get the brush first. Snoopy, and that brush puts down the reckless swing. He's going to get a good amount of damage on him. Not having his buffs just means this is going to hurt even more, and it's going to make it harder in the jungle. The top lane, Enox taking some damage. The ignite was down, but he's all right.
And another hook in the bottom.
Bloodwater is in the wrong spot right now, and he needs to make his way out. It's only going to be a bit of damage trade, and even Bloodwater thinks they can turn around to reaggress.
So a lot of action happening in and around the map right here. It does seem like the bottom lane is fairly even at this point, and that would favor Jinx as long as they can keep it even because Jinx does scale better into the late game. As far as the top lane goes, it's definitely Benny doing well with Renekton. He got to pick that thing last at this point. So he's got a 13 farm advantage on Inox's Yasuo. And a lot of teams like to lane swap to get their Yasuo a little bit more time. And what do you lane swap against in this team? Because he doesn't work against Kayle and he doesn't work against Renekton. So a very dangerous Yasuo pick this time from Evil Geniuses.
We'll see what he can do. He was already pushed out of lane once, and that was just strength coming out from the Doran's shield buy, which is now a Doran's blade on Inax. And Benny was right for that Giant's belt, so he's going to be able to really go toe-to-toe in that lane. And Inax won't be able to trade, so something to watch on. Absolutely. Looks like he wants to push the lane. He doesn't really want to have to face Benny at all during this one.
Yeah, Yasuo was able to push it pretty well.
Oh, I guess he can.
Yeah, it's
very nice.
It's quite scary because Olaf is so strong. But he's actually just betting that Olaf is much more concerned at shutting down Kassadin.
Playing it very smart, and there it is. They are going to try to shut down Kassadin. It's just before level 5. Pobelter started to feel safe in lane, and XDG takes advantage.
Especially since he went back to base and bought a Tear of the Goddess. No defensive itemization whatsoever. Still low on health. Came back to lane without having his flash off a cooldown. It's going to happen. Sure, Inox was able to push up because he realized Pobelter was being a fool.
See them trying to press down this mid turret quite hard. Snoopy's going to do what he can, but it is going to be a scramble now for them. With that in the mid lane, Snoopy's going to have to focus that, and he already has a lot on his plate. Now in the bottom lane, Yellow Pete showing a little bit of non-aggression, getting taken out. Smithy a few more shots, and that would have been it. Crepo, they have great focus. Crepo was in the front, and they weren't even worried about him. They were just firing on Smithy.
It was
Yellow Pete, rather.
It was a really critical polymorph there by Crepo to try and keep Yellow Pete alive, but eating more hooks like that is going to be giving Xmithy and Bloodwater some edges in that lane. So far, so good for them.
Whoa, throwing down Dominus. Looks like Benny's just going to waltz this one out. Inox doing a very nice job of avoiding the AoE damage that's coming off there. And it looks like he's going to be able to continue doing this. I don't think Inox has too much after he's used it all, though. You can see him trying to hightail it out of here. Benny has what he needs, trying to get that rage up to another 50 to get the stun on the slice and dice. It's going to put it there, and he gets the stun down. 200 HP for Inox now. He has enough to jump to those last two minions, completely saving his life.
Barely escaping that one with no flash up to escape. It was dangerous. Benny could always continue to chase with a flash of his own. Pobelter trying to come back into this game a little bit by thinking about roaming, but it's not going to be the day.
No, they say let's get the blue first if we're going to do this. I think Benny is going to back, so they quickly get Pobelter blue, and this is only going to mean more focus coming onto him from the jungle, from Zuna, and from ManCloud.
But at least once he's level 6, the Olaf ganks cease to be effective against him. He should not be getting hit by those axes. It's not necessarily going to help him farm against Kayle, though, because ManCloud has done a pretty good job putting his stamp on that lane. If only ManCloud could have gotten some of those kills from the jungle, he would be using that gold to dominate even more. It now has to be Zuna to take that advantage elsewhere.
Haven't seen too much bullying in this bottom lane from that Lulu Lucian. Got to give credit to Bloodwater for really staying in the face of them and hitting with the chain just whenever. You're really getting the auto attacks out, and it's keeping that lane in pace for them. BF Sword coming out for Jinx to the Vampiric Scepter, so you got a lot of damage there. So maybe that's why they're sitting back.
You can see, you know, Boots and the Vamp Scepter, a lot of utility or extra mobility, but if they ever locked into a full-on fight, it would be XDG's edge. The fear that Xmithy has to account for here is the fact that he has very little extra health or sustain, so if he takes any poke from some of Yellow Pete's things, he's in trouble. And if Snoopy were to get straight onto him, I think he wouldn't be long for this world.
And here's something you got to see. Yellow Pete and Crepo are playing a little differently with the Siege Wave. They're right on the front of it, and you can see XDG, they almost knew that was going to happen. They figured it was coming from the side. They don't want either of the engagements they got. Zuna now to the top lane. Like you said, mid lane won't be a focus too much with Kassadin having that Rift Walk now, so they go all in and take down Inox in the top lane.
XGG is really punishing the solo laners specifically right now. Zuna is just a monster so far on Olaf. He's not even finished his first major jungle item, but he has definitely made a big impact here.
See what they can do. Zuna 2-0-1. Looks like he will stay in the top lane, and they get damage on the turret every time they get a kill. They took out Pobelter. They tried to get a bit of damage on that mid turret. A great hook in. The zap threads through that last minion that was there. And you can see everything thwarted that EG is trying to put on the table right now.
Snoopy just wanted to say hi. Their mid turret is almost down. And this is going to affect Pobelter's roam as well. So this pick ban phase, with EG going with a lot of mobile assassin champions with some weak laning phases, is getting punished very heavily by XDG's superior lanes.
What's the answer? Where do they focus next? What do you do instantly when you fall behind with this comp?
Yeah, at this point, Evil Geniuses is already 3,000 gold back and counting. Uh-oh, this axe is going to land.
There's a rift going out. The flash comes next. We're going to see that back up around 15.5 minutes for Pobelter, and that is definitely in the minds of XDG because that means an easier to kill Kassadin, as hard as it is.
Yeah. To get back to what Evil Geniuses wants to do to come back in this one, they just have to survive the laning phase without taking any more casualties. It's just so difficult when they've already lost 2 turrets. They need Pobelter to probably find a time to sneak down bottom lane and make some kills, and they have to start rotating and taking advantage of their mobility. But as long as they're missing their skill shots on Lee Sin, losing their towers and lanes in the solos, that's just not going to happen.
And a lot of what Snoopy's put into helping right now is just that, his mobility boots. He's trying to get from lane to lane, and his presence isn't being felt too much right now, but Zuna's presence is being felt right now, omnipresent, and he's not even in his own jungle. Oh, the Mega Inferno from downtown. A very nice shot from McSmithy. Great combo by the duo swap.
Oh yeah, they are in perfect synergy. Jungler knows what the jungler wants, AD carry knows what the jungler wants, and they get themselves a kill.
4-1 here at 11.5 minutes in. XDG taking quite a definitive lead, but we're not out of the laning phase just yet, so these fights may be organized well as they come in from EG. We still got to see objectives. But right now, a beautiful play to start off that kill, and shutting down Snoopy over and over again is not helping EG at all, especially on this Lee Sin pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we were wondering why Snoopy would play Lee Sin because it's not one of his normal things that he would want to be doing. I think he would have loved to have Vi, but obviously that was banned away. And they haven't had any synergies thus far with Inox's Yasuo. They put him so far away from the knock-up combos. I mean, that's why when I watched Yasuo play yesterday and there was a Trundle top lane, they could just walk top lane, Trundle could put a pillar down, and Yasuo would immediately appear on the target, and they were generating tons of kills that way. But EG can't necessarily do that. The only way he could even combo with a knock-up is if Snoopy's Lee Sin comes in, lands his Qs, gets in melee range, kicks him up in the air, and then finishes, and that is just too much work. He's getting bullied by Renekton and can't be helped.
And you see in the bottom lane there, Smithy and Bloodwater completely freezing the lane, getting a lot of zone out of this as well. Already backing, cannot do much. Crepo, or Yellow Pete and Crepo are just not having anything in that lane. So when they come back, it's still going to be a stronger Smithy. He has that BF sword, and he's just purchased on the side of Yellow Pete.
I think the Nashor's Tooth coming together too for ManCloud's kill in the mid lane. He's really just trying to dominate. Now it's Benny who's able to roam. This is what I was talking about with Renekton in the last game. How Renekton wants to try and make map moves pre-20 minutes, pre-25 minutes, because he wins the lane so hard. So now Benny's going to be counter-jungling the blue buff, messing with Snoopy's stuff, taking the wolves after that, and really making a general impact on the game.
Well, he's kind of drawn a line across where he is right now, just horizontally across the map. The lane was pushed, and now he's going to go back, and he won't let it get any farther than that. But he can also go to mid on that line as well. So nobody's even there to stop him. The split push is working. They're not even capitalizing on mistakes. They're just a few steps ahead right now.
They don't need to capitalize on mistakes because their lanes are stronger. They've built an advantage, and now they're just working with it. XGG, like I said, was the best early game team of the summer split in Season 3. They're going to try and continue this one. EG wants to take the Dragon because they've roamed down and they have 5 people, and XGG may or may not want to give it to them. Let's see what they do.
They have the positioning. They put themselves inside. Oh, he flashes. It's a wild growth rift out. I like it a lot. They keep going for the fight. Ragnarok is there so he can turn tail and run out of the fight, but they are not done. Zuna's there watching the health of the Dragon. It's going to be a chance for the steal. Snoopy going very low, and they're going to lose the smite on this one. It is down. Dragon is up and angry, and it looks like the fight will continue outside the pit. A beautiful undertow at max range to take down Yasuo. Inox falls, and Zuna heads right back for the objective.
XGG did lose 2, but they got 4, and now they have power at this Dragon. It was a slow roam down from Benny, but it was a good one. So they did get a Yasuo combo off, but it was on to Bloodwater, and he still got his box up and trapped both of EG's solo laners inside of it temporarily. Then they decided to stay on the Dragon, even though Benny was on his way down. Mega Death Rocket took Snoopy out of the equation, and when Renekton at this stage of the game enters a team fight, it just wins the team fight most of the time. Zuna used his axes, and XGG crushed that one because they found a 5v5.
You know, also for Zuna, this is like a heyday game. Who is going to crowd control him even when he doesn't have Ragnarok? Not much.
Absolutely. There's
Not much.
There's glitter lances from Lulu, and that's mostly what he would have to look out for.
Everything that just helps XDG excel right now is happening and is in their favor. 4-0-4 from Zuna, his first LCS presence in the jungle, rocking for his team right now. Still up in CS with making all that impact happen on the champions as well as in the jungle.
Yeah, geez, this gold lead is just incredible right now. This could be a very quick game, actually.
Yeah.
Especially considering XDG has incredibly fast turret killing with ManCloud's Kale and Xsmithy's, still weird to say Xsmithy's Jinx because he's an 80 carry now, but knowing that they know how to convert on their advantages, they've gotten the Dragon, they've gotten the other 3 turrets. Let's see if they can get down the second row turrets as well.
Right. We know what EG is trying to do. Trying to hold it out, extend the time on this one, figure out where they can go, but this is where they almost fall into, you know, a sore position. They try to get split pushing on Yellow Pete maybe. He tries to farm up a little bit, and they don't have what they need, where they need it, when they need it. And they kind of fall behind over and over. Looking at 16 minutes right now at 8-3. Benny's still pressuring that top lane. And it doesn't look like EG's really trying to make a move anywhere. They're just clearing out their jungle right now, making sure it's safe.
Yeah, you can see Pobelter's not really changed paths with his item build either. He's went for the Archangel Staff, which he's going to try and transform into a Seraph's Embrace, but he's just so squishy.
Yeah.
He gets hit a couple of times, and he's going to be completely out of that fight. There's not the tank presence to kind of help Kassadin go around, and they need a very strong assassination presence if they want this to actually work. But once you fall behind and you're a bunch of squishy assassins, there's usually not coming back.
Right. If you look at EG's initiation, and it's a cool initiation. They got the Rift Walk in there in the Wild Growth, but it wasn't what they really needed in terms, or Tremendo. It wasn't really what they needed in terms of damage. There's no damage that comes out of being popped up there.
Yeah, just a little bit from when he gets on the target, but it just, like, yes, they killed Bloodwater. No, they were not able to kill
No, they were not. Let's see what they try to keep doing here. Smithy staying safe on the Thresh Express as he gets himself just out of range. ManCloud's doing the single push in middle, and Benny is still just kind of riding that line from the top lane to the mid line. It looks like he's going to be able to put up enough pressure here to get Pobelter out. That was one hit right there.
Yeah, it's the Q and the auto attack from Kale right there. Even if they threw up the wind wall, it would stop the Q, but not those auto attacks from Kale. Like the one ranged attacker in the game that can hit through the wind wall because there's no projectile.
As they say over in EU, that Lee syndrome going in. Snoopy tries to get deep. They were getting Pobelter the time to come in here, but the wind wall put vertically next to the fight. It looked good.
It looked really pretty, but it was an ill-advised fight as XGG can just steamroll through. Xsmithy's in a bad spot, though.
Yeah. Whoa! Max range Lantern, how about that? We got a monthly pass on that one. There's the Inferno Rocket. They have so much poke without really having a ton of poke. It's just one after the other of tiny things, and they're amounting to a lot.
And EG can't punish for positional mistakes. You could say, oh, it's fine because he had the Thresh Express to get back to the team. But that was a dangerous move for Xsmithy.
Yeah, it's the first.
Just wasn't punishable. Pobelter is far behind, generally harassed down as well. Snoopy had that unfortunate need to go in on his landed Resonating Strike. Or Sonic Wave, rather. He got the Resonating Strike afterwards. Not smart moves by EG, and they're getting pretty outclassed right now by XGG.
Building pretty much whatever they want to suit their needs. You can see two Randuins already being built side by side right there. We got Benny and Zuna both putting those down because it is a team that's going to jump on you. If EG gets the fights they want, they'll be on you in a second. But if you can coordinate it, they're not going to be able to do that much damage. Like we said, there's no crowd control. It's very, not gimmicky.
Yeah, they can kind of jump on one guy. But even if they don't jump on Kale, that one guy can get saved.
Yeah, they have intervention.
There's very few things that EG can do against XGG, and so far, at the regular season, Cloud9 taking out TSM. Maybe XGG is going to continue their regular season domination as well. Both these guys were the top two teams last split in the North American LCS.
They're doing a very good job at working with what came out of Champion Select, and it's something that teams, we looked at a lot last year, is how can the game be won right out of Champion Select? And maybe it was that way for XDG here. EG kind of, I think, got in their own heads with the comp they wanted. It would work well. But it didn't work like a Teemo, though.
Yeah, not quite as well as the Teemo did. EG, if we think back to the champion selection, probably tunneled a little bit on their key picks.
Yeah.
Kassadin being left up, they thought Pobelter probably jumped all over it. He really wanted the Kassadin. But it diminished their wave clear, and they got fast pushed early by Kale and Renekton. They both took their turrets very early on. And then Yasuo was left unbanned. How could you not want to go Yasuo? He's been dominating so many of these games. He had a great showing in the Challenger Series last night. He had good games in the European LCS.
Pick him.
And I'm sure Inox has been doing great. Pick him.
Right.
XGG was ready.
We'll see if the tunnel vision gets under their skin enough. Right now it's 9-3. It is looking quite grim. Only 20 minutes into the game, and they've yet to drop a turret. EG definitely trying to get their minds wrapped around what they've been doing wrong in this game. So far, they've only had the chance to stave off this split push. XDG is doing a perfect job at keeping very, very multitasked for EG. There's a little bit of aggression. They don't want it. They also don't have vision of that area, really, so they don't know what they're getting into.
Yeah, that was just harass so they could secure a safe dragon for themselves right there. And Inox is in a lot of trouble here.
Wow, Benny getting some good attacks on. Oh, he puts himself in the throw. The Ignite just stops ticking. Very nice. Inox keeps himself alive, but
Back
good
and
choice.
forth and back again, and Inox is able to get out of that one alive. Sneaky moves, but he's supposed to be able to fight him.
Yeah.
And he can't at this point. There's tons of stacked armor for Benny.
He did early. Well, you look at it, right? He went straight for a Blade of the Rune King against huge tank that's still going to be able to put out DPS even if he doesn't build that damage.
Here's the thing, though. Like, he has double crit as a passive for a champion.
Yeah.
Blade of the Rune King doesn't have crit. Yasuo's almost only relevant build path is a static shiv and then an infinity edge because it gives you the 90% crit, and he already wants to move around for his flow, so therefore he wants to get static shiv. The fact that he's had to go Blade of the Rune King means he's never going to get to his items.
No.
He's not actually taking advantage of his champion because he had such a difficult lane.
Something you have to consider. If one lane can actually have that much trouble, do you combine it with the rest of these champions? And I think, again, it leads into our question of did they tunnel in champion select? Because it seems apparent now. It's just a game that XDG was able to see from the beginning. They didn't really have to do any counter jungling to get where they needed to be, but Zuna did focus on Pobelter early. The build that he had in the tier didn't help. They were able to focus him again. And we really didn't see Snoopy. He bought mobility boots first, and he really didn't make a presence out of the jungle.
Yeah, so XGG was able to get down 6 turrets. So they've gotten the second wave. Now would be the inhibitor wave. That's the time. And it yet to be retaliated by a single turret. This would have to be a monstrous comeback for Evil Geniuses, because it's not one of those games where you have a close goal lead and you get a few turrets and then you're back in the game. Even if Evil Geniuses got these turrets down, they would still be in a large deficit.
And this is actually a little bit of a different game for XDG, if you will. Usually you see Zuna ManCloud with all these kills, but he's the one who's 1, 2, and 6, while the other one's 2, 0, and 1 for Xmithy, 4, 0, and 5, 2, 0, and 3. So they've almost changed up their style of play for this one, and they're letting ManCloud do what he needs to, while everybody else is carrying.
Yeah. At this point, ManCloud was just getting the assist kills, but this could be the fight EG did not want.
Oh, from the outside, Xmithy using the Fog of War to his advantage. He's going to come in. Could he get a double here? It's going to be Inox next. The kill does not go to him as they start to trade it around. Very nice job coming in from ManCloud and Zuna to pick up a few more. Zuna with another one now at 6, 0, and 7. Another double kill for him on the game, and the ace for XDG.
Just an easy and clean fight for XDG here, but EG is running into XGG at a turret. Pobelter got his face knocked off at the start of that fight. The ultimate finished him, and then EG is in full run mode. They were definitely trying to force something because they knew they were incredibly far behind, but you could really see how far behind they are in this fight because XGG just rolled through them with high-level play.
No crowd control. That's really a problem in these fights. You have Renekton and Olaf doing whatever they want. It can't be not said that the crowd control is a problem.
Yeah, 607 on Olaf. He's pretty strong in the jungle. You can see why Benny is not allowed to play him in the top lane. Zuna wants him for the jungle. And now they're actually baiting a Baron right here. They do not expect EG to have vision control. And that was very weird, but they got a kill on Lulu. I think we skipped ahead in time a little bit right there. Let's do the time warp again. Let's get into a fight.
All the wards going down in the same spot. You can see a few holding hands there for XDG, or rather that would be for EG as they place them over the wall. XDG with 3 pings right now surrounding the Baron area. They have full control of this next fight. And it looks like they won't get Baron. EG does not bite.
Now at this point, XDG is playing it safe. EG's done a Baron dance or 2 in their day.
Yep.
Used to be what every game ended up coming down to in Season 2 for a lot of these guys. This game's not going to come down to a Baron dance, though. I think at any point XDG wants to take Baron, they can. If they want to fight, they generally can as well.
So Seraph's into Void Staff.
It's actually a good build.
Quicken.
Yeah, and he needs the magic penetration right now because Olaf and Renekton both have the Negatron cloaks already. Even Jinx has been able to pick one up.
Wow.
He
They actually
needs
just
to be
went
able to
back,
get through that.
almost made those double Spirit Visage. And like you said, Negatron Cloak being picked up on Jinx. Those AD carry items, just a tad discrepancy as well. We're looking at a Last Whisper and a Static Shiv coming in for Xmithy to a Bloodthirster. So just all in all, the damage is not going to be there. The Undertow hits. He tries to get the shield down, but it's not going to be enough. They put him right in the box. They don't seem to have a huge amount of front-end damage, but they can carry through with the DPS that they have, and that's what makes this team so scary.
Oh, and they actually get the slow on to Crepo. Xmithy going all in by
The
himself.
intervention, the choppers, the kill, and that he just exploded. Mancloud was like, my turn.
Yeah, that's the Lichbane kill, starting to stack up some ability power. XDG 17-3. 16,000 gold through. They're dominating this one.
Something we saw throughout the previous splits was that there was a bit of hesitation. Once a team got a lead, they didn't know where to go with it. We're not seeing that here. XCG has figured out which turret to take next, what to do after a single, a double, or a triple kill, and what to do while taking Baron.
Almost may as well get rid of Lee Sin.
May as well.
He's going to try to mess up your stuff, so you got to finish him up before he has the chance to.
Get all messy.
XDG had a reputation last split, too, of not being able to close games. Like, they were very likely to throw. They said it themselves. I don't like the term throw personally, because oftentimes the enemy team makes a lot of big moves to come back into the game, and teams don't want to acknowledge it. But sometimes XDG would throw last split. And this is not the case with the team right now, because all the moves they're making are very crisp and clean, especially that Baron. They didn't even give the chance for a Baron to be taken, because they killed Snoopy before it happened.
We'll see if first inhibitor going down here. EG was able to drop that bottom turret, which really that gold isn't going to help them right now. There's way too much of a deficit there. It's going to be a lot. About 17,000 gold in all so far for XDG to have that lead. And really they're just kind of walking this one in. It's only going to take a few more moments.
Yeah, they're going to walk this one in. This will definitely be faster than the Cloud9 game we had, which was 47 minutes. They're taking all the gold they can, though. They're really just basking in the glory of this victory so far, because 8 turrets to 1, not a complete shutout. They did die 3 times throughout this one. But man, Riv, they have definitely put their stamp on this one. They're saying right now that this role swap is a good idea, and at least early on, there's going to be a lot of questions after this game whether the EG team is just underperforming or whether this XDG role swap has really worked for them. Zuna looked very confident on Olaf, and Xmithy and Bloodwater didn't really make a mistake in that bottom lane.
Well, Jad, I think it's working for him quite well. A lot of people were, like you said, skeptical about what was going to happen, but even coming into the game, you think, what did Zuna used to play? He used to play Kog'Maw. He used to play champions that could sit back, Ezreal, not be on the front line. Would he have a problem going into the jungler position? Absolutely not.
He doesn't say so. I mean, not to bash on Zuna's AD carry too much.
Right.
But he was oftentimes found out of position. A lot of times on AD carry. He loved to get way too in the face of people in team fights.
That works in the jungle.
I do the same thing when I play AD carry. I get way too close. If I'm playing Tristana...
So you're a jungler.
I shouldn't play Tristana, because I just want to jump on people to get like the slow. Because that's what I would want to do if I was a tank.
Like double lift. Jump in.
Yeah, that was a very bad move on Tristana to jump inside those times. And it fits. It just fits your playstyle if you want to do that.
30 minutes coming up on the clock here. A lot longer for our last game. XDG trying to put a quick move onto this one. We can see they have switched to 3 sweepers and 2 trinkets, and that sweeping has cleared the map of EG's wards. They have nothing outside their base, nor should they, because they are trying to stay safe. Danger, danger. Going through with the Inferno Rocket. Looks like they are. Or the Mega Death Rocket Ragger. Pole Belter needs Azania's, I believe. The shield wasn't enough on Seraph, so Blaze goes down. Double kill coming. I believe it was just in 2 swings. A third swing coming out from Mancloud. And a third kill. Then the Nexus now to fall. The turrets go down, and they're going to be able to get the second win of the NALCS Spring Split here in 2014 at 30 minutes.
And that fight was over before it started. You could not have a more convincing Day 1, Game 1 victory than Vulcan just had against Evil Geniuses. Roll swap, so far, so good. Zuna yet to die.
Yeah.
15 assists to go with his 6 kills.
Zuna going all reckless in the jungle.
You check the website, that'll be a 21 KDA after one game, which is pretty impressive with his first debut. Neither of the swappers actually died. X-Smithy 6-0 as well.
Wholly a game where champion select I don't think went right for EG.
No. Or the actual game.
Yeah, the actual game as well, but it's kind of like the first game where there weren't many mistakes made by EG, but that's only because they didn't get the chance to. XDG was in their face all the time, and really they weren't at the level of XDG the entire game. There were levels being had, the great counter jungle by Zuna in the first one, refreshing his double buffs, and then he met Snoopy as soon as he came back into the jungle and brought him down to 25% health.
And I think your champion selection point is valid as well, because they did pick a full lineup of assassins. Benny picked a very tanky Renekton. They picked Kale into a bunch of assassins as well, which was a great pick. And in no way, shape, or form was that working unless they got way ahead really early. But that wasn't going to happen with weak lanes.
Right.
The synergy isn't there for EG.
Maybe that's why, you know, ManCloud stayed back, because there were so many assassins. Defending the one would have just got him killed by the second if he played normal, if he played to always push the lane.
Yeah, well, ManCloud's game plan that game was just to push the lane.
Yeah.
It stops the Kassadin from roaming. He knows he can beat Kassadin in lane, as most people can in lane early on, but he stopped the roaming.
And it showed from their focus. They put, I don't know, a good 25% damage on the turret after that first kill, even though Snoopy tried to get there and was like, oh my god, please don't take mid-turret. And then it happened the second gank, mid-turret was gone.
Yeah, really fast.
Very strong play. And it's one thing was their dragons. EG went for that dragon like they almost didn't want to. Everybody turned out of the fight and they left Snoopy in there, they left Crepo in there, and then their initiation didn't work, so they kept going for dragon, kind of as they went in with the wild growth on Kassadin. So everything was like, yes, we should. It kind of worked. Let's see if we can keep doing it. And I don't think it was full communication there.
There was definitely a lot of fights for Evil Geniuses where they actually went all in. Like, they were on the same page, but it was the wrong page. And they need to pick it up for the next game.
We'll see what happens. When we return, Freak and Kobe will be joined by XDG Zuna. Then we'll see if Curse can make a splash when they take on Team Coast. Day 1 of the 2014 NALCS Spring Split continues after this.
When there, we can win. They jumped on me. Yasuo is normal. Yasuo is normal. Yasuo is normal.
No flash gas.
I'm ulting. Can you guys get on Snoopy?
Gas. I have axe. Benny, Yasuo, I have axe.
I'm on Inox. No, I got Crepo.
Crepo.
I'm coming.
Jake, I'm on my way. Yo, Lucian.
I got this, guys.
End it. Or just push it. Or not even end, but end it. Let's go, baby. I can tank it. That shit's so free. That was a 4 vs 5. Good job. Chris. Good shit. Jake.
Everybody, and welcome back to the show. We're joined by XDG's Zuna off his triumphant debut in the jungle. Zuna, how you doing?
Doing pretty well after that game.
I'm going to say, yeah, 6-0-15. Good start to the season.
Yeah, you should be feeling pretty well, and for good reason. I mean, how long has it been since you jungled competitively?
It's been a while since CLG Black Days all the way. I think our first tournament was actually like GSL. We took second. We lost against TSM in the finals, but I've only played jungle like in solo queue, but according to Reddit, I don't play solo queue, so.
So how do you feel being back in the jungle?
It feels really good, you know. I feel like synergy, lots of people say like, oh, Smithy Cloud had the best synergy. I'll be like, oh, that might be true, but me and Benny synergy used to be the best back in the day, I feel. So coming back into that, it's like you lose some, but you gain some too.
And how has the communication changed, if at all, with you actually roaming around the map instead of being stuck in the bottom lane?
I think it helps a good bit, too. The way our teams played is lots of shot calling is it's really messy. And I think just we swap roles mostly just so that the people that need to be heard can say stuff. And I feel like at AD, I try to do lots of shot calling, but it's too hard to play AD and like look for top and like look for mid and stuff like that. So we're like, hey, Smithy's really good at mechanics, and I can shot call. Might as well switch the roles. We don't think it'll be that bad.
All right, so then coming into the season off of a fairly hyped up EG, actually, how did it feel to get that first victory in the season?
It feels really good, you know, especially because I only had about 2 weeks to practice jungle, so it was like, oh god, I got to spam lots of games. So it feels really good just winning the first game. But the second game is definitely going to be the toughest.
So how long have you been playing on this sort of new lineup for you guys then?
I think we've played in like about 2 weeks, give or take, like maybe a little more, a little less.
For the 2 weeks you guys are already looking like a really strong team. I do want to dip back into the game a little bit. Kassadin's been one of the most contested picks right now in competitive. And you guys let that go through, like no problem. They first picked it, and you seem to have a plan for it. Do you guys not care about Kassadin? It's kind of a specific question, but what's the deal with that?
We just knew that they were going to first pick Kassadin, so we left it up. And we felt that if they do first pick Kassadin, we had a plan ready for it, and it just worked out well for us.
All right, so you guys came into this, and you're looking really good. At least compared to Battle of the Atlantic, where you guys had a rough showing against Gambit. What's happened since then?
I feel like it just, after the role swap, you know, things have gotten a lot more clear in game, but I think more than anything it was just our mindset, because right when we got back, we only practiced about like a week and a half because everyone had like vacations, and then like everyone had different times, so we couldn't actually play for a really long time. So just getting back in the gaming house and everyone playing together, I feel like that's the biggest thing that helped us.
And, you know, you have had a lot of critics, but we could hear you in the studio. Can you describe the feeling when the Nexus actually went down this game?
It felt good, you know, but I feel the best time, or the feelings that I have are the best, or after a team fight you win one, or you do a play. So I feel winning like definitely feels really good, but after you win a team fight is the best feeling.
Yeah, it's fun hearing your screams. So XDG coming through. 1-0, you said the second game is your big test. How far are you guys going this split?
Hopefully we do even better than we did last split. You know, we ended up top 2, and then we got 3rd place in the playoffs too. So hopefully we take the #1 spot.
All right.
All right, so as a jungler, what kind of direction do you want to take? You know, because there's a couple different paths you can go: heavy farming, heavy ganking, you know, vision control. You're fresh into the jungle now, so what can we expect from you in the future?
I just feel like I'm one of the junglers that if I feel like just whatever the game or the flow of the game goes to, I like to be. So I'd say I'm multiple. I'm not just one type. If I can get big and I can carry the game, I'll try and do it. But if I just need to play support and ward up, then I'll do that too. I just feel whatever I think is the correct way to play is I'll try and play that.
Versatility is a great thing for junglers to have.
Yeah. And of course, speaking of making the correct play, you guys are doing a lot better at closing out your games now, actually. I know that was one of your big weaknesses, Vulcan throw bargains, you know, from Season 3. You guys are doing a lot better this time around. What's made you guys do so much better in the late game?
I think it goes down to the point where just the shot calling's gotten a lot more clear, and we've done like little things to help us. Like if there's any way to lose the game, everyone goes, "What's the one way we can lose the game?" It'd be like, "Oh, we can lose the game if we try and bear him right now." It's like, let's just not do it then. And little stuff like that has gone a long way for us.
What would make us lose? Okay, don't make that call. I love that. I think it's actually an amazing way of thinking about it. Zuna, thank you very much for your time. Good luck later today. Good luck the rest of the season. But guys, we got more games coming up. So as we gear up for that next match, let's send it back across the studio to Rivenjat at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And I love that last comment by Zuna. It's kind of like
don't do it.
we just need to hear it. You know, that's all. We just need to hear it from
It's kind of like at the start of the game. What would happen if there were 5 people in this brush? Just don't check, because the only answer is bad.
So next up, we've got Curse taking on Coast in our third game of the day. Chat, these two are teams that had to fight their way back into the LCS during the promotion tournament, so they are hungry right now for wins.
It did take Coast all 5 games, though, to close out the Walking's Edge, which was a little surprising because they were supposed to be very strong going into that match. And if we remember, actually, the last NA LCS team that took 5 games to qualify during promotion was actually Velocity. So Coast needs to make sure they have a better season than Velocity, or they won't be here for long.
Curse is coming in with a pretty big shake up to its own roster lineup. Do you think this is going to be affecting their team?
So Curse is the team that is most likely to pull off crazy stuff.
Yeah.
Quas in the top lane is an extremely unorthodox player. Voyboy in the mid lane does very similar things. He moved from the top so he can make more plays.
Right.
And obviously Dominate with Wukong and Cop with Draven are 2 big things that they've been able to pull out and surprise people with. There was the 1,500 gold Cop Draven and the 10 KDA for I Will Dominate's Wukong. So, you know, they're the wild card if they want to get something going this split.
And that's why I picked them.
You picked them for number 1.
We'll see if Curse can pull off any surprises here, but there are 2 teams. But these are 2 teams that have faced off many times before and are very familiar with one another.
We've actually played against Team Coast a lot. They're our practice partners coming into the promotion series for LCS 2014.
Overall, they're a very smart team. They're a very experienced team. I just think we have the better lanes against them and more aggression.
Going to relegation is actually a team that we would consistently beat. I definitely expect that to be a good matchup.
They may be actually underrated, and I think they're going to come out really strong.
I think Coast should be our easiest game of the week. We have a lot of stuff that we've been practicing that no one's seen, and that's going to be our first game of the week, so we'll be able to like show a lot of it there, and it should just lead to like an easy victory.
So I think that coming into this, both these guys have a pretty strong early game, but they're going to have to, the winning transition is the mid game. That has to be a fight to bring them into the fighting phase and out of the laning phase. If it happens and they all roam out of it, that's when it always takes so long. But if you're definitive, maybe one of these teams can really make it happen.
It's going to be a big choice to see if Shifter can make those plays happen, because he is one of the best roamers from the mid lane that we actually have here. I like watching him play. He's an extremely high-rated solo queue player. He's not the most popular streamer, but if you watch him, he's so laid back when he streams, but he consistently just dominates.
And you have to consider, Coast didn't have him for the first split and brought him back after saying they'd probably stay with Jinte because of the way he melded and how good he is. So just goes to show. What are you going to do? Take him back. Let's check out the starting lineups because we're about ready to get into the game. On blue side, it is Curse. In the top lane is Quas, Dominate in the jungle, Voyboy in mid lane, Cop at ADC, and Z-Kent on support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Team Coast with Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo Dex in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Wiz Fusion, their new AD carry, and Daydreamin' on support.
That's another one we have to talk about is Wiz Fusion a little bit as we get into the game. How is he going to fare? A lot of people like his style. He streamed a little bit. A lot of people are already fans of him, and they think he's a great fit for the team. So the fans are loving it already.
Yeah, Cop actually had a really good season against Coast last split that he played in. He had a much higher KDA against Coast than he did against the rest of the league. But there's a new AD carry in town now. So I think Wiz Fusion is going to be replaced. But Don't Mash Me did not have a good split with Coast, which is one of the big reasons I think they moved in other directions. In the promotion tournament, Wiz Fusion did carry a few of the games for him. I also like the resemblance he has physically with his support. They look very similar to one another. Haircut and everything else. It's like they're the same person.
That's good. They need that, the combination of the bottom lane. You have to see how it works. Well, hopefully Wiz can be a bit more structured in his champion pool. That is pretty similar. He kind of looks like a hotshot a little.
He does, like a young hotshot.
Yeah.
Hotshot's pretty young, but a shorter hotshot maybe.
There it is. He knows the role. You got to wave to the camera, wave to the fans. I'm sure he's going to grab a few after this game as well. And they had some choices for this choice.
He actually beat out Chaos for this role. They were both playing many games with the team in the NACL, and Coast decided to go with Wiz Fusion because they think he has a little bit more synergy or also potential. Because Chaos was one of the people who had a lot of skill. He'd been around for a lot of time, but they opted with the less conventional choice and went with Wiz Fusion.
Coast has been one of the teams that has kind of taken in the fact that sometimes you need to switch it up. They brought in Daydream, and I think it was week 7 of the spring split. Got a quadra kill on his Thresh in his first game, so that was a pretty good pickup. So they really know what needs to be done to change the team. It's in-game where they find the faults, but that's most teams.
Daydreaming's one of the craziest stories I think we had in the LCS because they lost their support.
Yeah.
Because Bloodwater went to Vulcan, like last minute. And they made a tweet on like their Team Coast Twitter, and they said, "We're looking for a Diamond 1 support in the LA area." And Dane was like, "I'm a Diamond 1 support in the LA area."
Luckily,
quadra kill first game.
Good friends with the team already.
Yeah, fantastic performance, and it's just springboarded them into the LCS just like that.
It has. And, you know, on the other side, too, we have everybody talking about Quaz for Curse. That top laner, him and Voyboy could possibly switch, which we just saw was a huge factor, but more locked in, obviously, for XDG. But that Swain, I actually got to feel the pressure of that Swain.
You got to play against his
Quaz
Swain.
leveled his Quazadilla account, and he completely demolished our entire team.
How was that? How was the Swain against?
It wasn't fun. It was against the Fizz, and it was handled. We'll just say that.
Well,
he has some good, and he knows.
I bet you Quas had a good time.
I'm sure he did. I was watching his stream while he destroyed us. So coming into this one, we know we have Quas in that top lane. Dominate's coming off of a factor with, St. Vicious behind him as a long-time jungler, knowing the strengths of what's in and out. Maybe not the smite capabilities, but how to get around that jungle.
How to get around the jungle. Secure the Baron. You know what would happen if a Baron got stolen? Let's just not let the Baron get stolen. Let's not put ourselves in that situation. Take some lessons from XDG.
In the game Kobe was playing the other day, remember he was saying he was playing with Saint, and Saint was on Lulu, and they taunted him. They're like, "Steal Baron," he glitter lanced it.
Yeah.
Stole
now
it right
that he
away.
doesn't have smite, he can always steal Baron.
But on to the picks and bans. We are into our third matchup here. Day 1 of the North American split in 2014. The spring split has sprung, and we are into the matchup. Yeah.
You've been waiting on that one.
Like we're in like elementary school. Leona Olaf, Kassadin, Kha'Zix. We've seen him pretty much on the ban list besides Kassadin last game. He found himself in. Kha'Zix, though.
Kha'Zix really sneaking himself into more and more bans.
Yeah.
We haven't seen him dominating that many games, but definitely here in North America. It's also stopping Voyboy from playing his assassin-type mid laners. Voyboy is one of the few people who may bring out a Katarina. That's something we got to keep our eyes out for.
He was one to... I like those... Okay, I'm going to start over there. I liked his unorthodox picks.
Me
when
too.
he used to play top lane, he'd bring the Gragas out in the top lane, stuff like that. He was always known as a fighter. And we'll see if the mid lane, we kind of say that his 2v1 capabilities weren't what he liked in the top lane. So the mid lane really suits Voyboy well. It gives him that chance to fight, and it gives him the chance to be up in the face of his opponent all the time.
Yeah, and bans are definitely shifting around a whole bunch from when we saw the promotion tournaments. There's no
that's true.
Elise ban, there's no Shyvana ban, there's no Mundo ban, there's no Annie ban. Of course, 3 of those 4 get picked right away because they weren't banned.
So that's going to be big for Daydream, and Thresh is still left up within this lineup. We'll have to see what Zkent really plays here. He's someone new we're also seeing coming in. Streams know him quite a bit, so he's looking to make a mark today. Dominate, bringing out a little bit of Wukong previously, which was great in the jungle. And he is someone that I think that the mechanics really work in his favor in that aspect, because you need mechanics to do that kind of jungling.
Dominate is such an aggressive player, sometimes to a fault. I remember watching his Jarvan back pre-season 3. He's actually coming off of a 1-year ban, which is why he wasn't in the LCS last split. Stuck around this whole time. Definite props to him for being able to
completely reformed that personality.
Come back into the LCS and be eligible to play. But he would on Jarvan like flash, just to EQ, just to be in range of his ultimate. And then, like, the guy would flash out and be like, all right, got the flash. And you're like, no, you just shouldn't have even went in. But he's the type of person who will overcommit on a just super quick amount of time. Sometimes it works out for him, but he's got to watch out for it.
It looks like Curse is going to shy away from showing that mid laner anytime soon in these first 3 picks. I think it's something that hurt EG last game, and it's something that Coast is also leaving for a last pick, that mid lane. We see Vayne again being hovered over. Seems to just be the hover of the day, but not the pick.
Now just think about it. Do we really want to go with
Really?
Vayne? Probably not.
Oh,
Because
Teemo.
there's Jinx, Teemo, Lucian, and ooh. WizFusion did play a game of Varus in the promotion tournament, one of the few to actually pull it out. And to pull it out against Cop would be rather bold, only because Cop was the guy who used to play the most Varus in North America. I would have liked the pick because they already have a bunch of damage coming out with Shyvana. We'll see if they end up going with it.
I like this as well. This is pretty much the first split of LCS, bringing back Nidalee a little bit. We haven't seen her too much at all. It became the poke game of Nidalee, of Xerath, of Varus, going on what they call the Legolas Varus. You go for the quick Last Whisper, Bloodthirster, and just poke people out. So
yeah,
they're really switching up the strats to be used in this meta.
I want to see what Curse comes back with because they get to pick their 2 solo lanes right here. They no longer have Jackie in the middle lane.
There's no
I wonder
Jackie.
if they're going to do the Trundle Yasuo thing that we saw yesterday.
They need
in
a
the
top
European
laner.
Challenger. That would work quite well. Trundle can lane against Shyvana, and Yasuo can combo off of the displacement from a Trundle pillar, which is absurd to me, but it absolutely works. And let's see what they choose to go with.
It could be Mundo.
Boy just seems like he wants to play Yasuo mid, no matter what.
He's a fighter. It's not a Kali, it's Yasuo. We'll see what he locks in. You said the Katarina could be a choice, but with this team, it doesn't look like people are going to be squishy enough towards the end of a fight to get the resets that you want. Yasuo does get locked in with that Mundo. It's going to be a lot of hectic and chaotic fighting from these teams. You're going to have Elise, Mundo, and Yasuo just running around in your face the whole time.
I got another Yasuo fact.
Hit. We want to know it.
His E dash, which is very spammable, is the only dash in the game which will actually get stopped in its tracks by stuns and roots. So if he goes partway to the target and then say Varus hits him with his ult, stops dead, doesn't make it to the target. Same thing would happen if he got stunned by Annie. Other move blocks would take him directly to the target and then stun. Not Yasuo. He's different.
Interesting. Definitely changed the style of play. Looking at the other side, it does, besides Annie and Varus, looks like he can kind of dodge around that. But those are the 2 he will want for this fight.
Could be a top laner or a jungler, depending on where they want to go.
Oh.
Trundle is really good against Mundo.
For their own. Yeah, let's talk about that a little bit because Trundle isn't something we've seen since the Rain Man.
No. Same with Teemo. So Rain Man should definitely be in Season 4 of the LCS. But really, right here, the reason Trundle's good against Mundo is Mundo's early laning phase is very weak. His only goal is to stay alive and farm. And Trundle is extremely close to outscaling him because he can steal resists and he also has a fairly weak laning phase and then offers more utility in team fights because of his spammable pillar. I love this pick against Mundo and I'm glad we're seeing an appearance. It already happened once in Europe. Now North America's doing the same.
Now, that lane, it helps, but does Trundle synergize with this team, with what they have actually brought? With the Shyvana coming in, Annie, are they going to have what it takes? Because there's not a lot of lockup in that fight besides your Varus and your Annie to come in.
You know, honestly, we're going to have a quick remake right here, but Trundle, to me, back when I used to play him, works with pretty much everything as long as the enemy team doesn't have too many dashes. Because if the other team is just trying to run away from you for the most part, the pillar alone is enough catch for almost your entire team.
Right.
So it works with crowd control because you're just stacking a whole bunch on top of itself, and it works without. It has to do with the enemy team's lineup.
All right, so if you're against a Riven, it's not so good. If you're against people that are like
Riven is bad against
dash
like,
and done, then you might be able to catch them.
Someone like I think it's good against Galio and Kennen. Like I used to pick it a lot against Kennen and Galio. Those were things. Also because he has the large amount of CC reduction and he could just like run right through that stuff. But It's an interesting choice.
We'll have to see. It's the way they use it. You can kind of see behind us what the lineups are. It's the first time we're going to be seeing Elise coming back in here. It's a champion that Odd1 used to get the Challenger when he did. Jungler that's making not a huge comeback, but a little bit of a resurgence due to the early game aggression.
Yeah.
But it's also being banned out, so that's another reason we're not seeing it.
Elise was extremely banned in the European LCS. I believe second most banned behind Kassadin. And, you know, being able to get that for I Will Dominate will be good, although it's extremely easy to overcommit on Elise. You just repel in, and you say, oh, God, what have I done?
You try to go back behind the first turret, and you realize you're a little too deep, and especially that's going to be against a Varus and an Annie. You don't want to do that Annie in the early game. We'll have to see. I like the point you made last game about Trinkets being down for the early part of the game and that being such a pivotal time to be used for aggression. Hope we see that sometime.
Exactly. Trinkets have that early cooldown at the start of the game. It gives teams time to make it all the way into the enemy jungle, set up shop, and unless a support buys wards right at the start of the game and puts them down to preempt invades, you're not going to see someone running through there. Now, with that being said, you need a lot of level 1 catches.
Yeah.
The team that would be invading in this one would be Coast because they have the Annie who can charge up or stun on the Fountain.
Get there quick. They got enough to get through the jungle with Burnout and that Nidalee. So let's take a look quick and see who you think will win this next matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 72% of you say this next game will go to Team Curse.
Yeah, and while you're at LOLesports.com, click on the tickets link to secure your spot to join our live studio audience for an upcoming game day match set.
Yeah, you get to go and check out the taping. It's actually pretty sweet in the studio.
Taping. We do it live.
Yeah.
And then we tape it.
Right.
Just for posterity.
Sure.
Did I use the right word there?
I hope so.
I think that's the wrong word.
As they are loading into the matchup, this is the beginning of a new season for so many teams, and we have to remember that as well. To see falter happen, to see teams falter right now, or to see teams do poorly, we've seen that before. And then we've seen some teams come back and make one of the longest win streaks in the LCS. So
Spring Split of Season 3, Dignitas was 1-2 on their first week, and then went on a 10-game win streak. It can happen.
And that was broke by Curse. That was a crazy season.
Curse started the season with an 8-game win streak.
Yeah.
Cloud9, of course, only lost 3 times last split. That was from start to end. Anything can happen in the LCS Rift.
All right, guys. Game 3 on the day. Curse versus Coast. We are on the Rift, and Yasuo is in game again. So one of those new faces we were looking at is going to be on the match, but both of these teams also sporting some of those new faces as well that we'll go through during the game.
Triple Doran Shield already for Curse. You can see Voidboy has it because the auto attack harass from Nidalee very early on in the game is very difficult to deal with. You see teams trying to lane swap frequently to get Yasuo into a favorable position. If they wanted to swap him against Trundle, I think that would be a good idea. But once again, we put the 5 people in a line and they decide to stare at each other.
They don't have their trinkets yet. That's a sad, sad thing. No, yeah, they are kind of keeping it backed off, daydreaming.
I feel like this is just a gentleman's agreement. I'm just like, you know, level 1s are hard. I don't want to do them. Let's just look at each other. You can see, like, games go very wrong or very right early on in the game. It is diminished now since it's only 60% of the max gold. So First Blood is not giving 600 gold to the team.
Nope, Akos is ahead, 2.4 to 2.3. There you go.
Ooh, good catch.
Yeah. Making real moves. Early game. You think hard enough and you get more gold. So a few of the wards have actually been placed as soon as they come out, just above Dragon. And Wiz Fusion knows that he may be seen in this instance, as that was a, you could say, deeply placed ward over the wall, but it's not deep itself.
It's going to be able to see. Yeah, might as well. Going to be trying to see where Shyvana walks around in lanes. And I think a lot of this early game is just going to be jungler-wise. Straight up farm. That's exactly what Nintendo X wants to do on Shyvana. And I Will Dominate Celise does have to get a few levels under her belt anyway before she gets access to all her spells.
Interested to see how Nintendo X does. He was one to bring us Leona, a few other junglers, starting off with that Jarvan Dorans in the jungle as well. We'll see if he does anything different here. It looks like he's going to go Orthodox on Shyvana, but that means that he should be in the other junglers' jungle, if there will be as much jungling
Soon
as
enough.
you say. Soon enough.
I've actually noticed
time will tell
that especially since the jungler got a little bit harder to kill in the 2014 season, the early counter jungling not only is harder, but not as rewarding since there's plenty of camps up for the jungler to take anyway.
Right.
If one of them gets counter jungled. So for the first little bit of the game, it is laners against laners, not generally junglers messing up all their stuff in the first 4 minutes.
Boy taking himself a turret shot, but he'll stay safe, making sure he gets a ward. He says, I got a ward up top. Nobody has been seen, so they're already starting to communicate what could happen here as the junglers starting to finish their rounds, and we're going to see what the gank can provide here. Coming from Nintendo, they could have a bit of damage, but I don't think they have enough kill potential. However, the Elise on Shifter with Voyboy could be very, very bad.
Yeah, Nintendo did get spotted coming through as well, and he's finding a bunch of empty spots where he would have wanted to counter jungle, and those things spawned right as he walked by. But see, like, even when he leaves one, I don't think this is going to set back I Will Dominate all that much. He left 2.
Ooh, so set him back a little bit. He'll be able to clear those. We'll see if it deters Dominate. Does he leave the jungle and get angry, or does he keep farming?
I think he just goes and kills his white because it's right next to it, and he can still take that down with all his single target least damage.
No, and he's going to be behind just a tad from that big wolf. Doesn't affect his mentality too much, and he's still actually a level up on Nintendo, so he's doing fine. Somehow, still a level up.
Yeah, and let's talk about this bottom lane matchup right here, because Varus Annie doesn't have the same stun chaining that like an Annie Jinx would, where she can put the Flame Chompers underneath, but it's still close to a kill lane. So if Daydreaming can land a good stun onto Zcant, the stacking bit of burst damage that Wiz Fusion can put on them is actually very potent in this lane. So Cop needs to make sure to keep his distance, and as long as they keep shoving in Coast, they will have an edge.
They're trading very well. I like Wiz Fusion's trade back there. Zion Spartan takes a bit of his own damage. They really don't have too much of, well, they actually have some dive potential between these two with that repel and with Quas on Mundo. So Spartan has to be quite careful here.
He started with that longsword, which is an extremely bold opening. It means he wants to get to Blade of the Ruined King as quickly as possible. But with that, since I Will Dominate has went up and ganked him, it's going to be a little harder for him to stay in that lane.
He's going to be sharing that experience with Nintendo right now. It's going to be a little bit harder for him to farm up, but this is good pressure. Dominate knows that his mid lane is pushed, the bottom lane is pushed, and they're working off of everything they have in order right now. Quaz still just trying to harass, and this will go on obviously into the late game with that Mundo. They don't have too much poke, so once they do get down to the turret game, it's going to be full-on sieges for them. It'll get a bit harder, so they're trying to get what they can now.
And we're going to see these guys trying to farm up a whole bunch, especially someone like Voyboy's Yasuo. The last game we saw Yasuo was Inox, and he did the Blade of the Ruined King, which didn't actually take advantage of his crit passive. On someone like Yasuo, you go generally Infinity Edge and Static Shiv, which leaves you at 90% crit. And I can actually see that Voyboy has 5% crit on his rune page, meaning that's almost guaranteed the build he's going to be going for here, because he's trying to hit that 100% to crit every time.
Nintendo Dax forced to stay towards this top lane a little bit. We see Shifter on Nidalee, and we've seen Nidalee in a few of the tournaments lately coming out. Some teams not really using her correctly, but what's the way? It has to be for that push, and it has to be for the tower poke.
Yeah, Nidalee is generally played in compositions that have high amounts of push potential, and Nidalee needs to snowball ahead in a lot of these games, especially in this situation. It's very close to being a full poke comp here. Shifter gets ahead. Him and Wiz Fusion will poke down using basically both of their Qs, the Piercing Arrow and also the Spear. But then, because they have the Trundle, their disengage is so strong. Curse would try to come in. Back in the day, like Season 1, Season 2, the first few poke comps always had a jungle Trundle.
I remember that.
Before Trundle was a good enough laner. And now, that looks like what Coast is setting up. It's a full-on poke comp.
Bringing back Trundle if he can't be in the jungle, put him in the top lane, and he seems to be faring quite well. They are all even, 42, well, it was 41 to 41 CS in that top lane as they decide to back and get their buys in. You see the Giants belt for Quaz. We'll have to see what Zion Spartan decides to do if he goes for that attack speed. Actually goes for a Negatron right away.
Yeah, he needs to give himself some of that cleaver resilience. Also, the only thing he's expected to get ganked with is I Will Dominate, who's also doing full magic damage on Elise.
That's true. Stop a little bit of that chunk damage on the front end. Dominate. Looks like he'll be pulling down Dragon a little bit here. I thought he was going to clear, but looks like they're just going to clear a pink ward. Very nice by Nintendude. think it's going to slow down the lanes just a little bit. 200 gold lead is in favor of Curse, but that's just because of what's happening in CS a little bit, as well as in this jungle.
Yeah, very slow early game. I think Voyboy has done a good job farming this mid lane and not getting out harassed by Shifter. If he keeps up this farming, he's actually going to be very potent come teamfight pace.
Cop goes for the damage. I like that he's still on his normal champions. Obviously, we haven't seen Misfortune in quite some time. I like the fact that they kept Cop on Curse as well. You see, with kind of Mash Me to Fusion and Chaos, they were finding an AD carry that mixed. But with Cop, they put that chance out there, and he actually changed. Kind of like Smithy did in passive to aggressiveness. And Cop plays a totally different style of game now.
Yeah, well, his Draven was extremely successful for them in the promotion tournament. Just decided to go with Caitlyn here because they want the extra wave clear. It's very dangerous for them, actually, to pick a Yasuo if they did not have wave clear.
Right.
And Cop will be almost his sole responsibility to keep the pushes back from Coast, which could lead to some pretty big issues, knowing that Coast is going with the poke push comp.
I can't remember exactly, but during the promotion games, you remember Curse would have quite a bit of a lead, and then they would somewhat throw it away because that time of the game where it's what do we do next? We got a team fight, but nothing. The lanes aren't ready to push. So you have to get caught back up in that again. It's still very early in this game, and you can see Wiz Fusion already trying to put out harass at the turret. And like I said, they've been trading that back very well. If Cop's trying to aggress, Wiz Fusion does too, so they don't lose that lane by any means.
No, not whatsoever. They're doing a pretty solid job keeping even in that lane. No gold items by either one of the supports either.
Yeah, good point.
Which is surprising considering how passive both of their lanes actually are. They're two of the longest ranged AD carries, base-wise, if you don't consider Jinx's minigun to be base.
Yeah,
but
right.
575 for Varus and 650 for Caitlyn. So they're very passive in most senses. I would have expected the supports to at least get a coin so that they could benefit a little bit off this Farm Fest.
Dominate trying to Spidey sense in the bottom lane to make sure if his team needed any help. And really just a ward coming in. As soon as you saw Nintendo Dax head towards the top side of the jungle, you can see the pings coming out. They're over towards their blue side. It looks like they're going to keep it safe. Actually, this is just for Shifter to gather up his own resources on the Wraiths and go back into lane. Gold's actually being brought up pretty close by Coast here. It's 10 minutes on the game.
Not much has happened yet. It's been standard lanes.
The tier is going to spell that as well.
Shifter starting with tier instead of going Athene's Unholy Grail because he's against a physical damage dealer, so he doesn't want to get that Athene's, and instead he's going with tier for the spear spam mana.
Getting around Zekent's Lulu, actually, we should have known that was going to come out. Known for his Lulu. Able to play it quite well. We saw it last game for EG. Wasn't the best of initiations for him. And again, Curse doesn't have an initiation with this team exactly. It looks like they're going to have to force themselves into fights, and that could create a problem.
Well, they do have the Lulu ultimate, which to me is going to be their initiation. Because all they'll need is I will dominate Quas or Voyboy to be in the fray, pop a Lulu ultimate, and then Voyboy can ult off of it to make the knock-up longer. Nice little wind wall right there to stop a spear. It's going to be a lot of that.
Cheeky little play from Voyboy. He is definitely warmed up and ready to get these moves in with his mechanics. And looking at both teams again, besides the Annie, we were talking about Annie Varus, a lot of the compositions we're just seeing overall don't have a super amount of crowd control to them.
No, but this Coast team absolutely does, I think. Just the spammability of the pillar and the fact that both the AD carry and support have an AoE crowd control on top of them. I think they should have no problem staying in fights or chasing it.
Yeah, the pillar's a little crazy when you think about it. It is a slow, but it also can completely block your path.
It blocks your path, it knocks you backwards. It's once you get 40% CDR, very close to 100% uptime.
Wow.
It's I think it's one of the best crowd control spells in the game.
We'll see if they can detect this aggression coming in here. They back right off. They have the pings coming in. I believe may have had the wards for it as well. And they don't. They were just able to really read that one out. No, they do. It's just above that they saw.
They were definitely kind of spending a lot of time trading with each other down here. I think Nintendo X should be farming right now on Shyvana. If he's not taking pace ahead of I Will Dominate Elise, Elise has more potential to create impact in lanes than Nintendo X's Shyvana does.
We'll have to keep an eye on I Will Dominate as well, because usually a jungler would sit there. That's what we saw Dominate doing. But really, he was in. Once he known he was seen, he was out. Usually a jungle kind of cycle back around and see if they can get a second time on. Nintendo fine and dominate in the jungle. This relieves a bit of pressure on the lanes as well as when they can see each other, but it doesn't mean anybody's safe by any means.
They're feeling pretty safe, though. I mean, Dominate is somehow a level ahead of Nintendo, which to me just says...
Still, after getting countered.
Exactly. The early game counter jungle didn't do anything.
No.
It just wasted a little bit of time by Nintendo X and just told both people to keep on farming. When the Blade of the Ruined King gets finished, though, in this top lane, I think Zion Spartan might be able to go and make a bit more of an impact. He should be able to trade really well with Mundo once that item gets completed.
So with Trundle bringing the Ignite, and is he actually someone that can kill Mundo in an overall fight? I think Mundo would just run away from that.
He can threaten him greatly.
Yeah.
He can make him pop his ultimate and get out of the lane.
Which
is what anyone wants to do to Mundo, is just move him out.
Can't teleport into the fight without your ultimate. You aren't exactly Mundo. We'll see what they can do for the Dragon. Wards have been cleared, replaced, and cleared again. Ooh, an ultimate from the backside as the turret goes down. And it is going to be an appearance from Shifter towards the bottom lane here, but they're kind of walking this one through. They get the turnaround. Here comes Quas with the teleport to the bottom lane. Nintendo put himself in the front, and here is now coming into the fight with Fusion from the back. Looks like he'll be able to help out just a little bit. But both teams very back and forth in that fight, considering Voyboy puts up the wall, tries to go in on Nintendo, but he gets locked up immediately. Fusion on the barrier. It's Quaz with the flash into the fight, and the first blood from the Piltover Peacemaker on the back line from Cop.
Trundle's behind him too,
Authority. Curse, Voyboy very low. Here comes Spartan on the backside, dodging out the spear. Curse is staying alive. A beautiful job with fancy footwork as they come in. They keep deterring and getting more kills. Cop with a double kill overall in the fight. He's the only one on the front line right now, and he knows what he can do for himself.
And when all is said and done, Riv, it's actually a 2-4-2. So the turret actually goes down right there for Curse. We got to take a look at this one again. Voyboy came in around the back, and it didn't seem like he really got much done. He did put up a good win wall to kind of save his skin a bit. Then it was swapped out. Quas's turn to go in. Zion Spartan around the back as well. He just eats I Will Dominate right off the bat. And then his Ape, he gets the Immortal Ignite when he's up in the air. And then is on the retreat right here. Crazy, crazy fight. Almost too hard to follow.
Thanks, Yasuo.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for dashing around so much.
So many dashes, jumps, and it really was a great fight. I got to commend both teams as well for, you know, microing in and out the damage that they were taking. Some a little too close. Daydreaming walked in at an inopportune time, and they want it again. They want to say now, with those ults down, if you don't have it, who is going to be able to win the fight?
Yeah, but look at Curse's ults. They're pretty much all up at this point. So they would want to get an initiation if they can avoid getting poked out by Nidalee Spears. Easier said than done, though, with the blue buff level 11 Nidalee trying to take down the Dragon. Even Quas.
Is Dominate. Dominate actually coming around from the side. A half-health Dragon saunters his way back into the den. It doesn't look like he's going to get too much attention here before the champions do. Good poke from Wiz Fusion. And as they just completely set up those bushwhacks, those traps right there in front of Quaz, these actually prove very useful because the escape for somebody on the front line is to go back around Dragon, and that'll revision the entire team for you if they're trying to run away.
That's why oftentimes people will combo Nidalee with Caitlyn.
Yeah,
it was just
right.
not possible in this game because Cop had already picked up the Caitlyn. It's too many traps sometimes.
Ouch.
A lot of poke on both sides here. And with Zion Spartan cheating back up towards the top, it's Curse's turn to come in for this. But they're very vulnerable to a lot of spear poke here. Let's see how quickly they can get that Dragon down.
They have a nice front line there. Zika can't jump in. Dominate gets the smite down. A beautiful chain of corruption going into the fight to lock them up. Cop coming up with another kill. He's 3-0 on the game right now. It's going to be Yasuo going down. That's Voyboy not being able to help in the fight. Cop in a bad spot. Can he get over the wall? The Blade of the Ruined King is used. Actually, the ultimate, rather, of Zion Spartan is used. And they are able to crush down, eat, and chew up Quaz on the other side. Oh, and the barrier. He got, you know, he was wincing on that one. He was ready to take that spear.
They just about sniped him over the wall. Crazy game so far.
Yeah,
the very high-level
yes,
Dragon fight right there because I Will Dominate was able to burst the Dragon down so quickly, and then you wouldn't expect a team like Coast to so readily dive all the way in since they have very strong poke. But because Trundle got into that fight at the right time, he was able to make a lot of action happen.
Really love the use of Shifter's Nidalee here. He is not a Nidalee that stays on the outside. He will come up and pounce on your face, even in a full team fight, getting himself into danger. So these guys are pushing themselves to the limit here. 4-3. We're getting kills. We're only 18 minutes into the game, and the gold super close here with the turret dropped on each side because champions have been the focus for the last few minutes here.
It was a very slow early game.
Yeah.
And now we're really picking up the
Super
action.
slow.
You can see that Voyboy's Yasuo was definitely getting in the fray in a lot of these fights, but he doesn't quite have his items yet. When he gets an Infinity Edge, he's really going to start beasting people down because he will hit that 100% crit. Another Yasuo fact, actually, is he's the only champion in the game whose crits don't do double damage. It's kind of a fairness thing for his critical strikes. Instead of a crit doing 200% damage, which would be double, it's 180% damage for him. Since by his passive he gets double the crit anyway, it's more of a reliable randomness for him once he gets those items.
I'm thinking he wants all those crits right now. He's able to get himself out with a little bit of shield there, keeping the flow up. And he'll be able to keep safe as well. They have a siege wave. This should be the turret in their favor, and there's really nothing to stop them in getting it. There's no rotation, and there's nothing being worked on by Curse either. They shouldn't be accepting something like this without something happening.
Yeah, Curse is trying to push mid lane, but Coast just caught them in a cycle of going back to base, and it was well played by Coast right there. See if Shifter can scare him off.
They have the ward necessary by Wraith for this transition to the top lane, but there is a train of power and pain coming down from that bottom lane. It looks like they do see that they're thwarted off of this, so they slow down the roll a little bit, head back on the defensive side, and they just set up a little bit of a garrison in mid. We'll see if Curse can thwart off this next turret attack. Their engagements have really been on the objective, so if it's not going to be Dragon or a turret, I think Curse is just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, Curse might be waiting for that next fight right there. And Zion Spartan still doesn't have his Blade of the Ruined King, but you can see.
Ooh. That was a little cheeky.
Yeah, well, Quas is not going where he wants right now. So.
Nope, not at all.
Zion Spartan has control
He's
of
space
this lane.
jamming, though.
Even with Sunfire Cape and Ninja Top, he just cannot deal with Zion Spartan's power. That's why I love the Trundle against Mundo so much.
It's not something that you would have thought would completely just kind of take Mundo out of his element, but sometimes you got to think outside the box, and that's what a lot of the professional players have been doing now. Trundle definitely making a little bit of a comeback here on those early games. Shyvana is on the Mundos, and I don't know, we haven't seen the Yasuo Trundle yet. They work well together, but how does that match up?
Yeah, the Yasuo Trundle right there. What are you talking about? I got a little bit lost, because Yasuo Trundle on the same team is great synergy.
Right. No, that's what I was talking about. But how does that match up? Because he can beat Mundo. He can beat Shiv in the early game. So it doesn't work for Yasuo Trundle. Does he have the same matchup?
I see. Yasuo would have done very well against Trundle in the early game if they decided to put up that type of matchup with each other. But mainly they just decided not to do that because Voyboy had a good matchup against Nidalee as well. He's actually out-farmed Shifter, and the Wind Wall can block the spears. So it's a very strong matchup in that mid lane.
I think he's enjoying that as well, being able to Wind Wall spears. Kind of get that. If you're having a rough game, you just Wind Wall a few spears, get your spirits back up, and figure out what's going on. He's not liking this, though. Zion Spartan putting down the pain in the bottom lane. Looks like his Blade of the Rune King. No, it's just a Cutlass right now, so he would have been able to get some slow, but no full engage. So Zion Spartan, he's in a good spot. He's happy with the play so far.
Still a lot of farming going on here. I will dominate. Was not able to make any type of early game impact on Elise, which is a bit of a letdown, considering in Champion Select they decided to first pick that. And they're going to need him to make a lot of important initiations since Coast has such a... I feel like Coast has such a strong poke presence, but they just haven't set up any type of poke yet.
That's what we were talking about, right? You have the Nidalee. Their fights have been all circle engages. They're not using the spears to poke. They're not using the spears to say, we're pushing this lane. We're going to dictate that it's mid lane. Curse is dictating everything right now.
Yeah, Curse, even though they kind of feel like they lost that last fight, are keeping the waves pushed as well as possible. You can see Voyboy now matching up against Trundle.
Yeah.
Zion Spartans went so heavily in the defensive itemization right now. He finished his Spirit Visage. Yes, cooldown reduction is very good on Trundle, but I think Blade of the Rune King is even better, and I wish he would have finished that first.
Kind of put a little too much worry into the pressure that he was getting from Dominate and Quaz, so maybe their effectiveness worked into his mindset for this game, forcing him into that first, but you are correct. It is hurting him Let's see if he can really put himself into these team fights. They're winning it when they get it, which is very, very good. 2-2 in turrets. They're just not getting it very often, right? That's a 1,000 gold lead, almost 2,000, 1.5. So it's nothing to really worry about for either team, and nothing to really sit back on if you're the team with more gold.
Yeah, Voyboy's really close to that Infinity Edge.
Oh!
650
crisscross
gold,
poke
but
there.
he's not going to be able to get that Infinity Edge before this next fight.
This is what Coast needs to do. They need to set up, throw the spears out, start getting Cursed to be a little bit chaotic in their positioning, see if they can get Dragon.
They completely gave it up. They weren't in position for it, and they instead would rather take that mid
That's what
turret.
they needed.
Think they're going to unlock this, but this is the chase for Coast. If they want to make it, you can't really escape pillars if he doesn't want to let him go.
They are on point right now. If Coast can keep doing that, there is nothing you can do in a fight. There is no sustained heal to be coming off of anybody on Curse right now. So they are dealing with that damage, and it sticks. Dominate still trying to take that blue buff with that damage on him, and he's going to have to go back out to this, not into lane.
So Dominate just not answering at this point. We're in a strange situation in this game because Coast, they have the Nidalee poke, but they also have a strong amount of initiation. It's a mix between what a poke comp would be or what a really strong chase initiation comp could be. And generally they need to pull far ahead in the game to make that synergy work. But since we're even, they're just kind of doing both. The team fights when they go in aren't all that ideal because Shyvana is diving in with the Nidalee spear. Like, it's not a whole team diving in. They have to preempt their fights with Nidalee poke and then find their way in.
Coast has been able to handle a bit of the laning phase here, but as you're seeing, everything on the side of the map is on Coast's side, so Curse is able to find back a little bit of ground here as they're transitioning through the map. 3 kills coming on to Cop. He got those as everybody started to move around out of the laning phases. They got Quaz to teleport in the bottom lane. So the laning phase wasn't the best thing for Curse here, but Coast is starting to be lackluster. We're starting to see a flop in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They're not moving around too much. We're in that stage of the game where the middle turrets are gone on both sides, but since it's a close game, neither team can actually take control of a jungle. And it's most likely going to be decided by one type of big clash. Knowing that Voyboy has his Infinity Edge and his Static Shiv completed is a big spike in power for him. He should be able to have a lot more impact. And if he doesn't have impact in the next fight, that's going to mean a lot of trouble for Curse.
That's like falling down the full flight of stairs. There may have been a few stairs to fall down here, but the next one really needs to prove useful. They got to gain all the gold that they have, the kills coming in from at least Wiz Fusion. Get that money back. They're setting up to do just that. Teleports up onto Mundo, but everything has everything. Everyone has everything up from summoners to abilities right now. So this next fight is going to be what they bring to the table. Good dodge by cont there. It looks like they're just working the waves, keeping safety with 6 minions.
Trying to aim those spears around the wind walls, not trying to go in on the initiation. Then Zion trying his darndest to get that turret down, just brawling Mundo. He should be ulting him soon if they decide to keep fighting.
The fight seems to work until Trundle ults, and then he just steals all of your resistances, and he starts to bash your face in with a club.
Oh, teleport behind Coast. This is the fight.
Nintendo gets hit up. He's the only one, though. Where is he coming in? It's going to be right above them. He's already in the fight, and this is when Mundo is the most effective. A great chain of corruption, locking down 3 members. Does this stop Quaz from doing enough without follow-up? A great kite coming in, but Voyboy reaches the back line. Another attack. Daydream puts on his shield. The true damage burns through. The Ignite gets the kill from cont, and they continue the fight behind Baron. Going down to the back alleys on this one. We're going coast to coast. Dominates still on the heels of Zion Spartan. Zion doing what he can. The ult wearing off now. And he gets the spear right over the shoulder, pie to the face of Quaz. And it looks like they're both going to turn tail. Again, a 2-2 fight.
I actually think that Curse had 3. It's just the fight was so long that Coast was able to get a couple back. The heals from Shifter were huge in that fight, and of course the start was completely in favor of Curse because Quaz came in like a monster at the top. Obviously, the crowd control from Coast kept him back a little bit, but it was the extended chase of Curse that granted them so much, and the chase of Voyboy going all in, dashing, I believe, to Tibbers, then flashing for another dash, was able to get him in that far. Once again, like really weird fights. If Zion Spartan would have been out of mana, they would have been able to get away from this much easier because the pillars could have been spammed again and again. And it just goes to show the kiting potential, even without the pillar, of Trundle and Nidalee being able to just go back and kite 4 people.
Oh, the spider! Wow.
So close. And there's actually a Baron going on right now from Coast. Curse can't make it back in time. We saw this yesterday in Europe.
Very nice job. A great fight. The take there, Dominate, was just outside of range, and Coast grabs something very big. Just to show you how this game is going, with that, they're still down in gold right now. So these guys are completely neck and neck.
Yeah, check out the farm of Cop and Voyboy. That's the big gold discrepancies right there. It's 60 ahead of WizFusion, and then Voyboy 40 ahead of Shifters in Italy. Overall in gold, Cop is just a monster in this game, and he's going to be the one that actually has to kind of put on his backpack and carry.
Voyboy keeping that CS. He has been roaming, so that's coming from the jungle as well. He's made himself in the bottom lane for, I think it was about 2.5 minutes he was split pushing. But they're transitioning in and out of different ways of play throughout this game because it's necessary. They have to adapt. And like you said, it's just been an outrageous game so far.
Yeah, Zion Spartan. I don't know if he can get out of this one.
Oh, Zion Spartan tries to dope. Not much to say here. He gets taken down. Very nice job there. Trundle will not be able to help for the Dragon. And I believe nobody's going to get the Dragon either because it's down.
I really like what Curse did there. When the Baron was taken by Coast, it meant that Coast had no way of getting wards in the Dragon side of the map, and Curse would have known this. Therefore, they invaded through that area to the blue buff and knew that someone from Coast was going to be coming by with no knowledge. Because normally when a team has Baron like Coast does, they don't expect a team to 5-man invade their jungle and wait for a catch. Only because of the extended team fight before the Baron, and then the Baron sneak. Any ward that would have been placed in the jungle previously would have expired, and that's why Curse was able to pick up the kill and the Dragon, which as long as they can outlast more of this Baron buff, is the same gold traded and nothing lost.
Yeah, it's absolutely what needs to happen. The kills, follow up after that. Curse struggled with that a bit in seasons past, but right now they're doing quite a good job, especially keeping this game on par, or both teams keeping this game on par with each other. Like you said, the CS discrepancy is going to start coming in really big, and we've seen the game shift a little bit as Voyboy did get into his fighting phase. They were able to break that laning, and it's kind of because we saw Shifter in the last fight only throwing spears. He got 2 kills in the end, but he wasn't able to help initially because everybody's getting too big.
That's almost what Shifter is going to be doing for the whole game. That's what AP Nidalee is.
Yeah.
She only throws spears unless she's finishing off or chasing down at the end of the fight, in which case she's going to maybe jump on top of people. Which is why I feel like Coast needs to set up more of a defensive line, or offensive line, I guess, to stop Curse from diving on top of them. But to do that, Zion Spartan needs to be with the team, and he's always off split pushing with Trundle, which is why when old push comps and poke comps used to happen, Trundle was in the jungle because he was more likely to be accessible to the rest of the team. It's a little odd here that he has to be way off in the top lane, unable to be the disengage for his team, and instead be that split push presence.
I think Curse wants to go on this as soon as that Baron wears off. You look at 3 of these inventories, 3 Negatron Cloaks being picked up recently to really stop that Nidalee, stop that Daydream and Tibbers attack, start fight damage. So once that wears, oh my gosh, just going ham here. Zion Spartan trying to get onto Quaz. He throws down the pillar. CC break's going to be there a little bit for Quaz, so he gets out safe. And they have about a minute left on Baron, about 45 seconds. So we'll see what Curse does as soon as they see that pop.
Zion is absolutely beating that top lane. You can see the one wind wall comes in and does stop the spear, but that's got a pretty long cooldown. It'll only stop one every once in a while. The poke's going to continue to rain down on Curse.
You just got to catch the rest of them, so it doesn't hurt.
Don't catch the spears.
Don't catch the spears.
Bad idea.
So it looks like Coast is trying to be definitive now. Finally, we get the Nidalee composition into order. They're throwing spears from the Fog of War as much as they can. This is what they wanted.
They finally, 31 minutes in, set up the poke. You can see the piercing arrows now coming through. Still no Last Whisper on WizFusion, but they're pushing the waves back.
It's different.
There is somewhat limited wave clear on Curse because Cop actually went with a Phantom Dancer instead of a Static Shiv, so the team wave clear is a little bit lower, and it puts them, it makes them vulnerable to some of that poke a little bit more so. But no turret damage is really done, and they decide to roam and rotate.
Do you think that's left up to enough of Voyboy that he's been farming so much? Oh, actually, they take this turret down, dominate just on the outside. They get the Nintendo, but that's not exactly what they wanted. And this, without Baron, they're now trying to take turrets, and Curse does not want to answer.
They saw Voyboy bottom, which is why they roamed top, and then they estimated how long it would take Voyboy to get up there. So that's why they were so aggressively taking that turret. Nintendo
now stealing up a little bit more of the jungle. He's been here before. Deja vu. going to go ahead and steal that up for himself. No gold discrepancy really to be seen yet. We've been sticking within that 1,000 gold range, which means it's anybody's game. That's not an extra item in anyone's pocket. No. And right now we're seeing Zion Spartan try to get after that Blade of the Rune King into his Randuin's build. Same thing coming out on the side of Quaz as they get tankier because it's their part of the game now.
I feel like Zion Spartan is going to be quite a monster coming in here. I wonder if he's going to try and peel Voyboy off of his team, or whether he's going to try and dive through for Caitlyn and protect Nidalee a little bit. You know, since these teams aren't fighting too much, it's kind of hard to get a read on exactly what they'll be doing. Plus, Voyboy's Yasuo. Yasuo is a total wild card, whether or not he wants to go in, if he can hop and get the right people knocked up with Z-Can Salt so he can chain. We just have to wait and see.
Very interesting in a way to see both Wiz Fusion, not so much Daydreaming for the Flash, but Distortion Boots quickly focused for those two. They're getting focused a lot. Maybe get Barrier up, get that Flash up, because we saw Voyboy almost taking out Wiz Fusion in 1 to 2 hits before.
Still no armor, so he's got to stay well clear of what Voyboy has to offer. One of those little tornadoes that come through from Yasuo could mean the end of you, so you got to be real careful.
Talisman's finished on both sides. Let's see Daydreaming using his there right quick to keep everybody in safe. See that farm. 247 to 248. It's really great. Quaz and Zion Spartan have kept completely even throughout that besides the kills. We saw that Zion Spartan is kind of beaten up on Quaz, but he's found a way to keep himself in the game and that tank position for his team, which kind of gets hard when nobody's been there to help you. It keeps tacking on you that one guy just keeps taking you out of your lane. So mentality is really in this one. Oh. Dodging out spears.
Knowing that if Shifter can get his Void Staff sooner rather than later, it would allow Coast to set up another siege. They out-rotated Curse a little bit in order to get their 4th turret down. I think team composition-wise, Coast should have a good poke advantage, but we've seen what late-game Caitlyn can do, especially since Kopp is so far ahead. We looked at Sneaky in the first game we had today, and he got to full 6 out of Caitlyn and was just wrecking through the entire TSM lineup.
That was
both
really
these guys
big.
are very content to just kind of farm out a little bit right now because they both have their own late game advantages and disadvantages.
Well, what is Curse trying to do with those advantages? Because it seems like it's going to be, as I said, super hard for them to get under turrets or even push turrets when they get there.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Kopp to get to an extremely strong point or Voidboy to finish his last Whisper as well. Yep. And then they're going to be a little bit stronger and have a little bit more target neutrality for what they want to hit.
With that Guardian Angel, he can be a little dangerous as well. Voidboy likes to be aggressive, as we said before, so that's only giving him the right to do so. Dragon being taken out here by Zion Spartan. Doesn't look like the team will draw any. Oh, maybe. Zkent says it's there. Quaz is going to be coming up from the bottom. Looks like they may have just set this up for him. No jungler here to have a Smite War. This is going to be, actually, here comes Shyvana. Nintendo will be there in time, but it does not look like it'll be there. It's a nice little polymorph to stop any type of engagement. And that gives Voidboy a quick slip out.
It's a lot of Dragon Gold at this point, too.
It is.
260 gold per person. There's only 40 less gold per person than the Baron would give.
Right.
And because they got it checked at the wrong time there, Coast was not able to support. They did a back and forth between Baron and wanted to get some vision control. Now they're going to run over here. But if anything, Rib, this will force a fight.
This is kind of scary.
Quas has teleport up.
Smites were not used for that last Baron, so this is going to be a 50-50. Balls in the air for both teams on this one. The wards are in as well.
They took it down to half
36 minutes, and that Baron is looking quite angry in this fight, but Curse wants in a little bit more. Zion Spartan keeps trying to get the pillar out, trying to stop that last. Back, engage the teleport coming into the fight. It's going to dominate, locks it down. He gets a kill on it as well while taking down Baron. Zkent finds a kill. That wasn't even from Ignite. They are putting out all the abilities. They're going to continue this fight, and we've seen what Baron can do to a team when they think they're ahead. It has put Coast even farther behind now, and Quas may not stop this engage. A big heal there could deter him, but he's going to keep going. The ultimate is not even up for him. It's only half done coming up, but he's able to waltz right through. They know the power of their champions and where they're at in the game right now.
Just like that, the game completely swings in Curse's favor. A dangerous call by Curse does not work out in the slightest. Getting Baron stolen, and then they completely ran away. one of the last things you want to do as a poke comp, Riv, or at least with poke potential, is corner yourself into a pit where you can't run away.
Oh, that was a great cocoon coming out. Very nice job by Dominate, waiting for the pounce, and then hitting the cocoon.
And you know, so often I see teams just run away once the Baron gets stolen as well without trying to fight. That happened again there by Coast.
Yep.
Then the catch-on shifter is just all snowballing together right now. They might just keep pushing this for more.
Jad, we said it before. Coast, like you said, that poke comp. Curse wants to get out of the laning phase and into the fight phase, and around Baron, that's a perfect place to fight. It's a boxing ring. They take it down, and it looks like they're going for extra rounds on this one. Wiz Fusion finds himself thrown in the towel. Nintendo X could be next. The tankiest are falling the quickest, and that's not what you want to see on the Nexus take.
If Cop can stay alive through this one and finish off the turrets, nope, he can't, but
Nope.
Curse might end it.
Cop getting himself into that aggressive position. Everybody likes the play style he brings to the table now, and Curse going to be taking out Coast, bringing in their first victory of the Spring Split in 2014.
And just like that, Curse just turns the game on its head, takes it from even to a 13,000 gold edge because everything went their way down the stretch in that. The Baron steal by I Will Dominate, the slick moves by Voivo's Yasuo, and the power of Cop's farming throughout that really just turned that game on its head.
Back and forth game. I don't think Coast got really any of the initiations that they wanted. They had the Chain of Corruption, they had the Annie, but that was being used in defense to all the aggression that Curse didn't stop putting out.
Yeah, they were always using those kind of a little bit too late.
Yeah.
They never got to use them on their own schedule. And with all that being said, like, if that Baron play didn't happen the way it did, we could be talking about a completely different game. Curse just capitalized so well in the last 2 minutes to make that entire game story happen.
And how often do we think, well, this one Coast is just taking advantage of? Coast had Baron. Curse had to wait out a full Baron, and they did so. Coast grabbed turrets with that Baron. And they got those 2 mid turrets at the same time at one point, and then they continued to do whatever they wanted. They had their lanes slightly pushed, and then it's like Curse didn't do much, but their lane started pushing. Remember we said, well, Coast is now on their own side. How did this happen?
Yeah, Coast got pushed back a little bit. They lost the Baron pressure. The pushing from the static shiv of Voivo's Yasuo and the individual threat he had were very high. And just thinking back to that Baron fight a little bit.
Yeah.
I mean, they used their Varus ultimate on Dominate to stop him from stealing. But then the root, they caught him too far away.
Oh yeah.
But then the root wore off, and he flashed in and got it at the last second. He didn't even combo with anything else. Just a somewhat miraculous steal. Obviously a 50-50 because there was no Baron securing spell that Nintendo X could have used with Shyvana.
Yeah.
Just a miraculous ending.
Breaks Curse's Smite Curse.
It does.
It does.
Oh, man. I
Yeah.
hadn't even thought of
the
that.
first of any, and it's his.
Yeah.
So it's nice. Gotta be a little proud, Papa
Smite
there.
Saint told him when to do it.
Well, then he wouldn't have got it.
As a coach.
Yeah. So we gotta take a quick break, but when we're back, we'll be back.
Yeah, we will be back.
All right, we'll be back. Jat's gonna break some New Year's resolutions.
Before I can break the New Year's
I know.
That's fine.
The 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. We'll be right back. Stick around. Puts up the wall. Tries to go in on Nintendo, but he gets locked up immediately. Fusion on the barrier. It's Quaz with the flash into the fight. And the first blood from the Piltover Peacemaker on the back line from Cop. It's going to be right above them. He's already in the fight, and this is when Mundo is the most effective. A great chain of corruption, locking down 3 members. Does this stop Quaz from doing enough without follow-up? A great kite coming in, but Boy reaches the back line. Another attack. Daydream puts on his shield. The true damage burns through.
Damn. That's
Hello everybody and welcome back to day one of our brand spanking new North American LCS Spring Split. Now, XGG versus Cloud9 is coming up next, but first, let's break down that last win by Cursed. Kobe, what you got for us?
Yeah, I mean, like Jat said, this game was so close. It could have easily been the complete opposite story here. It was really a game of split-second plays. In that last Baron, they talked about the Varus ult being targeted to dominate and locking him down. Annie also flashed to try and follow it up with the Tibbers. Didn't quite get him in time, and that was the only reason, he was able to get into that Baron pit for the miraculous steal.
Yeah, I actually really liked the amount of individual plays these guys got to make on Curse, because to me it seemed like they were more set up to make these plays. The combos I liked was, I wanted to see when I didn't though, Elise Repel into Lulu ult into Yasuo kills the team. It's more complex than Trundle Pillar Yasuo ult that we saw in Challenger last night, but I thought there were cool synergies there. The other thing that really struck me was that Coast had this siege comp ready. It's like they've got the Varus poke, the Nidalee poke, the siege is there, but they never really got to start it because it felt like they were afraid of the Mundo teleport, which we saw a couple of times. Quash showed up to a fight early, got there way before Zion Spartan, and Zion, who's immobile in his lane, never actually took his opponent out. So he's just sitting there treading water, and then one of them leaves and helps his team for a 5v4.
Exactly. They didn't really get to ever set up that poke composition at a turret with their whole team there, have a good front line, make use of the pillar slows to kite backwards when they needed to. It never really came together for them. But I did like the comp and the fact, they brought a lot of that CC from the bottom lane, just split seconds there at the very end, and they weren't able to chain it.
Yeah, well, speaking of split seconds, though, Kobe, you've got a replay for us of a really interesting fight with a couple of really close shavings there. If you can get the replay on your screen, guys, it's a really fun one. It's the Mundo teleports in, and it becomes really interesting.
Okay, so talking about, this game could have either gone either way. This one is where it did go the other way. Coast actually end up getting the Baron off of this, even though they get initiated on. So let's roll a clip here. We'll roll it at 50% speed, and we can see that Curse get a really good initiate. They're ahead right now, and they get a whole bunch of free damage on Nintendo. The tank is walking away right now, and Voyboy gets to get all these crit-heavy auto attacks off. They take out the tank very early, but they also had to use the Lulu ult here, and Dominate did miss 2 cocoons in a row to not lock down the high priority targets here. WizFusion kind of missed the flash there into the corner, but Voyboy is able to follow it up here, and a crit gets him right through that barrier. So he's able to take out one and then get the ignite down on Annie, low enough for one more shot from Cop to have her burn down. This is where it really gets interesting, though. They're burning down Zion Spartan. He looks like he's dead. Giant heal from Nidalee, plus, oh, there goes the ultimate from him. These are Spirit Visage enhanced heals that get them right back into the game, almost back up to 50% HP, and they're able to keep on running. Here's the point, though, that's kind of sad for Curse. Dominate, I think he might have been going for Shifter here with the Cocoon, because he throws it right past Zion. They end up getting neither of them, and that means that not only do they not get a kill, but the spear just barely misses the spider hitbox and does find Mundo's back.
Yeah, so some really good plays there, the kiting back from Nid. And the one thing I actually really liked there from Nidalee was she didn't constantly throw a javelin. She was waiting for the good one.
Yeah.
Right? Stopped to heal his teammate, okay, fine, but then was like, and now I can get Mundo past his spider. It was pretty awesome. So, again, a pretty fun game. I think unfortunate for Coast. Their Nintendo I thought was one of the best smiters from last season, but the curse, as Jat mentioned, clearly broken. Well done by Dominate.
Yeah, that was just a good combo by him. And not like it was easy to get in there, too. He had to fight through so much CC just to even get inside. I thought they were going to have Mundo teleport earlier onto the ward because Baron was getting so low, but they really had faith in his ability to steal it.
And it was so incredibly close. Like, I watched it again in slow-mo, and, like, immediately after the flash, he's already smiting, basically. There's such a tiny, tiny window when he gets it. And actually, speaking of tiny windows, like a random note, the TSM game where the Nunu gets the Dragon Consume Smite stolen with the Peacemaker, both the Smite and Consume went on cooldown. There was like a 1-frame window between the Smite hitting and the Consume dealing damage that the Peacemaker took it. I watched it like 4 times in quarter speed. Alvin had that time down to like a 2-frame window, and the Peacemaker took it in there. It was pretty crazy. I just wanted to point that one out because we're not going to see it again. But I thought that was really interesting.
So you got Odd Ones back here?
I got Odd Ones back here.
Not quite his fault.
He got robbed. The ref should be fired for that one. That was totally Red Team's Dragon.
Smite stealing is a lot harder than it looks.
It is. So it's pretty difficult. All right. Now, of course, these guys have more games to play, right? Curse has got to put some more. So got to kind of have some more games in their plate. They've got more things to do. They've got to get some new strats. Coast the same way here. How do you think these teams are headed for the rest of the week?
I think Curse looked really good, actually. Quas getting Mundo, that's definitely a huge bonus for them because he loves that champion. And then Yasuo. Voyboy, I remember watching him right when he came back from break, and he was having some iffy games on Yasuo. The learning curve is pretty high on him, but he definitely had some good plays here.
All right, so well done there to Curse, guys. Let's send it back over to Jat and Riv at the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. And now it is time for our next matchup. It's XDG versus Cloud9. And Jat, last split, Vulcan, now XDG, did give Cloud9 a lot of trouble and their first loss.
And their second, 2 of the 3 losses were the big things. And not only did they have their number, they really crushed their KDAs as well. I checked their, Mediosa had like a 3 KDA against Vulcan and 19 against everyone else. It was a really tricky thing. But, Cloud9 did dominate their first game against TSM because they picked Teemo. Also because they're a good team. But Teemo was a large part of that win. And instead of the fast-paced Cloud9 dive style we used to see, it was very methodical. They took every Baron, every Dragon, then they killed all 11 turrets on their way to the Nexus.
But it's not XDG that we saw before. This team has made some changes, mainly with Zuna moving into the jungle and Smithy on ADC.
Yeah, I think someone said Zuna 1, Reddit 0 was the score so far because nobody thought Zuna would make a big play. 6-0-15 in his debut in the jungle. 1 game at a time. Again, as soon as you mess up again, Reddit wins again. Smithy also played well.
Forever.
6-0-8 on his AD carry, swapping from jungle to AD. This isn't the one that people were doubting so much because everyone respected Xmithy as a jungle towards the end of last split. He did a great job as AD carry as well.
Yeah, and him and Zuna had some cross-map synergy as well with those rockets from Jinx.
Nice.
They knew what they were doing. We'll see how well Xmithy and Bloodwater perform against the bot lane duo that has been working together for a full split. A pair that they know when to trust each other and when not to.
I think for bot lane, the biggest thing is trust. You don't have to think like each other, you just have to trust each other and trust that they will make the right decision.
But if we're both committed and then we both die, we're like, okay, that's pretty bad.
There's sometimes where I go in on one guy and he goes in on the other and we just lose a trade. We're like, oh my god.
Crab was rather emotional about the game in general. Not only in games that matter, tournaments, but also in solo queue as well.
I'm really good at shifting the blame. I never make mistakes.
He goes in as Thresh and is super deep in their team and just throws me a lantern and baits me to click it. I'm like, I'm not clicking that.
Just click it. Yeah, sometimes I get those bad games where I'm 50 CS down, 0-3, and I'm like, yeah, I'm probably just gonna farm this whole game now.
If we're not doing too good, we're just like, guys, we're not doing too good bottom, please carry us.
If you ever enter a solo queue and you play with a player that you've never played with before, you will undoubtedly, at one point, get annoyed at what he's doing. And that's why you need to train so much till you get on the same plane, the same level, and you know exactly what people are doing, even without saying
it. Just click it.
Just
click it.
What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. You have a shield.
Yeah. It takes you right to the Papa Thresh.
You're perfectly
nice
fine.
Happy man over there.
It's a totally controlled system of travel. Just take it. Let's check out the starting lineups moving into this game. On the blue side, it is going to be XDG. Benny in the top lane, Zuna still in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Xmithy at AD carry, and Bloodwater at support.
And on the red side, of course, it is Cloud9 with balls in that top lane, Meteos in the jungle, High on mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
You know, something that was funny about that video was when TX Special and Wild Turtle are like, when we lose, we just say carry us. And it's actually seen in TSM's play. If their bottom lane does bad, they're like, we are leaving you guys in the dirt, and we're going to farm these other lanes. Odd one, only mid and top, go.
It's interesting, actually, because I'd say as far as successful teams in North America go, both Vulcan last split, XGG this split, and Cloud9 were the least reliant on their AD carries to carry. Sneaky oftentimes.
No, wow, that's a really good point.
Sneaky oftentimes would bring crowd control reliant people, and ManCloud is generally the one relied on to carry for XGG.
And that's changed a little bit. We see Sneaky already trying to build that AD carry on Caitlyn, as she is, trying to build Caitlyn in a stronger AD carry. Can't really put utility on it. But it's the same thing, right? We're not seeing Sneaky on Ezreal anymore. He's being more aggressive on his champions.
I wonder if Ezreal's going to make a bit of a comeback. It hasn't been necessary.
We have enough poke comps, but then Lucian falls into place.
You got Lucian,
Caitlyn.
you got Varus, works very well. Definitely Lucian. Works very, very well with those poke comps because he can disengage so well.
And it's when's the next champion that is going to surface, right? Because the champions we have had surface haven't had super alterations or changes. We saw Tabi bring out Annie in the Worlds. We saw a lot of people picking up Lucian recently because he's a lane boy. Maybe a few changes there. But they kind of just...
game.
Then Trundle came back out of nowhere. What are they going to do this time? What are you looking at, Lemon Nation? What are you looking at?
He's looking at his book of notes.
He's
able to bring it in for picks and bans, and then he has to give it back to the refs after the game.
Yep.
They always trust him with that. Even if Sneaky does not trust him all the time, they trust him with picks and bans.
That's another thing when you have Sneaky, something Lemon Nation said, or something that we've said about Lemon Nation is that he just harvests these AD carries and makes them great as he builds them up.
Long ago, yeah.
Yeah, long ago. Is that Sneaky is versatile. Remember, he used to bring out Jace. So he can play in like an uncomfortable position during his games and be okay. And mentality is one of the biggest things that you'd hear any player talk about. If you keep your mentality up, the game always seems winnable.
You could definitely call Sneaky an underrated AD carry.
Yeah.
Because everyone talks about how Cloud9 is just so good as a team, or Lemon Nation brings around AD carries. Yet consistently, Sneaky has some of the highest KDAs, despite not being able to get all the farm. He's on the best team in North America most of the time. Top is solo queue, right? And people are always just like, oh, you know, maybe he's top 5.
Really?
It happened.
Really? Really?
See, it took Darian a couple tries to get Warwick banned. It happened on the first try for High. That's got to mean something, right?
Yeah. You know what? Looking at the objective control, as the analyst just said, in all those mushrooms, that is really just something you don't want to play against in the first place. Maybe if there were an Oracle still in the game, you didn't have to sweep these things out.
Yeah, I think there's definitely just the element of surprise from XGG so far. They say, all right, they have Teemo strategy. We have no idea what the hell to do against that. Ban. They can live with it because they're first pick.
The thing is that Teemo's not the strategy. It's what they put around it, and that's what makes it so scary. You just get mushrooms out of it. So, yeah, they're like, well, what could you do?
We'll see. We'll see why they banned it.
Everywhere. KL getting banned out as well. They do not want to give that to ManCloud, and thanks to Overpow over in Europe, we really see a lot of KL come back. We didn't ever really fall to the wayside too much, but thanks, Overpow.
Yeah, and it's funny how right as Zed starts falling away from the game, Kale rises to prominence. You'd think that Kale was a great counter to Zed. We saw Alex Each use it at a counter during Gamescom in the playoffs last year for Season 3. And I think everyone was just training up Kale and learning it, and they're like, all right, I'm ready to go with Kale. Guess I'll just play it anyway, even if Zed's not there, and it works great.
It's a scary champion to have, knowing that a champion will always reach its time bomb-esque form when you're always just going to be able to two-shot by Kale and she'll take your turrets down in the same amount of time. You don't want that. You don't want to two-shot turrets. Well, you do. The other team, though. Very slow picks, or I should say ban phase. But the Kazakhs,
let's see.
The single target focus.
Kazakhs has been banned every game so far. Teemo has been banned just the once. First pick Elise for the second game in a row. And this could be the Zuna Elise. So we'll see. That's one of the higher mechanical junglers.
I was going to point that out.
It's not that Olaf isn't a high mechanical jungler. Elise is just a little bit more.
More chance to mess up, if you will.
I like this. Yasuo very early for high. He's been playing a whole bunch of it in solo queue. He's done very well on it. And already they have one guy who can synergize with his ult. Shyvana ults in, that displacement creates the ult from Yasuo.
We haven't talked about dive buddies in a long time. Yasuo really creates a dive buddy synergy once again. People that'll go in, people that will displace a champion, whether that's in the air or left or right, displace you from your original position. That's useful to Yasuo.
Yeah, there was just the coolest synergy that happened yesterday. I was casting with Freak for the European Challenger Series. It was actually the game that knocked Ocelot out of the Challenger Series as well, but they had Yasuo, Trundle, and Xin Zhao. And the reason it worked so well together, I'm just telling the story over top of this.
Yeah. They're going slow. We got time.
Is because the Trundle Pillar's displacement created an opportunity for Yasuo to ult, and then that's a bit flawed in itself because then Yasuo is the only one in the middle of a team of a bunch of dangerous dudes. But then Xin Zhao would come in after and use his ultimate and knock everyone else back, and then Yasuo could just like dance around the outside. It was just so cool.
I like it. I like the wombo combo. Sometimes it's extended wombo combo, and it takes a few steps, but however they can do it, however they can make it work, if the victory happens, you get the W, it doesn't matter. Annie being picked up with Lucian, the Taster's choice as well for XDG, so they're going to have quite a strong bottom lane. I believe we saw Xmithy on Jinx first game.
This is an extremely potent bottom lane.
Yeah.
It was Jinx in the first game. Now he's done Lucian. The two newest 80 carries to join the league, and both of them very strong in the competitive environment. So let's see how they match up right there, because I love how fast Cloud9 picks. As soon as it comes back to them,
They know what they want.
Pow.
And that's the lane they were looking at last time as well. They were able to lock that in with Caitlyn, keep it a little bit safe. Elimination gets what he wants on Thresh. See Bloodwater, you can see Bloodwater being the one to chat it out with the team here. What are they going to be doing? They have already seen what you have for AD carry and support, but it's about the top in the mid lane here.
Well, here's what's cute about what Cloud9's done. Normally, ManCloud loves to counterpick his lane, and Benny did a very good job of counterpicking his lane last game too. But since Yasuo can go in either spot, they can't necessarily get 100% read on the lane.
If they pick Kog'Maw, that would actually be pretty crazy, because the first time that Vulcan beat Cloud9 last year was because of the top Tri-Brush Kog'Maw attack that they went in with super early.
Yeah.
They were get the kills onto Sneaky when they went in. Sneaky was playing Ezreal that game, but none of that.
They wouldn't, would they?
Showing a little EU love on the Darien Hupper.
They're going to do it.
I wouldn't doubt it.
It's in.
Warwick is ridiculous at 45 minutes. You just have to walk away from him.
Yeah, and they feel like he has enough power to sustain farm against a Shyvana. Depends what Cloud9 throws against him. Lanewick making his triumphant return, going across the Atlantic from Darien into what is probably Benny.
Like I said, Jat, it's not super new, but these champions that are just cropping up, I love it. This season has shown more than any other. People are really trying to take chances and making it work. I guess it's taking chances in our eyes, but these are well-honed champions that they have.
This is going to be real cool. The synergy also in Cloud9 here, Vi plus Yasuo, I think is probably the #1 ganking combo from the jungle. As soon as Vi uses the ultimate, it is a dead ManCloud, almost no matter what he does. I wonder how XGG is going to counter that. You can see ManCloud's kind of puzzling over
I like the trade-off.
Right
I like, as I'm thinking about XDG, you know, Benny gets in there. Yeah, he can get popped up by Yasuo. He can get moved around. But that gives ManCloud time to get in if Benny's aggression wasn't safe, pop whoever they have as a single target back, and, you know, disengage the rest of the team. So they got their own little picks, but it all has to fall together. It's so much easier to say than do.
I know. And, man, the start of this LCS has been loaded with such games.
Yeah.
#1 and 2 regular season teams from last split are coming right against each other. This is almost the bigger test to see if Zuna is really fit for the jungle, because he's going up against Meteos, #1 jungler in North
You stole what I was
America
going to
last
say
split.
next, because that's what I'm super excited about. We'll talk about it more as the teams load into the game. Let's check out who you think will be taking this next matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 88% of you think Cloud9 is going to be taking another win here in the start of the split.
Got to keep in mind, nobody believed in XGG last split. They got voted against almost
What was
every
this, like
time.
70-30 every time they had a game, or like 30% to them, 30%
Yeah,
to
and then as soon as we ran the feature about them not getting voted for, they started getting voted for and they started losing. So this means anything could happen.
So yeah, let's talk about Zuna and Meteos. Zuna making, what is it, 6-0-15 presence for his first showing in the jungle. Meteos doing pretty well and fared well in his games, but he didn't have that big of an impact.
No.
Again, the composition wasn't calling for Meteos to have an impact. Zuna just did it.
Yep.
So here we go, on to the Rift. Fourth game of the day, it's going to be XDG versus Cloud9. You're looking at 1s and 2s here, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll see what it really comes to be after this matchup.
Yeah, we can see, let me guess, they're going to all 5 go out.
And stand in line.
Defensively. Why do they do that? There could be so much aggression.
Whose line could be straighter?
I'll
Let's
talk
see.
about the composition a bit more, though. Might as well. Because mid lane Yasuo against Gragas, he should be able to juke around fairly well for the barrels. He was talking about how with Teemo he's okay as long as he can dodge the barrels, but he wasn't doing too well with it.
No.
Let's hope he does a little better this time. Again, Cloud9 has stationed Sneaky in the mid lane like they're going to do two side laners, which they could, theoretically, they could put Yasuo against Warwick and have a grand old time if they wanted to, and then just let Shyvana throw himself into a 1v2. But
Yeah.
this is, I can't take anything from this because Cloud9 had this exact same start in game 1.
That's exactly what they want. With having Vi or anybody on either side of your AD carry, why not just show the AD carry in middle? It's different. It's not what you're going to do or could be what you're going to do. So it's a tiny mind game.
Yeah, especially if teams aren't going to be invading you, because that's normally the threat of
Yeah,
throwing
you're safe.
someone in the mid lane. Is say, oh, now we know there's no more than 4 of them in any other spot.
Exactly. Good point.
But they're letting it happen.
So you can see the pings coming out. They just warded that. Why'd they ping it? Weird. What's going through their head, Jap? They just warded that. Why'd they ping it? Weird. What's going through their head, Jap?
That there's rushing the enemy for doing the super tank top lane thing.
Playing against that old Elise. And don't build health. Just build resistances and try to keep yourself alive for the end of the game. So with this, does Cloud9 kind of go off the fact, well, I guess they can't because they have regular picks, but they do go off the fact that they have something different that they brought to the game.
Yeah, well, they have the Yasuo as well. And this is now I believe the 5th Yasuo we've seen in the LCS. There were 3 over in Europe.
In Europe,
the second one we've seen in just 4 games over in North American here. High was criticized pretty heavily for not having a strong champion pool, especially at Worlds last year. Then he brought out some new picks at Battle of the Atlantic, had a great Kazakhs game. And already, Teemo plus Yasuo, 2 champions that obviously he never played in the last split. He's definitely done a lot of work in the offseason to reboot himself. And Cloud9's not happy just being the best team in North America, or is not content with the 25-3.
And knowing, coming out of the scrims, right, they know more than us and their potential, how they've been doing. Coming in with that, like I said before, they're not really showing too much this week of what they can do. And why wouldn't the first week be the best if you know you are one of the top teams to try things out?
Exactly.
When you can get the wins later if you need them.
Exactly. And I really do think that Teemo pick was good.
Yeah.
It was a serious
absolutely.
thing. They mentioned the Teemo player, that Kobe will have to get the name for me again at the end, that plays nothing but Teemo. Was it McDollar? You're just messing
Shouldn't
with me,
have tried.
Yeah, their Teemo name, McDoobladoo. But the fact that...
Great shout out.
Well, here's the thing. With Season 4 and the 2014 championship season here, knowing that Oracle's removed, the few champions like Evelyn I thought was going to be a bigger factor. Hasn't necessarily been in all of the games. And now Teemo, it is much more difficult to deal with the Shrooms once they get ahead, because you can't just build an Oracles and go around sweeping them out.
Yeah.
You have to predict what bushes they're going to be in and sweep them again and again. So Teemo does have enhanced map control now.
Let's talk about what Zuna got.
Hate to legitimize Teemo.
Yeah, sometimes it has to happen. Maybe we'll learn to love him. Now, there's Zuna. That's what I was actually just going to talk about. So
what do you got to say?
Great switch. He's on Shiv now. He was on Olaf. Both can still kind of play that same bit of aggression.
He's on Elise.
He's on. Oh yeah, you're right. Left side. I was thinking red side.
Yeah.
He's on Elise. A little bit of the aggression is still there, but like you said, are the mechanics, right? Olaf is kind of, you don't have to have an order, but with Elise it helps.
Yeah, well, he wasn't missing many axes on Olaf, which I think is going to bode well for what he does on Elise here. Many of those cocoons, which we saw, I Will Dominate missing a fair number of in that last game. That's the test of a lot of these Elises, is when their cocoons are stunning. Because it's not so much that you can't land a skill shot, it's that you know when to use it. Because sometimes you want to be going in point blank and then cocooning on the retreat, or you want to be running up and cocooning so you can go in combo. It's a tricky choice that you have a lot of getting used to too, and hopefully he's played a lot of Elise in the jungle early, because I'd say of like total skill cap in the jungle champions go, Elise is right at the top.
All right, so as we wait for everything to get fixed up, we are going to throw it over to Freak, Kobe, and Voyboy standing by on the desk. Give us a little bit of talk to about what's going on.
Thank you very much, Riv. We are back here to talk about all kinds of wonderful things. So, Voyboy, first of all, welcome to the desk. How you doing? That's good. So you guys, I want to talk to you actually about your game since we've really just barely come off of that one. That was close for a while. Like, how do you play the close games where you know you're clawing back and forth? Like, what do you do to get yourself into those games?
Yeah, so basically the reason the game was so stagnant and so close was because we had a team comp that basically had no actual form of hard engage. Like, it could have been like Elise repel in or me dash in and like Lulu wall, and then we like start a fight. But we reversed at Pokemon with like Varus and Nidalee and a lot of really strong disengage with like Annie and Trundle. So we'd get into siege scenarios where they'd be poking us down, and like I try to like mitigate a little bit, like throw a wind wall here and there, but we never really could get an opportunity where we could go onto them. And so one obvious advantage that we had was the fact that we had TP and they didn't. They took Ignite on Trundle to be able to cut down on Mundo's healing and just like have a chance at killing him. And so what we basically ended up doing was looking for like opportunities where they walk a little too close. We can either like try to land a Q for the knockup and then look to ult in, or we can just have Mundo like TP in and try to flank them. So the game was just like stagnant for so long because we really didn't have many tools to make a move on them. And then they went for like a Baron attempt. We had Mundo splitting bot. Dom went in, got the steal, and we just like aced them. And then we just ran down mid and pushed for the win. So it was just like this. The game just exploded, and we took it home.
That's definitely something I want to ask you more.
But that was a very potent initiation for him the last time he did it.
Lemon Nation trying to use the Fog of War here to his advantage on the side. Meteos on the out. He gets caught, and he's forced to Vault Breaker in. Assault and Battery as well. High going down very low, and they're taking a bit too much damage at the start of this fight, but they trade back 2 quick kills instantly. Easy enough for me to say, and they keep going on the fight. Those 2 kills were perfect. Zuna almost goes down. He actually clicks back on accident. It's enough for Sneaky to hit the shot. He nets and flashes into position. 3-1 now. That was just a 3 for 2 in favor of XDG.
Completely turned on its head right there. Yes, they got a start onto Meteos, but he's a very tanky guy right there. Didn't actually use his Lock of the Hour on Solari.
Wow.
Maybe could have lived. Even so, Cloud9 just powering through.
Benny trying to do what he can on the front line, but he's only going to be taking a bit of damage. It looks like they get the turret without any worry. It's going to be on the Sneaky. They flay him off. Couldn't they get enough damage? And they finalize the kill. Great reaction time there by Lemon Nation to keep his AD carry alive. The follow-up kills coming from high. The Thresh Lantern out. And Boss is going to be safe from burnout and the Ascension.
XDG went about a quarter second too early for that one because they had the support coming in Xmithy and Bloodwater, but it ended up just costing them both of their solo laners' lives. So even though XDG had done so much to claw their way back into the game, they just lost it all right there. Cloud9 was able to turn right back around because, honestly, XDG came right to them, and Cloud9 turned it around beautifully.
Meteos looked like he got himself caught, but they just have so much confidence behind their team and what they're doing. They were able to, that fight went from coast to coast. It did start down by Cloud9's mid inhib, or second tier mid turret, and then ended up at XDG's turret with them losing more people. An unfortunate situation. As you said, the cookie's crumbling in the favor of Cloud9 in every instance here, and we're even seeing the fights go back and forth, but just too much in the favor of Cloud9 that time. It's all up to XDG now to really take back the driver's seat and use this time to figure out how Cloud9 is getting around their defense.
Yeah, well, they're getting through a lot of it because they got 2 Last Whispers completed right now. That's a huge amount of itemization for High. Picked up a bunch of gold last fight. He's actually sitting at 1120 tops in the game. So not only did he have a good laning phase, he's had an even better roaming and team fight phase. That last fight in particular was a huge boon for him. And now they can actually do this Baron with a little bit of peace of mind if they want to start doing the baits back and forth, or just Shirelia's in and try to make it happen.
They wanted Zuna pretty hard there. Great tick. Zanya's finished up for ManCloud, and he's had that for quite some time. The only times he's used it, he's actually gone down after, so it's really not proving useful for him just yet, but nothing else is really going to.
It's really hurt his Gragas build. You see most Gragases get the death cap very early, and he basically turns into a burst caster. Since he had to go with the Zanyas, his damage has actually been dropped fairly substantially, and he has not been able to make the impact he normally would on Gragas.
Wits End finally finished up on Benny. It's something we saw Darian building up. I'm actually happy it's back. It's kind of one of my favorite items. I like Wits End.
Everybody loves my favorite item.
Everybody loves attack speed. How can you not? 12-8 in this matchup. And that attack speed hopefully is starting to help Benny as he gets into that tankier part of the game, because it is an 8,000 gold lead that Cloud9 has right now, and it's really spread nicely across their entire composition. Nobody's focused power right now, and even Lemonation has 9 assists, so that's going to be helping him out a lot.
Yeah, plus he's almost maxed out on cooldown reduction there with the Talisman and the Boots of Lucidity. So that's a lot of hooks, a lot of plays, and a lot of control in team fights. Meteos was hoping to hop over a wall, but he got spotted by that ward.
We see Benny now take it to the bottom lane.
Yep.
He's going to get a bit of a split push on here.
We're getting forced into a bit of a play right here because there's the Warwick in the top lane, so either Cloud9 goes for Baron, Dragon, or they send someone for Benny. I think since Cloud9 likes to take action, they're going to be going for this Baron first and foremost.
The ward is there on the other side, at least for XDG to see. No, it gets cleared out, and this will not be helping them. Benny in the bottom, he has teleport up. They could be ready for this one. Looks like they are going to be able to drop the turret, but is it enough time to know how much health Baron has? It is not. It is taken. The teleport now happens, and he's going to be on the backside of this fight. Maybe they decide to figure out how the pinch works. No, he stopped his teleport. They are able to get in. They throw Xmithy into the flame there. Very nice job getting him to the backside of the fight. Looks like Cloud9 is going to be able to push on.
Benny's very sad right now. He just standing there after his teleport was canceled, probably from his own use right there. A lot of times if you try to spam click right as you're teleporting, you'll cancel your own teleport.
Yep.
Not sure what happened there or if it was an intentional, but even so, the Baron was taken before anything could have had a big impact, and now Cloud9 has a nearly unstoppable push down the mid lane.
Let's see, well, they will take the turret, and it is going to be the inhibitor next. If that Lantern hit, they have Nexus turrets to follow after this, but with that Gragas being up, the full 4 around him, or full 3, I should say, Xmithy up in 1 second, they can't not do much.
No, they have continued to cascade their advantage here. Yeah, they gave up 1 turret to Benny, but it was for much more great gain. Plus, they can just take a dragon on their way out. Oh, is he going to grab the lantern? Come on, man. It's right there. Get it. No!
Oh, bus driver closed the doors. See where they can go from this. The Dragon's only going to help the pile of gold that sits in the back of their fancy car right now. They are ahead a nice, cool 12,000 gold, and that's nothing to be worried about. If you're on XDG, however, it is very hard to get by any of that. You can see, talked about it before, the double static Shiv, Infinity Edge to Bloodthirster, so somebody's got the crit damage and somebody has the sustain to stay in the fight. And these guys, like I said, with that Locked of the Iron Solari, and then Meteos builds the Banshee's Veil, they're starting to become completely unkillable, and Benny is losing people that he can ult in these fights.
Yeah, Benny, in order for the Warwick to work, other people actually have to be getting things low.
Right.
And him sitting in the fight needs to be an active distraction. At this point, since Cloud9 has just caught a few people out of position or just chased down the squishies, they've been able to largely ignore Benny. And it has not worked out for them. I think the pick itself has been good for XDG, but the team performance has not been.
Definitely have to be forcing more fights, but how can you do that? The other team is so far ahead, and you know it's a straight loss 5-on-5. You get the split, you use the Fog of War to your advantage, and you use the Gragas ult to get high right in the spot you need him. They're going to throw it in the box. This is a big fight here for XDG, and they need to come out on top, but even with the turret on their backside is another member of the team. It's Sneaky and Crew to wipe them out, push them off their own base here and just the outside. And it looks like they're able to continue. The Baron taking away is really giving them a huge advantage, along with positioning.
Hey, as nice as the catch was on to high, there was no Xmithy there to capitalize. So even after they killed him, it was still a 4v4 against a team with Baron, which meant 2 people fell on XDG, and they lost their turret. Here comes the continued push.
And this becomes the hardest part. You have the wave you have been waiting for in the top lane, but XDG can't get anywhere near it. Cloud9 is knocking on the front door for a second time here. The second inhibitor looking to go down, doing this methodically as Cloud9 does, and I would not be surprised if they took the time to go top and take everything.
They were not able to get that last inhibitor, only because XGG had respawned and they had actually gotten harassed down quite low amongst all that. But good control, smart counter move.
Yeah.
It's actually a little strange for Cloud9 because normally when they play, at least back in the 2013 season, they were the ones who initiated almost everything, and teams were reacting to them. But in their first game, when they had the Teemo, they set up their traps, their little they were so annoying, and TSM had to consistently come into them over and over again, and that's how they won like a very slow and drawn-out game. And in this one, when XTG made the game close, Cloud9's victories have been very reactionary. We think of the first fight, where the first fight they won way up towards the middle turret of Cloud9 when they got the catch on Emedios. That was XDG's move, and Cloud9 just reacted to it very well. Even the last push for the bottom inhibitor, XGG's move to get on high, but again Cloud9's victory. So instead of them playing extremely aggressive and making all the moves, they're actually reacting a lot more than they used to.
They're the ones that wait for you to make the mistake. It even kind of plays in, like you said, the way they did it with TSM. Knowing that TSM was warding so much, they cleared a ward and hid where they wanted to ward. That's how they caught the odd one a few times.
Yep.
So they really play to their opponent's mistakes, and that's a different way to play when you completely win every game. If your opponent doesn't make a mistake, then it becomes scary. But Cloud9 is exceptional at finding them. Sneaky with blue buff as he heads towards the bottom lane. He doesn't even need it, but they have a lot of things they don't need right now, like a 12,000 gold lead. That's pretty good. 15-9 and 8-4 in turrets. They still have 3 to drop on the map. It's good for XDG. They got their inhibitor back in mid, but they are all huddled around pretty much a small campfire that is those 2 inhibitors, keeping them alive.
They got to keep those things warm, otherwise they're going to get destroyed right here. Banshee's Bow being completed by High makes him very safe. There's a really hard initiation.
Going to the back line. He went for a hell of a ride there. Medios is there. Everybody's to the back line. Talk about dive buddies in 3, because it's a crowd. Zuna now the focus. He is trying to get himself out. The rappel is the only thing to keep him alive for a few more seconds. ManCloud feeling good about the 1v1 onto Sneaky, and that's what they needed, is the DPS to be out of the fight. But look how much power just comes from the auto attacks and the repeated abilities of the Bruiser squad. These 3, Balls, Medios, and High, just doing work with Lemon on their back.
So that was actually kind of cool. Vi knocks everyone aside when she goes for a target, which made way for the ace in the hole, and that's one of the huge things that just destroyed Xsmithy in that fight. It means both inhibitors are going to go down. Maybe the game here, because they still got 4 people alive to 2 defenders.
35 minutes in the game. This is very much more so Cloud9-esque. Their 34 to 35-minute average game time becomes a little bit more true. They look to win their 2nd game of the North American Spring Split here in 2014.
Whoa! A little bit more damage, and that could be the Nexus right there, trying to get some kills at the end.
Everybody loves a little bit of KDA. The culling on the fadeaway, not enough to grab High. Medios looking happy. A quick high five to High, and all around the horn for Cloud9.
2-0 on the first day of LCS for these guys after playing 2 of their biggest competitors. They took out not only TSM, but now XDG, the numbers 2 and 3 teams from last split. So Cloud9, I mean, as expected, they were the #1 team last split, but those are 2 solid wins for them.
A good game coming in still for XDG, but like you said, headhunted now for Cloud9. Teams have their eyes on that spot. A lot of teams started this week. Every team started this week in first place, but now really Cloud9 can be the one to say that. Nobody else has 2 wins.
2-0 on their way to 4-0. Fnatic is the only other undefeated team in the European LCS there. Cloud9 hoping to start with a super week flawlessly like they did in the 2013 summer split. And if I'm Vulcan, I'm not feeling too bad about that. Yes, they made some over-initiation plays, but they did kind of have Cloud9 on the ropes for a little while. Zuna didn't have the same game he had in game 1, but that was a close competitive game throughout.
And a thing to see that really sparks my interest with Cloud9 is when they went through that first week, when they went undefeated last split, I think it's a lot of the same champions. I think we had 5 Zacs for Medios or 4 Zacs for Medios. Everybody's been switching it up. It's the same Cloud9 with wins, but it's a different Cloud9 in play.
Yeah, especially from High. He's the one who's really taken it on to change a lot of the other things about him. I think Cloud9 probably hasn't changed anything too core to their beliefs. They will still have their kind of tier list of champions and continue to pick those.
With a little more now.
That's why they pick through so quickly down, but just be a little harder to ban out. They've found their weak spots that are bannable, and it looks like they're starting to patch them up.
So XDG, you could kind of see that they knew what they wanted to do in that game, but they weren't able really to ever to get it to work. The teleports were beautiful when they did happen, with the ults coming in on the top side from Benny. And I want to say, and I don't want to bring too much attention to it, but I feel like Benny did that on Shen as well, going into the playoffs. He moved his Shen, and he didn't get the teleport off.
Well, that was a bug.
Well,
you can't cancel Shen ult intentionally.
Well, no, he was teleporting.
No, teleport is different than Shen.
Well, I know he was on Shen, but he was teleporting. That's what I'm saying.
We'll see this one, Riv. Anyway, yes, he made that one teleport mistake up at the top lane, but that wasn't necessarily
Right.
He wouldn't have done anything because he was too late. It was a team call that they were late
Yeah.
with that one.
And it seemed like he was coming in late anyways, even if he was.
They were very late on that last call, which was an unfortunate thing for the Baron.
They didn't have vision, and that had been cleared out quite a bit. We saw when Cloud9 wanted Dragon, they had 2 pink wards down immediately. When they wanted Baron, they walked up and put 2 pink wards down immediately. So they knew they had complete vision. Even if it was surrounding them, it wasn't right on top of them.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that was a very competitive game for about the first 20 minutes. Cloud9 did control the Dragons a little bit better. And at the end of the day, I think the Yasuo pick was played very well by High, and the Gragas is not a good thing to go up against it.
No,
It's
now
one
we
thing
know
we
that.
learned.
However.
Yeah, another thing to learn with Yasuo.
We're going to take a quick break right now, but there's still way more action to come. When we return, we'll dive into our next game as Team Solo Mid squares off against Evil Geniuses. Don't go anywhere.
It's really fun beating people you know, because you can joke a little bit afterwards if they can take it. But basically, we just want to win. Doesn't matter if it's friends, enemies, foes. It doesn't. I mean, I don't care. I just want to win.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to the opening day of the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. I'm David Freak Turley, and alongside me is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler, and we're taking over the analyst desk. No, caster's desk for the last 2 days. Games. There we go. I can talk. Now, Crepo says he just wants to win, and, well, he'll get another chance at it in just a few minutes when Evil Geniuses faces off against TSM.
You can't blame them. They moved a long way for this.
Yeah.
Committed a lot to come over to North America for the North American LCS.
Yeah, you don't want to pull a Quantic and come all the way across and then just not really pull it together. So they have a chance. They can do well here. All right, guys. Now we want to remind everyone at home that the North American Challenger Series is currently underway on lolesports.com. Click on Leagues and Tournaments at the top of the page and follow all the NA Challenger action there.
Then be sure to watch the Challenger Series Saturday and Sunday immediately following the North American LCS coverage.
That's the next 2 days, we're going to have some of that. Now, let's check in on what you guys have been saying on Twitter. Of course, we had asked you which team will exceed expectations in the North American LCS Spring Split and why. Now, here's what you guys had to say. At Veilstraw says, I think Curse will, because of the versatility of Voyboy and Quas, they basically play every champ in the game.
I like that people keep pointing this out because more champs, the more new champs that we've seen, the more success the teams have had.
Yeah.
So I think that is a strong thing for Curse as well.
Unfortunately, Warwick's undefeated streak just died. Benny, I don't know. Anyway, at Leo K. Lol says the team that will exceed expectations is CLG. With Hotshot GG back, they have the most potential.
I don't think anyone will argue that CLG has pretty much always had the most potential. They've pretty much had the most potential for years and years to come. But I'm excited to see Hotshot GG back in the player's seat and see how he can perform because you know he's been playing a lot of solo queue. It's very different than coming back to actual structured play.
And he's got his own fun champion pool as well. I'm excited to see what he brings out here. Next up at Pong's Turf 00, hopefully I got that right, says EG will be the most surprising. Pobelter is a really underrated mid laner, but his mechanical skills will help bring his team to victory.
I think surprising is a great word for this team, especially because they have Pobelter. You know, the wild card everybody always talks about. Will he be amazing? I know Willie died a bunch of times in a row, but really, this is very subjective because you know it depends on where you set the bar for the team in the first place to see if they exceed your expectations.
That's true. Some guys came in giving him a really good chance of it. Some people said they were going to be really bad, but they already surprised by beating DTG in the promo tournament.
Yeah.
See where these guys go. Next up at R93 Esports says Coast will probably shock people the most. They dominated the challenger scene and added a great analyst in Alex Penn.
I'm a fan of Alex Penn, even though he's got a lot of haters. I think that was a really good pickup for them. And he does fit really well in with that team. I think he meshes well with the actual team members.
Yeah, I think so. And anyway, like if you don't have any haters at all, you're not doing anything. Like there's something you're doing wrong because you should be at least notable enough that someone hates you for a reason. You just got to get the most lovers as well. Now, at Orbit, Josh says, I think EG will exceed expectations. Another EG lover out there. I think their hunger and desire to prove people wrong will drive them through.
I think they definitely have that. They have amazing drive. Like we said, they moved all the way over here just to try and get into the NA LCS. Now that they're here, they definitely want to prove something.
Yeah, I think they can do it. Now, guys, of course, we'll see that next game. Exactly. So you guys are going to be ready for this one. Now, as always, we appreciate the responses. Please keep sending them our way. We love hearing from you guys. Now let's turn our attention to that next game. TSM versus Evil Geniuses. These players have faced off before, but they haven't faced off as a team in a very long time. So, Kobe, with this matchup, what can we expect?
I mean, the fans already touched on it. Pobelter. What's he going to do? What's he going to play in the mid? He had so much success with Ziggs in the mid. I don't think that he'll be getting that one again, but whatever he does end up going, it's going to be kind of a wild card. Kassadin, I feel like they picked it up just because it was available and everyone's so accustomed to it being banned. They felt like that was just a pick that you need to grab if it's up.
Yeah, and the first pick run didn't quite work for them. I mean, now they're going to face off against another really scary mid lane jungle combo. Bjergsen, odd one, likely to shut them down as well. They got to keep that in mind. But of course, both teams are coming off a loss in their first games today. TSM was methodically taken down by Cloud9. They've got to find their first win too.
Yeah, and that game, like Jet said, having to deal with those annoying mushrooms is a bit of a trial. Kind of a shock here, coming back for their first game, having to go into a Teemo game it's very different than a lot of other mid lane champions. So much late game objective control. It's just you have to buy all these upgraded Oracle lenses quickly, which they did.
Yeah, they rushed 4 of them.
And they bought a bunch of pink wards as well, but still having to spend so much money just to deal with that single pick, very rough.
Yeah, I was actually talking to High off camera, like I think after our interview, and he's like, did anyone count how many mushrooms I got? I thought I had like 20. And I think he's going to go watch the VOD like afterwards in the hotel room and be like, okay, there was 1, 2, 3, 4, and like just do the math on how many mushrooms he had. And that's always like a good. I feel like Draven's passive like tells you how much gold you gain from it. Teemo's ulti tooltip should tell you how many mushrooms are on the field at once.
So we need a fan to go out there, find out what max cooldown and the 10-minute timer on those mushrooms. What's the max number you can possibly have on the map?
Yeah. And then to count them as well, the guy who did the
Okay.
ward kill counter from WE versus CLG EU at Season 2 Worlds can go count the mushrooms as well. And then we'll have a nice music video about those poor, sad, dying mushrooms. And then we'll be good to go. Have a big counter.
Okay.
I like it. I don't know, whatever. I just really love Teemo, so anything involving him, I just start gushing and talking faster.
So how about if they take those mushrooms and they draw out a Trinity Force on the ground?
I would just start weeping
Explode.
of like happiness, and I would be able to keep casting. I would just sit here going like, they've done it. They've done everything I ever wanted to. As long as he jungles though, he's got him. You need the whole trifecta, and then you're good to go.
Another thing, though, that I want to bring up from just because these two teams already played, the EG there, the Yasuo top with the Blade of the Ruined King. Did not expect that one. And if they do get him again, I don't expect that to happen really ever again. Probably the Static Shiv and IE combo would be more.
Yeah, what was weird to me there is he was actually poised to do the Static Shiv IE build. I know Jat talked about it before with High, but also Inox had 10% crit from his rune page. Like, he was poised to do the 100% crit and then just like didn't buy crit items. So hopefully makes the adaptation. Guys, we're going to get ready for the game. Let's check out the starting lineups here. On the blue side is Team Solo Mid with Dyrus in the top lane, the odd one in the jungle, the crowd cheering for their favorite team, Bjergsen in mid, Wild Turtle on AD carry, and Xpecial on support.
And on the red side, it is Evil Geniuses. Inox is up top. Snoopé is in the jungle. Their mid laner is that wild card Pobelter. Then in the bottom lane, we've got Yellow Pete and Crepo.
And Yellow Pete and Crepo have been together for such a long time as well. I mean, the EG lineup in general.
Along with Snoopy, yeah.
Yeah, exactly, with Snoopy as well. These guys have been playing together for such a very long time, and they've always seemed very consistent to me. Yellow Pete and Crepo seem like a very strong bottom lane there, and they've got to be one of the oldest duo lanes now that's been uninterrupted. I know we've talked about, like, Meet Your Makers have been together more or less for, like, 1,000 days now. Gambits gets broken, because Edward left for a while, so they're starting over again. There's not a lot of bot lanes that have that kind of duration. I like the ones that sort of stick together like that.
Yeah, they've played together for a long time. And he talked about in the video the importance of knowing what your partner's going to do without having to say it even.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you don't have enough time that vocally calling out play is actually going to work out. These guys definitely have it. The synergy in the bottom lane is there. Seems like Crepo's the one, driving more of the aggressive plays, and it's just whether they'll follow up or not.
Pete might show up in like Cogult or something.
We'll see if he gets that Leona for Crepo, because that would be huge for them. In a
Yeah.
lot of their wins, he's been instrumental with those long-range initiates.
Yeah, and sort of speaking of initiators and sort of aggressive players as well, Xpecial, I really got to say, has done a good job. Of course, pulled in a new AD carry player midway through Season 3 and seemed to be doing great. Immediately had enough synergy there that they were holding up. They even went and experimented. I know Jat talked about this, the Annie Xinjiao lane. Didn't work out as well, but I like that they tried the innovation as well. There's just like a lot of fun things about TSM's bottom lane too.
Yeah, they both do have a lot of synergy. Actually, on the question of how long have bottom lanes been together, like, do we count Double Lift and Afro Move from when they first were together, and then he got benched, and then back on team? Is the whole
no?
Okay.
It's got to be contiguous.
Okay, gotta be
so
contiguous.
Nintendo actually has like a brief respite off of the old like GGU roster.
Oh, yeah.
He had like a week off. Starts it over again. Same way. So.
I have so much respect for the guys that come back after being benched, though. Like, that's a huge deal to do, to keep the drive after you've already had to take a back seat and come back even stronger. Like Nintendo, it's better now really than he ever was before.
Yeah, and I like those players, and it goes to show you, like, sometimes the esports world can be very, very small, and those of you who've kind of been around the esports scene, you're going to sort of, like, you'll see the same faces once in a while, and just even the players themselves, right? Like, stay on good terms with Afromu. You might need another support one day. And of course, in true CLG fashion, they convert an AD carry player to play support, just like they convert mid laners to play jungle. It's the way they do things. They had to keep them in the Rolodex. Those don't even exist anymore, basically. But yeah, they call them back up, and the CLG, and we'll of course see them next game. They're back together as well. So also to talk about this, Inox is a player that I actually have followed for a while in the challenger scene. I know we talked about his Yasuo.
Yeah.
Sketchy build. but I like him a lot as a player. I know him actually as a huge Nidalee player, actually.
Yeah.
And I don't remember Champ Select from the first game. I'm kicking myself for not remembering, but he used to pull bans every single game in Challenger.
He did. It's similar to like Hotshot almost. You know, always banning Nidalee against Hotshot. We keep on alluding to the CLG games already. That one's going to come up next, guys. We're going to have to wait for that one. But this one, EG versus TSM. Who are you really favoring right now?
I feel like TSM is the stronger team. They looked good for the most part with against Cloud9 for a good portion of the game, right? Like I feel like Cloud9's still that dominant team that's going to have a really good record here, and TSM held up among the best. Like just counting Season 3 until now, like they did a pretty good job of that game, and I still think TSM is very strong. I think Bjergsen is an amazing player as well.
Oh yeah.
I know he
solo
has,
kills.
Oh man, he's just that. Like he's incredibly, incredibly good, and so I'm looking forward to see a lot more from Bjergsen. I think the rest of the team has been kicking it up as well. Odd1 improving steadily, even though he's been on that roster for so long. I think there's a lot of individual talent here. I would say arguably more talent on TSM, as well as their team synergy is just getting better and better.
Interesting, the odd one there. You know, playing that Nunu last game, I'm very, very interested to see what he'll pick this game, because Nunu, not having like the biggest impact on the lanes early game, and you know, because they had Timo, the control game also wasn't really there for him. So it seemed like it was a really good adaptation by Cloud9, I guess, to deal with that one.
Yeah, I liked it a whole heck of a lot. Honestly, if you're talking about what the Ottawa's going to do, I know his favorite's Elise right now. If he can get it, they'll go for it.
Yeah.
TSM are going to be blue side this time around, if I recall correctly, so they'll get the crack at that if it doesn't get banned out there, and that's going to get him the most comfortable. It's going to give him the best chance at pushing these lanes forward. And honestly, TSM, if they've retained a lot of that Reginald essence, it'll be they'll get an early lead, and then they'll just completely crush you from there and keep the aggression on.
Yeah, the Reggie as a coach.
Yeah.
How would you feel if you know, maybe just like a regular softball team or something, or just like a very relaxed league? If you had Reginald just as a coach in sort of any kind of no.
In a relaxed league, no. If I'm like going for world domination, okay, sure, I'll let Reggie yell at me when I do something wrong. But if I'm like, we're just gonna play softball and chill out on weekends, I don't even want to coach, let alone Reginald.
He seems so much more happy and just relaxed as a coach, though. Like it feels like a lot of that stress has been taken off his shoulders, not having to be a player anymore.
Apparently I missed a lot of his coaching sort of seminars then, because like the last I'd seen of him, he was like very aggressive and alpha about it. And then there was like the one video that they posted like 3 or 4 months ago of him sitting behind his team telling him things they were doing. It seemed a bit more positive. He's telling guys, okay, good job, you're talking more, I like that. I just wonder, like, how much of the game knowledge he imparts. Because Reginald was a player to me that had, like, this sixth sense on Baron. He actually sort of always knew when his team could take it and always knew when the opponents were doing it. And you rarely saw Baron go sour on TSM. I feel like that's, like, a skill that's hard to impart through coaching.
That's a unique skill, too, because we've seen so many games determined at bad Baron calls or just split-second steals, like even earlier today.
Yeah, and so the individual decision-making, the split-second decision-making, we actually saw Voyboy talk about this in our interview with him, where he said, yeah, when it comes to late game, I'm the one who's got all the experience. I can tend to make the calls. And Reggie was a guy who was competing back in beta. Like the original tournaments in 2009, he was shot calling for a team. So replacing that experience is always going to be a bit difficult for TSM.
All right, well, we are into the game. Let's jump in and see how TSM will fare against the EG roster.
Well, so far, EG not target banning Odd1 out just yet, but the actual assassins were moved away from EG. There's the Elise ban. I want to see if they do similar things with the jungle picks to what Cloud9 did to them. It seems like they had a pretty good amount of like emphasis on Odd1's champion pool.
Yeah, that's interesting. You know, because he's, like you talked about Voyboy being around, or Reggie being around for so long. Odd1's been around for pretty much just as long as Reggie, almost as long. So he's played a whole bunch of junglers. And it'll be interesting to see, you know, what has he actually kept his skills up with? Because you can't just have played a champion maybe a couple months ago and then whip him out in an LCS game, because they're just small little things that you have to practice and you have to have muscle memory for.
Well, here we go. The Kazakhs banned out as well. So we have seen a couple of jungle bans go back and forth here. This is going to really interesting, but the Olaf is picked up here for the Odd1, so that's going to be right away first pick jungle. Not Elise, but I guess his second pick here.
Yeah, probably a jungle. I mean, it's possible they could switch it up, but man, all junglers love grabbing Olaf just because, as we saw earlier today, Zuna, you can, that is one of the champions from the jungle you can hard carry with.
Yeah.
You can just go at the other team and destroy their backline.
Yeah, and it got banned out against XDG as well in their very next game. I was actually taunting Nintendo in pregame chat. I was like, you better not let Zuna show you up with that Olaf. And then it gets banned, so he doesn't get the chance to. So only good Olaf in NA right now, not Nintendo. We're going to see if Odd1 can keep that mark up. But EG's turn for some picks. Inox and Snoopy to lock in the first two here. They're looking at Vi. Like that choice. We've seen her be incredibly popular of late.
I think that this TSM team knows something from scrims or from some intel that I'm not aware of, because the Hecarim ban at the end there, it seems a bit random. Like, we have not seen it had a big impact. It's probably a very specific to EG ban, or it could even just be a throwaway ban.
I'm trying to think, because I know there's players who innovate really weird things. Top Hecarim used to be a thing. Way back in the day, I know used to play it.
I know a few jungle mains that are just like, oh, I can't jungle. Well, I'm going to play top lane Hecarim.
Hecarim tax all the lanes and get gigantic. And yeah, it's interesting because Vi fills sometimes a similar role if I press R to initiate a fight. But so they know something I don't, unfortunately. The picks, though, coming back to TSM here. It's also interesting seeing Caitlyn back in the mix, but it's going to be Shyvana and Leona picked up here. So TSM ready to go hard.
All right, so they take away Krepo's Leona, plus they get that long-range engage. This team, even though it's only 3 champions right now, is a beastly team fight, okay?
Yeah.
If they get any sort of speed boost on this team, it'll be ridiculously scary to fight around any sort of dragon or jungle buffs. Any kind of objective that's not under a turret is going to be really, really in favor of TSM. With just looking at that front line, looks extremely scary.
It definitely is. It's weird, actually. I haven't seen Sivir almost at all since the nerf, since the 3.15 has been played on the tournament realms. And I'm surprised she fell off that much. You know, because she's so good with these kind of comps we're seeing right here. You talked about speed boosts. Maybe they'll go for it. EG, though, still...
She does still get a little play in, Korea, right?
Yeah, a little bit. We see her once in a while, but she's, more an odd pick. But here we go. Last few seconds on the next ones. Pobelter does get his Ziggs, and Lee Sin coming through. Now, we've seen Lee Sin support. For what it's worth. It's probably
You
Inox
hoping
top
for that
lane.
one?
I am. That's great. It was so fun when they did it.
Yeah, and going with another melee when the other team has Leona is a pretty interesting choice. I like that because it would sort of push Leona's itemization more towards Dorian Shield and Face of the Mountain stuff, more health.
Yeah.
And away from the extra speed boost that would come from the Talisman. If you make her match your hand-to-hand fighting very early on, then you might be able to delay that extra speed boost. Interesting idea there.
Leave yourself some options. And TSM going to lock in the Zed here for Bjergsen. Sivir 80 carry as well. So safe to say this team kind of wants to go ham.
Yeah, they've got that speed boost that I was talking about after the first 3 picks, and they've got more here. The Zed, one of Bjergsen's signature champions. A lot of people stepped away from the Zed after the changes to the delay on the Shadow, but he was one of the few players that kept on playing Zed in solo queue, and the confidence there is very interesting because he's going up against Pobelter Ziggs that we also mentioned. He had amazing time on, and that is a champion that will constantly shove you into your lane.
Yeah.
So you're going to want to counter that with high kill potential.
Yeah, and so I gotta say that I feel like that's TSM really planning this one out. They know, you talked about it, Pobelter loves the Ziggs, plays really well on it, TSM not banning it, knowing it will get picked, and then saying, all right, Bjergsen, we trust you to play Zed into this. I gotta imagine that was the game plan here.
I like these 2 setups here because TSM, like I said, they're going with these very, very tanky divers, speed boost from Sivir, going to be able to get in there for the back line. Meanwhile, the EG team, not only do they have the Ziggs for the siege and the poke, but they also have the Caitlyn, one of the perfect AD carries for sieging up like that. So very different team compositions here, and we'll have to see which one can get the early advantage and make sort of dictate the pace of the game.
That's going to be fun to see the matchup and how these guys can outposition each other and make their teams work the way they want. Now, before we jump into the game, let's see who you guys think is going to earn the victory here. And according to LOLesports.com, 74% of you think that TSM is going to pull out the win. 3-1 odds TSM.
There's a lot of TSM fans. That's not too surprising there. I mean, they usually have a pretty big margin. There's good star power on the EG team, though.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that EG lost a internet fan vote that badly, actually, because there's a lot of really good faces there. But apparently the fans here for TSM, that was kind of like a Deficio.
I could have followed that one up pretty easily with a Deficio style.
There's a lot of pretty faces on that team. All right. It is a team with Snoopy, let's be fair.
Okay.
I mean, let's all be real here. All right, guys, getting ourselves into the game. TSM, Evil Geniuses on the screen. And in the blue trunks, it is TSM.
All right, so as expected, you know, a lot of Dorans coming out, but we do see the Leona going with the working towards the face of the mountain upgrade, starting off there with a little bit of extra life. That means also when you start that item, you're going to be shoving the lane because it does have the execute still for melees, removed for the range, but still, that means that they're going to be pushing up, trying to get that minion wave advantage so they can get the early level 2. Plus, it's very hard to fight duo lane if they have the advantage of the first creep wave.
And I gotta say, like, you look at this duo lane and you're like, oh my god, I'm fighting against Caitlyn Thresh. I'm at like literally 150 range disadvantage by being Sivir. So I feel like you're right. They really want to push the lane, relieve a lot of that pressure from Wild Turtle, and he's gonna have a much easier time getting through the early game.
Yeah, they kind of want to protect themselves with a giant minion, wave.
Like a shell of sorts.
Yeah, exactly. So they use that relic shield. We'll have to see if they get to lane early. That would mean that they would probably not want to help the jungler at the first buff that they start at. We'll see if they actually pull that one off or if they just go regular. But anyways, anytime you have that Leona lane, looking for the early level 2, we'll have to see if they go aggressive early.
Yeah, we'll see where the lane movements end up going. Right now, Inox chilling top. That is top lane Lee Sin. By the way, teleport top lane Lee Sin. We've seen Insec run that before. When that happened, he would teleport to like a ward in like the enemy Wraith Brush, and then jump a wall and kick someone into a mid lane, and Bjergsen would just kill the freaking guy. It was pretty freaking sweet.
So interesting. We do actually have the bottom lane for EG skipping out on helping the jungler. Snoopy opting to start up in that red buff means that they are actually going to be the ones getting that minion wave advantage down bottom, and the early aggression from Leona is going to be cut down. Caitlyn does exactly the same thing. She loves to get an early minion wave going because she can poke you so well under the turret. And they do have the Thresh, which is sort of that soft counter to Leona engage. Krepo's very experienced on this champion. He's extremely good at getting the timing down for using those flays to interrupt her engage.
Wow, and already Wild Turtle and Special, you talk about the lane matchup, but they missed the experience in the very first minion. They missed gold in the second one, so already things not looking happy. Special's going to try to turn this one back around. So duo lane, early lead for EG. Turtle and Special going to have to try to make up some lost ground as time goes on, but at least they'll have that in the team fights when their ultis come up.
So they're going to, now the only question is how well can they CS under tower and how much harass can Yellow Pete get off, because you already mentioned the low range of Sivir. Wow, the engage early.
Wow, a lot of
not even level 2.
Back out to Special though, 300 health. I don't think he would have done that one again if he had the choice to redo it.
No level 2 there. It means there's no stun follow-up, and he really just has to run away as soon as he Zenith Blades in.
Yeah, the one advantage he had from going Relic Shield is it's cheaper than Doran's Shield, so he gets to bring some potions, but Special taking a bit of pain there. These guys trying to reset the lane back now. Both these guys level 2. Let's check out the other lanes there. Dyrus, the early push into Inox. You can see actually Lee Sin not liking that one so much.
Yeah, Shyvana, that's why they're the sort of trinity that people are talking about in the top lane are the Shyvana, Mundo, and Renekton, because a lot of the other top laners do have a little bit of difficulty dealing with them in lane phase. Lee Sin is definitely one of those champions that's always been a decent pick up top. You just have to play it very well, and I'm thinking that Inex is probably going to even be like maxing his Tempest and Cripple first so that he can get extra magic damage and have multiple sources to try and whittle that Shyvana down.
Uh-oh, but Snoopy is looking around the backside. TSM actually senses that one out. Odd One looks for the top lane as well. These junglers getting a bit feisty. So is Bjergsen actually. Pobo out there down low. But there's like the almost moves are happening right here. You've still got Snoopy in the enemy jungle. Odd One doing the same.
Yeah, Snoopy there just a little bit out from that tri-bush, and they pinged him away right immediately. Here goes Odd One for the dive, already ghosting.
Inox's shield is on cooldown. He's going to flash away, but one more attack for the Odd One, and that's going to be first blood TSM. 4 minutes, 25 into the game, and a couple of lost minion waves.
Now, that's terrible news not only for Inox for going down, but it's also terrible news for Snoopy, because a Shyvana top lane is one of the few top laners that will continually be able to shove you in. Wow, Pobelter just walking up for that harass there. Shyvana, she'll shove the lane in, and then she will start invading your jungle all by herself. So that means that it's going to put pressure not only on Inox, but also on Snoopy's jungle.
Snoopy, good luck. You are Vi, and I think Shyvana just wants to take a bite out of you as this game moves on. We'll watch these lanes reset, and only Boots and a Doran's Blade picked up for Dyrus here, so not a huge stat advantage over the Doran Blade, Doran Shield of Inox.
Yeah, Snoopy going for the second time's a charm here. Same gank path through the tri-bush. There is no ward. Krepo definitely telling there in the flash engage.
The flash play, the shield though is on here, and can they get the damage onto Special? Ignite is on, that's surely to be a kill, and Snoopy gets the kill credit there. Both junglers this game getting kill credits.
All right, so that was 2 flashes though. They did use, Krepo's flash for the initiate because he wasn't worried about tipping off this TSM bottom lane. They were obviously like, oh, jungler must be here. Krepo's just running at us by himself. He knew he could get the flash flay off, so all he had to do was make it in time for Snoopy to get off the Vault Breaker. The successful gank does reward them with a kill.
Well played then by EG, making it a bit closer. Only a 300 gold difference, about what you'd expect when you lose a first blood like that. And they're going to go back to the base. EG picking up some new items. Looks like early Sightstone trip, or at least the attempt here for Krepo, picking up that Ruby Crystal. Whereas Special tier 2 gold generation, actually, he's all in for money.
Wow, the early upgrade is pretty big, and they are going to need more sources of money because the CS down there for the bottom lanes is not looking very good for TSM. That's not even really due to the kill either. It wasn't due to the gank. It was due to the early shove. They didn't help their jungler at the buff, built up that giant minion wave that we talked about, and they were able to keep TSM under their own turret.
Speaking of under his own turret, Belter only level 5, Bjergsen 6, and Belter really forced to be a bit more defensive here. You're seeing him hide away, try to wave clear, but very much respecting the Zed of Bjergsen. Likely to still be a topic we're going to have to watch as we go into this game. I wonder if Belter goes for a fast Zhonya's here to survive that.
Fast Zhonya's is a classic move against Zed, starting with the arm guard so you get all of that very efficient armor and ability power. Wow, just 2 inches too short.
And Odd1 is 2 levels above Snoopy as well, and he's going to have Smite up in about 8 seconds. Snoopy forced to leave his own jungle, and Odd1 managed to give himself his own ward coverage to keep the counter jungle going. Krepo, of course, getting engaged on by Special. They're going for the fight there, but a level disadvantage for TSM. Not the happiest place. Krepo going to zone them the rest of the way out, and they'll be safe, but the lane finally unfrozen here at this bottom lane.
Man, and even with the early upgrade there of the Relic Shield, he still hasn't been able to get very many executes off because they were shoved so early. Dyrus now in a really tight spot.
He's going to pull in for the Odd1. Inox level 6 though, and going to help push this one away. Odd1 6 as well. Snoopy still only 4. Still a huge level lead for TSM. Ziggs Bomb comes out. Still hurts Dyrus, but he's going to be okay. But red buff is now controlled by EG successfully.
Look how much they had to commit though. EG, it cost them so much to try and defend their jungle. Because of that early kill that was up top, because of that early Shyvana lead, man, they're able to jump all the way in towards the red buff, and a whole wave was just lost up at that top turret.
And look at the minion kills starting to spread apart. Of course, you talked about that bottom lane, the great early start to Caitlyn Thresh, but mid lane up 12 minions, top lane up 10 as well, not to mention Odd1 getting some extra tax money as well. And now it's just wonderful stuff for TSM with a blue buff now going to Bjergsen.
Ooh, I like this call because of the late blue buff here for TSM, because of the start down at red. They've actually timed it with their dragon aggression. They know that they cannot fight TSM over this dragon, so the only way that they can grab it is if they time it with the blue buff, because they know that the Odd1 and Bjergsen are both going to be on the top side of the map. Very, very well played there from EG, trying to get themselves right back in this game.
Yeah, really great play calling there. I got to commend them for that one. I guess that is why they call them evil geniuses, as they make some smart calls here. TSM trying to recoup some losses in the bottom lane. And now one thing to point out is that the CS lead will be a bit misleading here, because a lot of Xpecial's minion kills will count for both. So Wild Turtle's about 10 higher than you expect him to be, but still, as you said, great lane for EG.
It's still a big deficit there. And we'll also be trying to see if Xpecial can get his executes onto the cannon minions. He'll definitely get much more gold value out of those. It's either that or a melee minion if you can't wait for a cannon minion. But we'll have to see if they can actually catch back up, because it's still hurting.
And speaking of sort of gold value as well, I noticed Xpecial was getting +1 gold for dying minions, meaning he went deep utility to get the extra money. Now, most supports I see, especially tank supports, tend to go deep defense. It's interesting to see Xpecial invest so heavily in monetary gain instead of just stats. It's rare.
Yeah, a little bit more late game focus, and they haven't really played super aggressive. So turns out in hindsight, good idea there.
All right, well played Xpecial then, making the lane work for him. Snoopy looking around for a counter gank, hiding well in the fog of war. Okay, no, just going for his double golems. But he is level 6 though, so the aggression can turn on here for Snoopy.
Right, so the possibility of that Vi gank is definitely there. Oh, wow. Bjergsen going pretty deep there in the mid, too. That possibility for the assassination is something that you have to watch out for. Since Pobelter has gone Ignite, and he has not picked up that barrier that a lot of Ziggs will do in a matchup like this, going up against an assassin, he has to play even more careful because Bjergsen right now, you can see already cutting through his life bars like butter.
And this is going to be a rough spot right there. Brutalizer already done all kinds of wonderful things for TSM. Only 600 gold lead, though. That the Sneak Dragon hasn't, unfortunately for EG, done that much. And here comes the all-in. Pobelter drop dangerously low. That should be enough to kill him. Doesn't even need the death mark to pop. Goodbye, Pobelter.
Yeah, no barrier, not even a chance to survive that one. Pobelter does, get the jump backwards, but not enough to save his life. And a repeat dive.
Here comes the odd one. Inox just going down. Goodbye. Kick doesn't do much of anything for him. Well played. Another one for TSM.
And even in moving into the mid game here, the plan for TSM is pretty much keep it going just as they are doing already. Keep your solo lanes, shoving them up, and then dive with the odd one because the dragon is down, so they don't have that really the objective to fight over. All they have to do is keep playing to their strengths on the map. The bottom lane is a little bit behind. Probably don't want to mess with anything there because if you get counter ganked there, then you can turn it around. But if you continually go to the lanes that are ahead already, then even if Snoopy shows up, you'll have the advantage.
Well, speaking of going to lanes that are ahead, though, here comes the teleport gank with Inox, a 4v2 bottom lane. This is not going to be happy for Wild Turtle. Down to half HP. Box comes across as well. Goodbye to one. And now it's going to be the second one. Nice dodging of Turret Dagger by Yellow Pete. And the jump in. Flash Force. Yellow Pete low on health. One more Night Ticket Xpecial. Gets one back and a lot of resources spent by EG.
It was a good teleport, though. Again, they went to the lane that was ahead for their team, EG, trying to capitalize on the bottom. They barely lost Yellow Pete, but still, it was a good first step in getting right back in this.
And you can see the gold 1,700 apart right now as Dyrus actually runs to the bottom end to hold things up for himself, but the rest of his team still showing up there. So, TSM, clearly the ones doing a bit better on individual plays. EG still doing some nice play calling overall. But you said these teams are running in with very different compositions. EG looking for a siege, looking to start a bit more of a poke, sustain type of game, whereas TSM, just a lot more individual playmaking into giant team fights.
And we are getting towards the point, only a minute and 45 seconds here left on another dragon. TSM are definitely not going to want to let that one go. I think EG got sort of a break there, being able to grab the first one. And if they do step out a little bit, then it's going to be very hard for them to avoid getting caught by this TSM team. There's so many tools on TSM for following up any sort of pick.
Yeah, Pole lands onto Xpecial, dropping him to half, though they've still got a minute and a half till that happens. The one thing to point out is Inox's teleport is on cooldown right now, so he actually has to make the rotation just like Dyrus does to get across the map here. Now EG, they get a turret for themselves. Nice play down here at the bottom lane, bringing the gold lead closer again. The other interesting thing I see is that Inox is going for the Ravenous Hydra build on Lee Sin. It's actually my favorite build for him, but it's a whole bunch of damage that Inox will be having later in this game.
It also means that they're going to have tremendous amount of wave clear. Ziggs in the late game is amazing at defending when you are behind, so that's a great thing for EG to have on their team right here. But also, Lee Sin's going to be able to clear side waves really quickly. Nice hook by Crepo.
He's going to get jumped back in on, though. The ulti's so much damage. Xpecial picks the kill credit there. Yellow Pete stuck in 1v2. He's not going to like this fight. Well played, TSM.
Yeah, great hook, and you're rewarded with a death. Tough break for him. Xpecial is able to capitalize his ultimate, locking him in place. And now, the blue buff contest here, I think Odd One is so strong that he can actually keep them there by himself. Snoop is going to be forced to smite that one away, so they're at least able to keep it off of the Ziggs, which will help a little bit with that insane wave clear, but it's still going to be very hard for them to push towers, and they'll probably opt to fight for the dragon instead.
Well, all right, so there we go. It's TSM with control completely here, and EG forced to try to regroup, and, well, we'll see what happens with this dragon. It's coming up right now. Inox stuck in the top lane. Dyrus already making his way down the map. He knocks about 10 seconds behind him. Can EG buy enough time, or will they even go for this one? Dyrus still in the rotation against a push lane. TSM first look at the bottom lane, and Yellow Peak gets slowed. Gets a lantern, but Xpecial's going to land the E. Can he get more? Box slows Xpecial down. The dive is on Crepa, but here comes Snoopy. Xpecial drop low. His shield's going to end soon, and the damage is going to come across. Nice knock up there. Special does fall. Now can they find Wild Turtle? No, they find the Odd One, though. He's been hooked up. Does not have an ulti anymore. That's surely to be a kill, and Wild Turtle forced to run. Can they get enough? Yellow Pete's ulti almost back up. Oh, the missed flash, but Snoopy gets it anyway. A 3 for nothing in trade for the turret. And now Crepo coming in, trying to get away from Dyrus, who's joined the party as well. Does he get the damage he needs? Crepo's so very low. Yes, Dyrus picks up one. Now he will flash. Caitlyn ultimate. Snoopy Q. And
so short.
Nothing. Dyrus gets a 1 for 0.
It was still a really good turnaround there for EG. You know, able to stop the aggression, and then the hook landing on the Odd One right as Ragnarok falls off means they were able to get in another kill for themselves and gain dragon control. So they are actually able to grab the second dragon as well. I was completely wrong there. They're the ones controlling dragon area here. Bjergsen now.
Ooh, the Q dodge. Does he have the damage? Snoopy surely to pop right here. Now can Bjergsen get out? Oh, there you go. Jumps to his clone. Bjergsen making it look easy, but that was impressive.
Some beautiful shadow play right there. Leaves the one from the ult. Oh, now Xpecial engages as well. Just by himself, though, so going to have to run now.
Yeah, I don't think he really wanted that one.
Going to have to run now.
He's very aggressive at landing those E's. And about half the time, he's like, I wish I didn't do that. And all right, he's fine. Special's going to survive. He's okay. He's got a sight stone. He's got an into tabby. He's all right.
I actually really like that play because it's sort of like playing poker against your opponent. You get them in the mindset that you have somebody behind you, even though it's sort of a bluff here. All right, so let's take another watch at the Bjergsen shadow play here. He uses the ultimate now. He already put down that W earlier, and he's going to leave this shadow here. There's a ward on it, which will see him teleport over there, but it's such a long distance that it doesn't even matter, and he's able to get out of it scot-free.
What I really like about that was Bjergsen knew he was coming. He went back first before ulting so that he knew his return clone from the ultimate was going to be the one down there instead of up near the mid lane turret.
So confusing keeping track of all of those clones.
It was really awesome. He went back to leave his ult clone in the same spot, and that's what he jumped back to. Really, really impressive. I really do like the new sort of ability to make plays with the new Zed ulti, just because the shadows are so much farther apart this time. Baltoro popped his ult mid, though, for not much. His minions won the sprint against the enemy minions, but then they died to Zig, so that's the reward for winning the race. Nothing. They gave gold to Pobelter, so nothing there for TSM, except just holding on to a 3,000 gold lead, despite losing all their dragons.
It's all those turrets going down pretty quickly here for TSM, and the Odd One's farm really doing a lot for him as well. He's becoming a menace on that Olaf. We'll have to see how. Oh, never mind. Bjergsen going in. Gets shot in the face.
Yeah, 1v2. He's like, never mind. But now, can we get the jump in from Crepo?
Oh,
that hook! Are you serious, Crepo? Can Yellow Peak go down? Nah, he'll survive this one. Well played, Crepo. Beautiful hook.
See, this is kind of what happens with this sort of team composition when there is not an objective up on the map, like Dragon, for them to take. You know, they're looking for just sort of random picks and random plays in the middle areas of the map because they don't siege up that well since Civer's such a short range. And without the perfect vision control and keeping track of the entire team of EG, they do end up backfiring. So the two dragons that EG got, you know, just playing on the opportunities that were presented to them were so huge.
And then they've done a great job here. Their real like team comp goal hasn't come to fruition yet, but they've been making a lot of great mid-game plays here. I gotta give props to Snoopy, 2, 1, and 4 as well, being a big part of these ones. And Crepo, highest kills in the team with 3. I love the kill stealing support. Good job, Crepo, making your mark here in NA.
He's landed some beautiful hooks, so I'd say deserves them.
Yeah. All right. Well, the team's regrouped to the top lane here, and no one from TSM is around to defend this. Crepo gonna tank some shots, and then here we go. Maybe an answered turret here for EG if they stay.
They did make the rotation first and able to clear out one wave, but since TSM had the vision of them, they're able to answer. And all it really takes is Dyrus. Even though they made the call for the entire team, you can see there every single member of TSM was rotating up top to try and counter that in case the entire team of EG wanted to fight. But yeah, Dyrus was able to clear that one off, and they turned their sights towards the blue buff.
Oh, and the blue buff got timed by TSM, and they are there first this time around, EG, unless he gets lucky. Nope, Bjergsen picked up the blue buff. Well, getting some more control, sweeping out the wards as well. And it looks like TSM's starting to turn it on pretty hard right here. Inox not in a good spot. Dyrus 1v2, kicked backwards, but still on the chase. Gonna fight Snoopy up a little bit. Should be a good fight for Dyrus actually still. And he's still going in. And then recalls in their face.
Ooh,
and
yeah.
he kills more minions.
Not only does it only take Dyrus to hold that top lane, but he also is looking for the kill there. Chases off 2 members. The thing about Inox's build, though, he can lifesteal extremely quickly. And he doesn't actually base after that, even though he was taken down to almost 200 HP. With a Hydra, he just lifesteal right back up off those
it's crazy.
golems.
Yeah, he's actually maxed Safeguard Iron Will first. So he's got 25 lifesteal, 25% bonus lifesteal on top of the 12 from Hydra. So when he does do the whole combo,
yeah,
like 700 health from Minion Wave.
And it's area of effect there.
Yeah.
So like I talked about, he can clear a Minion Wave really fast, and that's exactly what you want for your split pusher. Him having his teleport up now does open up the rest of the map for a play for them to make down bottom side, if they can get wards a little bit deeper. But says that bottom turret went down so early, the wards here for EG are pretty much only covering their own jungle, trying to defend against invades.
And let's see if these guys can get more coverage then as time moves on. Of course, they've had a Sightstone for a while, but different builds here from the supports. Xpecial's upgraded all the way to face the mountain. He's got a single target shield for a friend, scales off his maximum health, whereas Krepa went Sightstone, still no GP10 at all actually, but gets the Locket of the Iron Solari. So AoE shields here, much less money, but if you're going to steal kills, I guess you got it anyway.
Yeah, you know, I guess you can sort of count a Sightstone as gold generation, just because you save a lot of gold from not having to buy so many wards. But yeah, he does not have he's not even working towards that talisman, which is what I would kind of expect for this team here, since this team would definitely benefit from a speed boost to get away from TSM. They're definitely not letting this dragon get away, by the way.
No, TSM fully ready for this one. Only Dyrus there in the top lane to hold that Inox split push. And I gotta say, for all the early difficulties that Inox has been having, he's pulling a good amount of attention despite getting camped pretty hard by the odd one.
So he's an extremely mobile champion that wave clears really fast and has teleport. It's kind of a really good combination. Dyrus, though, he's having a lot of fun with this. He actually does not have a ward in that side bush, but he's got one in the try. So he just saw Pobelter leave at least.
And unfortunately, it looks like Inox and Krepa not going to be enough to threaten him here. So Dyrus going to walk away pretty safely on this one. And we're in a bit of a lull again. Most of the action has been kind of around dragons. It's been early lane ganks, and then it was like, oh, we killed you all, let's take dragon. Or, hey, you're going to set up for a dragon, let's kill you before you get there. And
wow, look at this chase, though. Down through the jungle here of EG. Xpecial is barely in range of Krepo to ult, but didn't get a good bead on him. Doesn't want to pull the trigger.
Not going to pull for that one just yet. The whole team, actually, for both these teams, was pretty nearby. Could have been a full 5v5, but in this case, not so much. Looks like mid lane going to be where they congregate here. Bjergsen kind of leading the charge. These guys are kind of putting out poke, but not finding much.
Yeah, so it's interesting, you know, on this patch that this sort of team comp where it's really brawly and they don't have very long range to siege up for TSM. It's a lot harder now to sort of gain complete vision control after you have such a strong team fighting presence because of the lack of oracles. I know they have to upgrade those lenses very quickly to be able to get them on cooldown and time to use for these invades. Plus, only one pink ward per member means that's really hard for them to finish. Odd one popping that Ragnarok.
And the Ghost as well, trying to run away, but soon, oh, the Flade just not quite timed well. The box going to come across, though. Odd one knocked up there. So much damage coming across. Can he survive? No, he will not. Snoopy picks up another kill there. 3, 1, and 4. And EG again with control.
See, great job. EG, even though they are behind, they've been able to keep their own vision. Yes, TSM is invading our jungle and putting down vision wards of their own, but as long as we're able to keep ours up, we can see when they're out of position. And they catch one of the champions that can go immune to CC, and they still get him, even with that slightly missed time hook.
And they kept up with him for a very, very long time. So there you go. Odd one back up in 5 seconds. And looks like we're right back where we were a couple seconds ago. EG grabbing their own jungle in the face of some wards, but that's fine. And TSM grouping back up towards this mid lane. Odd one going to come back in. The fight's actually going to start in a 4v5. Yellow Pea going to take a whole bunch of pain. Can this go down? Bjergsen going to get the damage across. Yes, Yellow Pea will fall, and Bjergsen goes back to the team. The jump on in. Another kill picked up by Dyrus, and Odd one going to join the fight in about 10 seconds. 2 for 0 so far. The chase in on Xpecial, who shielded himself with face in the mountain, helped himself survive. So good active there, and we're good.
That's why we were looking for the Sivir pick in Champion Select here.
Uh-huh.
They're able to boost them up and grab that team fight, just force it inside the jungle, catching the duo lane here for EG and taking them out. Bjergsen, by the way, did a great job. Whenever you're on Zed, you can have the confidence to chase that deep because half of what you're doing while you're chasing is leaving down shadows for you to escape already.
Yeah. Yeah, and you get 5 seconds, just dove like 2 screens and just shows right back up. It says, guys, remember I did this last time? You didn't kill me because I went the other way. Inox kind of fighting Dyrus a little bit, and you talked about Dyrus on Shyvana being able to invade the jungle and steal stuff away. Once again, double golem stolen away there. Dyrus making life pretty hard for Snoopy.
And since Dyrus has gone for the Blade of the Ruined King Shyvana build, the Shyvana boosted in speed by Sivir, plus Blade of the Ruined King active, and Bjergsen's Blade of the Ruined King is just so...
He's not starting any defensive items just yet. He's still going for Last Whisper. Maybe we'll see QSS next to get rid of that Death Mark, but yeah, poor Caitlyn. I don't want to be LP right now.
Yeah, well, like almost the only option here is for having Krepo position himself far away from Yellow Pete so that they can get one of those late lanterns after Dyrus ults in and commits to one position. Then they can at least buy a few seconds by completely switching to the other side of the fight. But yeah, besides that, it's going to be fairly hard for them to redirect any of the aggro.
All right, so a minute and a half till Dragon comes back up. TSM back on split push duty. Dyrus now to the bottom lane here. At least for the foreseeable future, going to clear these minions up. Looking around, TSM actually just doing some pretty normal bookkeeping right now. Actually, Wild Girl full over the wall, and this is not good. Goodbye.
All right.
Wow.
All right, that one deserves a little clip at least because the small pull that you get with the hook on the second activation there, it was able to get him right over the wall, and Krepo takes it all the way in, securing that kill. Just a beautiful, that is the definition of a pick.
Yeah, that was wonderful. All right, so now EG, they got the numbers advantage. They've sent the one-on-one to the bottom lane, so 4v3 here in mid. They put a little bit of damage onto this turret, but the engage is going to come by anyway. TSM love their underhanded fights. The dive in, good by Yellow Pete, and Bjergsen dropped dangerously low and jumps back. He's going to survive. Now Pobelter actually surviving as well thanks to the locket. No, Dyrus has something to say about that one, but the fight will continue. Bjergsen looking to come back into this battle as well. Snoopy forced to run back. Inox, can he find the kill? The Ravenous Hydra active does not deal enough damage, and now Krepo is in a really bad spot. He's going to go down. TSM just keeps finding these fights that just barely work for them.
4 versus 3, they decided to engage that one because of a beautiful ult there from Xpecial. All right, let's take a look at this one. There goes the Solar Flare, trapping 2 members, and Odd One just jumps in right on them. Bjergsen, like we said, able to easily kill Yellow Pete, and then Odd One sticks on Pobelter as long as he can. Enough time for Dyrus to jump in there. He actually flashes over to finish that one off. This is actually a really good play there. Inox, as you know, lands the Q, but not quite able to finish off Bjergsen.
And now TSM just now equalized the Dragon score as well. EG outmaneuvering and making so many great plays early on to get those Dragons, but ironically the later Dragons are just worth more, and TSM's picked up those.
So that was a team fight without the Sivir even on TSM, and they were able to win it fairly well, plus get the objective after. Dyrus no longer has his flash, and he's going to have to just try and run away from this one.
He's going to keep trying. The minion's going to go down certainly, but looks like it's not enough damage going to come across here. Could be pretty heavily armor stacking Dyrus.
They take this opportunity, though, to gain an advantage on the other side of the map. Because of the pink ward inside Baron, they know there's no vision of the actual HP, and this is going to be a tough steal for Snoopy.
Well, they're going to put the ward down, so EG knows about this, but Xpecial trying to lock up Snoopy in the background. He's going to be okay so far.
Pobelter's got his ulti too, though. Ziggs could combo damage here.
There's a lot of bursts available. How can
this
these guys...
This is so dangerous!
Bjergsen pulled in as well. The dive's going to come on in. Nope, no damage on the Bjergsen. That's going to be a kill on the Krepo. And Sivir picks up Baron. One smite coming across for the Odd One. Snoopy's going to go down as well. Big fight for TSM. Pobelter forced to Zonies, but Dyrus likely to pick up that kill. No, it's going to be Wild Turtle with the credit here. If you count Baron, triple kill for him. And this is a very good fight for TSM.
Like I said, extremely close right there. A jungler does not even grab the Baron. It goes down to Wild Turtle.
Woo, the most skilled members of any team.
Yeah, exactly. The ultimate did go off from Pobelter too, so that was a very chancy play there from TSM, but definitely paid off. They were able to get the objective. Plus now they've got a huge lead with the extra Baron buff running. They're going to be able to grab that turret.
Wonderful stuff now by TSM. Over 10,000 gold in the lead now, 30 minutes in. Right now we hit 30 minutes into the game. TSM still 10,000 in. I made my prediction correctly. Good job, me. TSM, Bjergsen on the split push mid. Dyrus onto the bottom lane. He's going to be pulling attention soon, and it's just over and over. Dyrus pulling the members over, going back into the fight, and turning battles around. We've seen this time and again from Dyrus.
Looks like they are going to pull a split push here. Just shove in 2 lanes. Like I said, their team's not that great at sieging up, but they will not hesitate to pull a trigger on a dive here. Dyrus, you talked about being super tanky. He could be the point man for a dive.
Oh no. Actually, Bjergsen might not get this one. He's going to jump back with his ultimate.
This is only 2 members of TSM fighting.
And he's going to get locked up there. The ace in the hole does get blocked, but Snoopy still on the chase. Bjergsen flashes out and survives. Would you believe it? Dyrus on the run, slowing the enemy team with a Randuin's Omen, and Wild Turtle getting the solo split push mid for a turret. TSM coming ahead on that one. That was crazy.
That was Dyrus and Bjergsen against the world. And they come out ahead.
Inox not in a good spot. Special, not the best solo player. Flashing for the ignite.
Shield wear off.
Can't help him. Special picks up the kill. Bloodthirsty Leona making that one happen. Now Dyrus on the run, but Special. I don't know if there's a way out of this base. You did already burn your flash. Odwin cannot help you. He is not Thresh. Special, you are going to go down. Nice try, buddy. But Pete does get a trade kill. Dyrus gets the turret.
He just threw the odd one, a groggy ice right there. It said, Chug, you're going down. Rest in peace.
R.I.P. in peace. Special. It's okay. We'll see you again in 30 seconds when you respawn and join your team again. TSM, though, they just got a bunch of Tier 2 turrets. They've got 6-1 on that score now. TSM looking very good this game.
So those were some interesting dives by TSM. They did lose a couple Baron buffs with this play, and also the Baron buffs on the members who actually haven't died are getting close to timing out. So the little sort of power play that they had didn't quite go flawlessly, but they did get the turret down bottom as well as a couple kills.
Okay, so here we go. New test for TSM. Can you break into the inhibitors right now? They've got a pretty standard 5v5 team fight. A lot of ways to engage, a lot of ways to dive in. They're going to recall, group up, buy some new items, and try again. Spirit Visage done here for the odd one. He's nice and tanky. Of course, a couple Ninja Tabbies for these guys as well. Infinity Edge now done for a Wild Turtle. So TSM really doing great on items.
And Dyrus has 300 armor just in human form, so going to get even more when he jumps into dragon form.
Oh, man.
I think he will be okay with tanking a turret if they decide to go for a dive. Just shove up one lane, grab 5 members. As long as Dyrus is the one with the first damage there tanking the turret shots, they should be able to at least run EG off of a turret.
We'll see if they can do that right here. Baron buff about to time out right now, but they're ready to go for some of this fun. 10,000 gold lead once again. Actually 14,000 at this point. Dyrus sweeps away a ward. Bjergsen on the top lane split push. Looks like Dyrus towards the bottom. Where will the rest of the team go? Snoopy taking a bit of poke. Stuck inside his own base. All of EG actually stuck inside their own base. Using what wave clear they have to keep themselves alive. TSM still knocking at the door.
I mean, yeah, like we talked about already, the Ziggs wave clear, it's so hard to siege up against that. And then Inox, building the way that he has, it has just as much wave clear as a Ziggs almost. The only problem for him, he has to get a little bit closer, so it's kind of dangerous.
And actually, Yellow Pete in the top lane, very jumped on. He's got a QSS, so he's fine. And now Bjergsen, oh, this is not good for you. Picked up for a kill. TSM going to re-engage again, 4 versus 5. Snoopy's going to drop. Yellow Pete getting ricocheted on. 1 hit from dead. He's going to survive. Oh, nice knockback there. Crepo going to go down, though. TSM 2 for 1 on this fight completely. Yellow Pete picks up Home Guard's going to come back into this fight. TSM still looking to take down a turret, though. It's getting backdoored, though. So EG likely to push them out here. Good damage onto the odd one.
Crepo just flayed the dragon out of the air to save his AD carry right there. What a beautiful play. At least saving the life of Yellow Pete.
Yeah.
You know, 2 members dying still, and TSM still with control of the map, but they did stop the aggression.
Yeah, and it's that bot lane synergy. So here we go. Yellow Pete jumped on. Good QSS.
All right, so he's able to get out of this one, but since Snoopy uses, the assault battery to get out here and kill Bjergsen, he does extend himself a little bit, and the rest of TSM not going to let him get away from that one. Let's watch this again, because Dyrus goes in, and it is the play from Crepo has him right out of the air.
That was absolutely gorgeous. You know, we talked about bottom lane synergy. Crepo knew Yellow Pete was going to die And so he used Flame.
Not on my watch.
No! Of course, he died too. So non-scumbag Crepo took one for the team, made Yellow Pete live.
All right, so let's take a look at the trinkets, because I think trinkets are a really good indicator of who's winning the game. It's actually tied up, both of them with 2 sweepers each.
In fact, both supports upgraded them too.
It's yeah. So you get the Oracle's upgrade, but it's something that I don't see pretty much ever, and I've already talked about this once before, but I want to say it one more time. I feel like the orb trinkets are actually a really good comeback tool, because if you just get one when you're on a team that's losing like this and you've lost your vision control of your own side, then you can use it so that you don't have to face check Barons and stuff. It looks like we will have dive though.
Special taking a bunch of damage, but it's a very tanky man right there. Snoopy dropped dangerously low. He will go down most likely. Pabelter already picking up Special though. 2 for 1 trade so far. Look at this fight go on. Everything is going the odd one's way right now. Krepa going down as well, but Yellow Pete in the backlines firing away. Can he beat the odd one here? Can he get the damage? Yes, he can. Look at that fight. Bjergsen, the only guy alive from TSM. Uh-oh! Close. 7 seconds till Baron, but EG don't have the personnel to take it.
Okay, there's no Pabelter ulti we can look away. What a good hook. This was just while I was jabbering away about trinkets. But anyway, Bjergsen gets taken down so low before this fight that EG actually have a really good chance here, because TSM are also tower diving. Really good pickup right there, though. Bjergsen does decide to go right back in and it blow up Inox. Odd one grabbing that double kill that you talked about was pretty huge. The Pabelter Zanyas is going to keep him alive long enough, and Yellow Pete with some nice moves, keeping his distance from the odd one.
A triple kill for Pabelter in that fight. He started the game 0-1-0. He's come up to 5-3-3 since then. This kill score has remained incredibly close this game. TSM obviously getting more turrets, but at least one answered back. And EG also stealing away some jungle.
Yeah, look at this Yellow Pete red buff steal all by himself. No vision in the jungle. Just going to get that one as quickly as possible and probably try and jump out because Wild Turtle's on the hunt.
Yeah, definitely. And so here we go. EG grouping back up. Baron buff is alive. Of course, TSM has been taking all the dragons
away. And they see Yellow Pete. He walks by the minions, so they're aware. No AD carry going to be available for EG. TSM in control of the Baron area. This could be another very dangerous one, though, because we know how much damage EG can put from over the wall.
And look at the damage up with there. Down below half. The ult comes across. Snoopy getting focused on by the entire team, and they've stopped Baron until he goes down. That is Vi dead, and the team should be coming back. They're special taken up for the team. Not a big deal. Baron does go down. Autumn picks it up. Wild Turtle very low, but a kill and a Baron well secured by TSM.
Able to get the kill on Snoopy while the rest of the team finishes Baron, and Bjergsen teleports out again once with the Shadow. Meanwhile, Special have to walk his way all the way around.
All right, TSM. Special low, but whatever. You got a Baron buff on you. 5 versus 4. Baron buff on as well. Mid lane inhibitor turret is dead. Inhibitor itself standing, but of course the numbers advantage shouldn't be that hard to kill. TSM looking for the push.
Yeah, all the ultimates are down for them though, so that's why they're being a little bit hesitant here and just slowly trying to work up towards this inhibitor. One extra man on the field doesn't mean that they'll get it though.
Well, they back with this top lane though. Looks like they're looking for it there. The 5v5 is back in action though. Belter healing back up, and here comes the damage. Will they look for it? Hook comes across, does land onto Bjergsen. Good target there. The engage is on. The fight started. Who's going to take all the damage? Look at the dive down to the bottom side of the map. Yellow Pete dangerously low. He's going to fall. Bunch of kills to start this one out. So far, 2-3 dead for EG. This is not good. Pabelter surrounded by TSM. He's going to go down. Only Crepa left alive. This could be the game ending in explosive fashion. TSM taking a top lane inhibitor, and now the mid lane should have minions flowing in soon. This could be the game.
Yeah, this is probably going to be the game here. Very exciting plays here from the brawly team of TSM. Boosted up once again with On the Hunt.
39 minutes in. Both Nexus turrets going down at the same time. The minions all falling over. Huge support there from Xpecial. Bunch of items on him. And then Nexus going to be going down. 39-14 in. TSM making it 1-1.
No, real big reactions from him, though, because, they were ahead for so long. Wasn't really, yeah, that's Dyrus.
Yeah, there we go.
Not that big a surprise there. Whoop!
The high five of the cameraman. You always got to look for it. About a signature is Snoopy's stare. Hope we can get that one back, by the way. It's been a while.
It's been a while. We haven't actually had it in the North American LCS yet.
No. Last time I was in North America was the Season 2 World Finals. He was on the the Analyst desk, and we got that one to start things out. It was good. But I missed that. I missed it. It was a good touch.
All right, though. Both these guys, there's a lot of respect between both teams here.
Absolutely. A lot of great players on both sides, of course. No strangers to competitive League of Legends in general. TSM, though, so good at rallying up the crowd. And there's a bunch of fans here. You saw the vote. 74% thought they would win. They were right about this one. TSM putting on a really good performance.
Yeah, it was a very well-executed brawler team. I
Yeah.
mean, not much more we can say about it. It was exciting to watch.
Yes, it was.
And you have to give props not only to the members that were diving, but also Xpecial, landing
Yeah.
a lot of those engages with Leona, key part of that comp.
Made a lot of that happen. I got to give props, though, to EG because they made it look close. They had a couple of really good play calling moves early on. The 2 dragons they got at the beginning was great. They kept the game close in kills as well. When you're down in gold that hard and still picking up champion kills, that's hard to do, and that went really well also.
There was a couple times, where they were able to turn around even fights with even numbers there. That really definitely surprised me. I'm excited to see them in the future in the North American LCS.
And they got some sharp play calling, though. TSM so good at kind of pushing advantages forward. We talked about that a little bit in the pregame, where once they get ahead, they tend to get you pretty quickly. A lot of turret destruction by these guys, really a lot of demolition there, and that was where most of their gold came from, actually.
Yeah, I mean, the odd one getting ahead early there, Dyrus, like we said, with Shyvana, was able to shove up in the top lane, and since they got that kill, then they sort of extended their sphere of control into Snoopy's jungle. It caused a lot of problems from that upper side of the map.
Yeah, Dyrus stayed big and relevant the entire time. I actually got to give a lot of credit to him as well. So, guys, congrats to TSM. And coming up, Riv and Jat sit down with TSM's Bjergsen, and then we'll jump into our final game of the day when CLG clashes with Dignitas. But touch that mouse. We're still going to have more action coming to you after a break.
I'm multi-K. Never mind.
I'm getting K'd. I'm on Snoopy. I'm on Creppo. I'm on Creppo.
Creppo. Back up. Ziggs is gonna have ult soon.
Can we just kill that guy or no?
I need to ward here. No, don't ult him.
We have to get off.
I can kill Creppo. Do you want me to kill Creppo? We don't take damage. Just have ult on tank. When do you have smite?
He doesn't have smite for this.
I have smite now.
Oh,
he has smite.
Waiting for but he's right there.
I can just stun him. Tell me when you're bursting.
Thresh.
I'm stunning. He ulted over.
Oh my god. I got it.
Get Poe Builder? He has Zonius.
I'm going.
I'm pushing mid.
You have ult? You know what I mean, yeah.
We have a new analyst. He helps us come up with like strategies and figure out like what we're comfortable with, and I think it's really going to help for the new season because we didn't have anything like that before.
Back, ladies and gentlemen, while Skara and Cutie Pie and the rest of Dignitas have had a quiet day so far, they are chomping at the bit to try some of the new strategies they have when Dignitas takes on CLG. But first things first, we got Bjergsen at the desk. Bjergsen, Team Solo Mid coming out 1-1 now. Let's talk a little bit about the games before we get to the Bjergsen that is the Burger King. What was up with the games today? How'd you feel against, in the first game, and what changed to the second overall?
I definitely think we played way too scared against Cloud9. I think most of us, or pretty much all of us, felt the pressure, and we were all kind of, the pressure kind of enhances when they have a teamo because they're like, okay, we're kind of scared of engaging, but they also have these freaking shrooms all over the place, so we don't really know where we can go. And we were ahead at one point. I was a lot stronger than Hai at one point, but we didn't really have like the balls to really like force fights or siege towers like we should have. And we watched through the replay, and we definitely figured out what we did wrong. And yeah, we just need to just have more like confidence in ourselves.
Yeah, and we got a bit of time here. It'd be interesting to hear what you had to say about playing against Teemo. How are you actually supposed to lane against an AP Teemo or even play the game?
I don't think the lane was too much of a problem. I got sort of ahead. I had a lot of pressure in the lane, but I think that was kind of because I got lucky with my matchup. If you have some other matchups, you can actually be a real pain and poke you down. But the problem is more when he gets like items, and you get pretty much free objectives when you have Teemo, because he just places shrooms around Baron or Dragon or down the mid lane. So if they go push top and you go down mid, then all your creeps is down. You're like, oh, damn, all the shrooms.
Were you expecting the Teemo from Hai, or were you expecting something completely different?
I didn't expect Teemo at all. Like we scrimmed against them quite a bit, even though we were playing them, but they never pulled Teemo out, and it was definitely like, okay, wow, we did not expect that.
Yeah. So one more Teemo question before we move on. Now seeing it, how would you react to that Teemo? What would you guys have done to stop it if you had a second chance now?
We kind of let too many towers go. That didn't really have much to do with Teemo. That was more like Caitlyn. But at one point, I was a lot stronger than Teemo because Teemo is not really good in like all-in fights. So if we had more confidence in ourselves, we could have forced more pushes because he doesn't really have wave clear other than the shrooms.
Right.
And in all-in team fights, he's not as strong. So if we had more confidence in ourselves, we could have sieged and we could have forced team fights when we were stronger.
And that's an interesting thing because obviously Reginald has been off of Team Solomid and you're kind of taking his shoes. Was he the confidence builder for that team, and how do you actually get that confidence so the next time you get caught off guard, you don't fall behind and let them push you around?
I wouldn't say he was the confidence builder, but he was definitely the shot caller and calling when to fight and when to do some things. I think confidence just comes with playing in the LCS. It was our very first game. It was against Cloud9, so it was like all the pressure was on. Very first game against pretty much the best team in NA. So I feel like we already had more confidence in game 2. We did some really crazy stuff that maybe was a bit too crazy. I did a bit of crazy stuff, but it's better to do crazy stuff and then fail than play completely passive and just lose slowly like we did against Cloud9.
And with filling Reginald's shoes, as you come in, is there anything that you've specifically seen that TSM has changed accordingly since you've been on the team, things that have fixed up?
I never really watched too much of NA LCS. I watched their picks, but I never really had time to watch the games because they were usually really late at night in Europe after we played. But I feel like having him as a coach now changed the team a lot. Whereas before, I didn't think they had a coach or didn't have a set coach. So that definitely helps a lot now. It's also nice to have someone looking over your back who's been playing mid lane, competitive scene for a long time and can help me out. So I think our main difference going from Reggie to me is having him step down to a coach spot.
Right. Interesting. And you guys definitely came back pretty strong against Evil Geniuses, except for this one fight that we're actually going to pull up a clip because I want to see kind of what was going through your mind. If we can just get this clip up on the screen. You got caught out by Threshook, and walk me through what was happening with you and the team here.
Yeah, I got caught by Threshook because I was trying to see if I could land poke or all in on Caitlyn. Then when I got poked, we still went in because of some miscommunication. Especially just kind of died really fast, and at that point it was really hard for us to win the team fight because I was extremely chunked and I got hit by another Caitlyn ult. So we just had like a bad start. I got to half HP instantly, and then we went in too deep.
But at least you're watching your screen for this, Juke.
Oh. Yeah, I could have just ran away, but I thought it would look cooler that way.
Yeah, so that's interesting that it actually happened that way because you guys, once you suffer a loss like that, what was your team mindset? Because it was a bit of a miscommunication, but then you guys recovered very well.
Yeah. Reggie said backstage, he said, I don't care if you go 0-28, as long as you just man up and you just go ham. So this game we manned up and went ham, and it kind of worked. So.
All right, coming in, last question for you, Bjergsen. Thanks for joining us for this bit of time. Knowing that there were so many fans, knowing it was kind of an uproar that you were brought over as kind of an import from EU, how have you handled the hype? Has it kind of gotten under your skin at first, or did you just embrace it right from the get-go?
I was really surprised how much hype I actually got, and of course with hype comes hate, but I feel like it's pretty much like I enjoy it and I just embrace it, and I try to not let it get to my head, and I enjoy playing on the stage a lot more than playing online, and I just love all the fans here.
All right, definitely shows. Best of luck in the rest of the season. Congratulations on the win as well. Thanks for joining us. All right, everyone, we're going to throw it across the studio to Freak and Kobe at the caster's desk for our final match, and possibly the most exciting development of the day, besides Timo.
Thank you very much, Riven. You're right. Nothing's ever going to top Timo, unless somehow we get to a blind pick and there's 2 of them. Then it would. But you know, I actually like the line that Bjergsen delivered, though. With hype comes hate, and he had a really good response to that. And it's true when you're up there on the pedestal, like. You know, people on both sides telling you what's going on.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about that earlier, but I agree too.
I agree. All right, great. So coming up now, our next game, CLG versus Dignitas. 2 teams with a very contentious history. They met 9 times in 2013. Dignitas led that series 5-4.
Yeah, and both of these teams have made some very interesting lineup adjustments. They've moved around players that were already on their team. And the big news of the day is Hotshot GG. He's back, and he's actually playing mid lane here. So watch out for the Xerath, LeBlanc, and Nidalee bans probably coming into this.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
From Hotshot?
Only been playing that champion for like 5 years, 6 years. The other thing,
longer than the game's been out.
Yeah, the other thing that both these teams have done is the supports. Yep. So Kiwi Kid was already on the team. He was up in top lane, but he had such a good relationship with Cutie Pie that they decided just to move Kiwi into the support role and keep him on the team. And so they've had really good communication in that bottom lane, which is a really big part of it. Plus, Afromu was already on the team before, and they brought him back so that he could play with Double Lift once again, reuniting Rush Hour and exciting a lot of the fans. Yeah. So then we also have one more change here. It's Cruiser in the top lane, and they brought him over. Like we already talked about, the Lee Sin was one of the first things that got him famous, but solid top laner there. We'll have to see how he can fill in the spot and mesh with the rest of the team.
Yeah, we'll see how he fares up against Nien. So let's take a look at the lineups, guys. And Counter Logic Gaming, they're going to be on the blue side. Let's check out their lineup. In the top lane is Nien. Jungling is going to be Link, actually. He's moving around for this game. Hotshot GG joining the roster for now in the mid lane. Doublelift, the guy who actually stays in his own role on AD carry, and Afromu on support.
All right, and on the red side, it's Dignitas. Cruiser is going to be up top. Crumbs is in the jungle. Skara is still mid. I'm a Cutie Pie's AD carry, and Kiwi Kid will be supporting him.
All right, so here we go. I kind of like this matchup, the Hotshot GG versus Skara mid lane matchup, because they've matched in solo queue a whole bunch. Really, really high elo solo queue players. They've fought before.
They definitely have fought before. Like that's what Hotshot's been doing since he left CLG, since he had left the active roster.
Yeah.
Just pretty much just a lot of challenger play. Tons of LeBlanc, even got complimented by Faker.
That's true.
LeBlanc. And then recently switched over to Xerath. So everybody knows what Hotshot plays in the mid lane.
Yeah.
And I'm very interested to see what Dignitas decide to go with in the picks ban phase here, because it seems like, the giant target is on Hotshot right now.
Exactly. I was going to ask
go right
you,
at his champion pool.
do you think we're going to just see three Hotshot bans in a row?
The reason I want to see that is because I want to see what his next champion would be.
What's number 4?
To pick up. Because, he's a versatile player, though. But
it's true.
Just from playing with him, it would be something like some crazy AP Cho'Gath mid.
That's
like
right.
That. He would do something like that.
He'll bring back Singed, maybe. I'm like thinking about his old champion pool and all the crazy things he'd bring out. I don't know. He does some fun things. Of course, Skara, though, he was a player that we used to criticize for having a weak champion pool as well back in especially the spring split last year. And we've seen a lot of guys grow that pool a lot and have more things to play.
I would not be surprised if we saw at least 4 mid lane bans here, because if you're going to play against Skara, you're either probably going to pick away Gragas or ban Gragas, because he's had a lot of success on Gragas, not so much on a lot of other mid lane champions. So they could easily target Skara here, and a lot of people, conventional wisdom has been that that's the way to attack Dignitas.
Well, we'll see if this ends up being the way here for CLG and Dignitas in the Gragas ban. There you go. First ban coming through
Got
here. Kassadin dropped away as well. Apparently, I think Hotshot's still going to play that one. Maybe it's Link jungling Kassadin.
Okay, so 3 mid lane bans so far. Pretty good start here. LeBlanc, there it is. We do see the Hotshot. So probably going to follow that up with a last ban Xerath here, and we're just going to let it ride. Oh!
So Needley's open, and so is Xerath.
All right.
Those are the ones I had my eye on here. Counterlogic Gaming now, no jungle bans, no AD carry bans, no support bans. So no top lane bans either. Like, wait, this is really 6 mid lane bans, isn't it? All right, so I just like listed all the other roles.
I said at least 4.
Yeah, you got that one too?
There's 6 now, okay.
Kobe's on a
We'll
roll.
leave it hanging.
Okay, and he picked up for the support role. All right, that was the first pick going. But yeah, every other lane, the pick of the litter here for every player.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a unique ban phase here. I don't think we would see this sort of ban phase with any other 2 teams, but it leaves so much open for these guys. What does Link jungle? Like I have actually never seen Link jungle before.
Sejuani.
I know that CLG as a company is like they're okay with having their mid laners jungle. Big Bat LP, Hotshot.
Yep.
Pretty good examples right there.
Chowster did it.
Chowster,
Used to mid lane.
Also mid lane. So they're a pretty big fan of just letting that one fly because they feel like a lot of the same skill sets apply. But man, Elise is already off the board. That's a huge priority pick for a lot of people. The other high priority ones, Lee Sin and Vi. Now, Lee Sin, if you have not played him very, very recently, you probably don't want to use him in a competitive match like this.
Yeah.
Link could very well have played Lee Sin, though, because a lot of solo laners love using that champion. But also, the Vi, I think, pretty high priority.
Instead, though, we're getting the Kha'Zix in here. Now, we've seen Kha'Zix top, Kha'Zix jungle, and Kha'Zix mid. Of course, you got an Annie plus Jinx lane for the bottom, though. That's a powerful one. I don't know if you guys have seen the montage, but Double used to be really bad at landing Jinx's skill shots. It's probably gotten better since, though.
Probably. So, like you said, this Kha'Zix is a really wild card because it's a very popular jungle right now. Especially benefited, I think, by the last patch where the gold on the white went up. That's like his favorite camp to go after because it's already isolated and you can burn it down really quickly. It's actually one of the most value that you have in a single camp.
Yeah.
And it's just easy for him to destroy that thing. So could easily be a Kha'Zix in the jungle there for Link.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So already some more like really high-profile picks coming through for Dignitas though as well. Lucian, Leona added in. CLG, they're just clicking a bunch of random stuff, so we'll deal with that later. But Lucian, Leona up against Jinx, Annie. We keep seeing these 4 over and over and over again. These are like the really popular support AD carries. Liking it a lot. CLG, though, they get to lock in the Needly. And they've got Zac coming back.
So Zac there, Nien did play a lot of Zac back when, before the recent nerfs and changes to him. So he's definitely comfortable on the champion.
Yeah.
And it does bring what they were lacking before, the long range initiate plus a nice beefy tank that can just cause havoc in the team while sort of buying time here for Kha'Zix to work his magic and try and jump around the outside. I mean, Annie's like this hard engage that they're going to have, and then there's kind of the continued disruption that they want to keep from Zac.
It's a whole bunch of damage in the lineup, too. Every single one of those guys is some kind of moderate to extreme damage threat. And you're like, all right, Nien, hopefully you can tank well enough on Zac, or maybe it's Link. And Dignitas, Skara is on Katarina.
All right. This is going to be a very exciting game because Hotshot Classic right here. He's going with the Nidalee, and it's going to be versus one of Skara's favorite champions. So it's these 2 very iconic mid lane players in League of Legends, just competitive history, going up against each other on some of their favorite champions.
And I love that. Like, the ban phase was aimed at a bunch of, like, things you expect to see, but not the signature champion for each of those mid laners. Every other lane got anything they wanted, and the 2 big name champions for those 2 mid laners got left open. I'm just happy this is the lineups because as a follow of the North American scene for so long, like, those are the champions I want to see when these guys face off. Yeah, Nidalee and Kat, it's going to be great.
So both teams have resets. We have to talk about this as well. So the team fights are going to be really snowbally. Whoever is able to get the initiation, I feel like, you know, if a Cocoon lands or if a Leona is able to set up her Solar Flare, then it's going to be huge for Dignitas because they definitely have the damage also to back up that pick with a kill and get Skara the reset. Meanwhile, CLG, you already talked about their damage. They're looking for pretty much the same thing hoping to get Kazakhs rolling.
I'll see if they can do it, guys. As we load into the game, let's take one last look at who you voted to take the last win of the day. And according to LOLesports.com, 70% of you think that Counter Logic Gaming is going to move their mid laner to the jungle and defeat Dignitas.
A lot of Hotshot fans there, maybe? I don't
Yeah.
know. Just CLG in general. Everybody's excited to see Double Lift and Afro back together. We talked about, how popular these specific bottom lane picks have been. Since there are no bottom lane bans, both teams got to have one of these power combos.
Yeah, and it's going to be all kinds of fun. An explosive game here, a lot of damage on both sides. Going to get ourselves into the game. CLG on blue, Dignitas on red. Here we go, game 6 of the day.
And I've also seen a lot of interviews that CLG have done. Huge part of them is if Double Lift ever does get Jinx, one of his favorite champions, just 1 or 2 early kills on him is going to be exactly what they're looking for. So probably we'll have some jungler attention, is how we call it, down bottom.
Most likely.
Since there's not as many wards down bottom in the new meta, with everybody starting these Doran's items. As you can see, once again, both supports starting Doran's here. And we'll have to see. Crumbs definitely has that in his mind as well. Nobody likes to see Double Lift get any early kills. But like we said as well, the mid lane, very exciting matchup.
It's going to be a fun one. And okay, here we go. Guys just standing. This is the lineup we see for pretty much every single game, but they get to the front of the river and say, okay, I'll see you if you come in to invade me, and I can run away if you show up.
It's kind of like the same old dance over and over. Everybody lines up, and then 30 seconds before, they all drop their trinket wards in the river. So for a nice, first 30 seconds, we got so much vision in the river, and the junglers are done with their double buffs. Now it goes black, and everybody holds their breath. Where is the first jungle gank going to come? Because it's kind of a race. Both of these junglers really potent gankers. Elise definitely, I think, has the early upper hand just because CC in her kit is hard CC. But Kazakhs, with that isolation damage, can bring a lot of extra execution to your gank. So both of them definitely have the potential to grab that first one.
Let's see what these guys end up doing with it. Double Lift going back to his duo lane. In fact, most of the games today, aside from, I think, just TSM versus Cloud9, we've had the default 2-on-2 lanes down here in general. Nian's going to help Link out with his blue buff. That should be pretty safe. Looks like Link's starting with Q there to get the damage output. Get rid of this golem pretty safely. Nian done helping. Going to go to his top lane. Mid laner's already fighting, and in fact, both these junglers starting the top side of the map.
And like we said, all those wards in the river were dropped around the 140 mark or something like that. So they only last 1 minute since they're those weak trinket wards, and they do go dark pretty much around the time the junglers finish their second buff. We'll have to see. It looks like Kazakhs will be ending his route on the bottom side of the map as well as Elite. So heavily loaded in the bottom side of the map.
And of course, by the time they get there, the supports are going to have their CCs available. All the lockdown. Leon will hit 6. Annie, of course, has hers already. So explosive.
That's actually a really good point. Didn't go over this game again, but with these popular bottom lane picks, the level 2 rush so important. Leona and Lucian were able to shove the lane very quickly, so they'll get it slightly faster, but they are so close to the turret that they'll probably not want to pull that aggression off by themselves and wait for some extra help.
Yeah, well, Elise just now done with her blue buff. We saw Nian and Cruiser actually in a brawl early on. Cruiser getting the better of it really quite nicely. Nian actually losing a lot of his bloblets. But Crumb's actually going to go through the jungle. He'll spot Link over at the Wave camp. Can he get the... Oh, he flashes, but the cocoon misses anyway. Link forced to jump away. There comes the repel. Not enough damage. Crumb's have to back away from this one, but nearly taken off his head.
Definitely mind gamed him right there. Crumbs was so excited to land that cocoon. Goes for the flash cocoon. It was a good aim, going for the exit, but Link, really good move right there. Just keeps his calm, not even having to blow his flash. So even though he was the one in the hot spot right there, he comes out ahead. Didn't have to blow his flash, and that's going to be really big, especially for this top lane.
Oh, this is good stuff, but Elise already looking down for the bottom lane here. Double Lift. Who's going to look? No, it's going to be for Curse the Bruiser first up here in the top lane. Damage coming across. Ignite on a Cruiser. He's going to flash away. Link goes in. Can he get the Q? The W, the damage up, but one more attack to go. The slow. He's still not dead. Are you serious? CLG not going to capitalize on that one. Cruiser just going to recall with style.
He got to use his flash for that jump, but the execute wasn't enough to finish it there. Nian can't add very much damage this early level of Zac. Not able to get in there. Meanwhile, the simultaneous gank down bottom of Crumbs didn't land either.
And no summoner spells burned at all. Doublelift actually had brought Cleanse just in case for all the CC. Didn't have to use that whatsoever, so CLG's bottom lane safe.
That's an interesting debate, actually, among a lot of the 80 players. When you go against, a lane like this, which is Leona or Annie, that have this hard CC, would you opt for the cleanse to get out of the CC so that you can then avoid the further follow-up damage, or just go with the barrier anyway, since you're going to take a big chunk of damage from the initial spell?
This matchup definitely cleanse because I can't dodge Leona's CC. And speaking of which, Kiwi Kid goes in onto Aframo here. Does have the flash available. Stun's going to come across as well. The repel goes in, but there's not much follow-up here. Crumb's getting stunned, and Link has shown up. Crumbs, goodbye, and Kiwi Kid now the one forced to run away. No stun just yet for Afro. The flash in, still no stun coming across. One more attack to go will do it. Doublelift with the zap, not gonna land. I'm a cutie pie. Runs away as well. That was close.
Beautiful sidestep from Kiwi Kid right there. I mean, you were expecting the zap to come out, but nonetheless, that just saved his life. Good job salvaging something there from that good turnaround there. Link came in for the counter gank. That's the extra damage that we talked about. He doesn't have the hard CC that Elise does, but if he can get the jump on you, really nice burst.
Yeah, and he's already opening up with a longsword early on into his build, so I'm guessing Elder Lizard pretty early for Link. We'll see where he actually goes with this one, though. We've seen all kinds of weird builds. PewDiePie just clearing up at his turret, but yeah, Link got the better of that early jungle game.
And we haven't haven't really visited this mid lane because, honestly, Nidalee mid lane is not that exciting to watch until she gets her Cougar form, because she's just sort of a sustained monster and tries to stay in the lane, avoid any ganks that come her way. Very hard to take her down that early, especially if you run barrier. But I'm a little bit surprised that Skara has been able to get that little bit of CS lead, because it's a bit more difficult to get in there with Cat. The range advantage is on Hotshot's side.
Skara's just been chain pushing over and over again. Every time I look at the mid lane, it's Hotshot underneath his turret because Skara is just trying to use the AoE to his advantage. We're seeing that happen actually right here. 1 minute to go down, and you're going to see Hotshot still stuck underneath. But level 6 now unlocked for these guys means Cougar form can up with the wave clear, but also Skara got a whole bunch more kill pressure.
Skara also, in this matchup here, is maxing the Q instead of his W. So, because he knows he's not going to be in range of Hotshot that often, especially for the early levels, opting for that a little bit less total damage output and a little bit less speed from his Sinister Steel.
And just a bit more burst instead. So, Cruiser now actually pushing in the top lane. This matchup, I should say, actually, after Link gave a little bit of help there to knock down Cruiser, this matchup has stayed pretty equal over there. The AD carry lane as well, only 7 apart for these guys. The Sightstone, though, for Aframo versus Kiwi Kid getting some gold generation. Bit of a difference there. PewDiePie jumped on, does have his summoners, but the engage goes on. Afro down to half. The run away from Kiwi. He's still alive, though, pretty safely. No flashes available for the CLG bottom lane, and looks like Dig will be safe on this engage.
Aframo trying to make the most of that blue buff that he was awarded from his first blood there. He's going to be able to charge up his stun once again very quickly, which is something that was the drawback to Annie, if she doesn't have a blue buff down in that bottom lane. But since he does, he's going to be able to spam both the shield. Oh, well, now it wore out.
He was able to.
Stop.
So, hey, has a full mana bar now, though, thanks to the blue buff. So, all is well. Doublelift taking a bit of poke, but Link is level 6, has evolved wings and maxed Q.
I love that. Something that Alex did in the mid lane back in the EU LCS earlier this week. Looks like he's going to go for PewDiePie here because he's isolated.
He's isolated, does have flash, but it might not matter. Down goes one. Kiwi Kid, tanky underneath his own turret. Link still going for this one. Nope, he's going to jump away with the reset, but that is 2 for 0. This bottom lane, the center of attention for CLG.
As we expected, I was talking about a couple early kills on Doublelift would be huge. He wasn't able to get either kill. And in this one, not even able to get a shot off, so no assist for him even. Link just does so much damage, bursting him down right there. Able to get it.
Ian getting a knock up there, dropped dangerously low as well, but eating up some bloblets and survives without proccing his passive. But Cruiser, you know he's going to look for this one. Gets the Flame Breath, not enough damage though. Ian going to safely recall, but these guys have been fighting back and forth, but staying, again, very equal down there.
Yeah, and Ian still does have his Cell Division passive, so he'll revive under the turret, and it would be way too hard for Cruiser to finish him off under the turret.
So surprised though. Cruiser did have Ignite up and just didn't want to proc the passive with it. Okay, there we go. Red buff picked up by Crumbs. The repel was
red
sure
buff,
why.
the dragon buff. Yeah.
Oh, I said red buff?
Close enough.
Red team picks up the dragon.
Dragons
kind of has a
are
red buff.
lizards also, maybe?
Yes. No, that's fair. Okay, good. I got it right after all. Good job. All right. Thanks for the save. Double lift, Aphromoo. Bottom lane, both level 6 now, and they've beat Kiwi Kid to that mark. This is a bit dangerous as Kiwi makes his way back down to this lane. Still no boots and no flash.
This communication you can see in the pings on the mini-map down here. Both pings there from Aphromoo letting Link know that there was a ward in that tri-bush. So Link hopped over that wall, ended up walking through it anyway, so he's been spotted out. But still, it was a good effort there from Aphromoo. He did communicate to his jungler.
And speaking of the communication, Dig also picking Tri-Brush to say, look, Link came through here last time. Please make sure you're aware of this one. I don't want to die again. That's been okay so far. Skara building still just about 7 minions above Hot Shadow, so he can last it under the turret. That ward's going to go down. Oh, that was a nice ward, actually, seeing if the counter kick was there by Crumbs, and it was. So CLG backs out.
It's actually a really risky ward to walk up and do. You can see how quickly Double Lift ran up, snuck the ward in, and then jumped back because he was very close to getting stunned by Leona there. It did pay off, though, and they were tipped off to Elise's position.
Okay, so safety for CLG. The interesting thing for me now is that Cruiser is starting to proxy farm the top lane minion wave. That's kind of unlocking the white camp for him right now, and you're seeing him get a little bit more of a lead over Nien, who's stuck in his lane farming.
It's not the biggest deal as long as Cruiser does not get jungle support while doing this. Yes, you can farm the minion wave behind the turret, but you're still only getting the same gold of that minion wave. If he's able to get the white, then it's a pretty good boost, but Nien can farm the minion wave just as well out here and sustain by grabbing all of his blobs because he's getting unharassed, or he's not getting harassed, and then he can rotate up and take some double golems if he was bold enough.
Yeah, well, Cruiser just really going for the jungle steals. He's doing wolves now as well, back and forth. Link's going to see him do... I don't know if he saw him, actually.
Oh, down bottom, though. The rotation from Skara. Because he was able to shove the lane, now he gets to walk through the jungle, and he's timed this with Crumbs. They're going to face check it.
Uh-oh, CLG completely outnumbered. Look at the burst damage there. Tibbers does not keep him alive, and the reset is there for Skara, but he cannot jump in. Tibbers stunned him for long enough. Aphromoo kept himself alive with a big giant bear. But that was still a good rotation by Dignitas, and that's actually, I think, the one advantage that I think Dig has as a team is they tend to be pretty good at forcing ganks and getting early game kills.
It was definitely a really good roam by Skara right there. Timing it with Crumbs in the jungle, able to pull it off, and you could tell that Double Lift was getting real antsy. They felt like there was pressure coming. Just happens that he face checks the bush once again, runs right into that CC, and loses his life for it. You can see Crumbs pretty happy with his work.
Yeah, okay, well, it turns out that this pause is going to be pretty short-lived. Crumbs getting a pop-up that he couldn't quite get rid of, but he's gotten rid of it. Now we're going to be getting back into the game in the very near future. But yeah, so we get into this game, 2-1 in kills, CLG slightly in the lead, I guess in kill score overall, but we can get ourselves back into the game. And Dignitas, though, they've regrouped to the bottom lane, and they got a turret for their troubles. These guys are looking pretty decent.
What he also got right there, Crumbs was able to smite that Tibbers. Nice, an extra 50 gold.
Yeah.
Love that. Afro got his pet a little bit too close.
Well, let's see. Mid lane just chilling. CLG and Dignitas. Squaring away. Got our sounds back. That's good. Being happy to keep the farm going, but you can see that Cruiser is just still doing the same old thing over and over. Getting his incremental advantage. Oh my gosh, Hotshot. Staying in the fight actually against Skara, just burning his barrier.
This is such a deep commitment from CLG because the rest of Dig are collapsing on them.
Uh-oh, Hotshot, you've got to run your needle, but can you run far enough? Looks like there's no repel gonna land there for Crumbs. Doesn't quite get in range for that one, so Hotshot still able to get on the way out of this one. No, just boots one. That's enough for him to get out here. Okay. Dignitas actually holding on to a 1,000 gold lead, thanks in part to that earlier that turret kill. This is not bad for Dignitas, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good effort there by Link and Hotshot. They were aware that the bottom tower just going down. Dignitas were probably going to rotate up through the jungle. They wanted to go for the kill on Skara first to see if they could grab it and then rotate up. But even though they weren't able to get it, it just cost Link his flash to escape. And then Hotshot has so many highlight reels of him just running circles around people on Nidalee. Yeah. They don't even chase him up through the jungle.
But, you know, talking of Hotshot, though, he's got his Athene's Unholy Grail done, but Skara got a Deathfire Grasp in the inventory there. First item rush for Katarina. So single target burst. We had it from Kha'Zix. Link is going to be scary, but Skara on Katarina, just the same.
Yeah, a lot of heavy damage builds coming out here. Like you said, Link on Kha'Zix going for the Spirit of the Elder Lizard there, which is a very efficient AD item. If you are going to run an AD jungler, really recommend picking that one up. That plus the Brutalizer are just two really nice, well-synergized items.
Looks like he's going for maybe Merc Treads next, though. Worried about the CC available from the rest of the Dig roster. These mid laners still squaring away, clearing minions backs against each other. Crumbs just sweeping away this pink ward very nicely. The Dragon coming up soon. And Dig seem already pretty well poised here. They have control over this area. They've swept all the enemy wards away for the most part, and they're grouping up ready to get their own control.
Now, Hotshot has been able to secure blue buff, so they have the ability to sustain in that mid lane and continually throw out spears. He should be able to keep up with the pressure now from Skara. As you can see there, DFG just used for some harass, but only 2 heals, and Hotshot doesn't even know what happened.
Hey, he's going to be alright with this one. Of course, the cooldown should come back right around the time Dragon does respawn, so no permanent losses for Skara either. You're seeing Crumbs wait around in the wings. The rest of the bottom lane actually going up as well. But these guys are going to walk by a ward from Dignitas. There they go. They're going to move on forward. Can Crumbs land the cocoon? No, it's going to be a flash from Hotshot. He's going to be saved. A lot of spells burned there by Dig, but still, flash a giant cooldown. And the pressure's now to the mid lane right here.
Yeah, very good here move by Dig. They're rushing up the mid lane because there was 2 members of CLG down bottom. Afro was actually with Double Lift just farming by themselves, and they get the turret before CLG are able to make the full rotation up from that bottom lane.
There we go. Great play there by Dignitas. 1,700 gold in the lead for them, but Dragon is back up, and CLG actually on the inside track here. And the whole time, Double Lift has been pushing that bottom lane, and that turret is losing health rapidly. You're seeing it go down in one more attack, and that rotation basically turned into not much of anything. CLG are ready to go for this Dragon. I guess both teams are.
So they're able to answer with the turret first. Now they just have to wait around, throw out as many spears as they can, because like we talked about, the blue buff on Hotshot is going to allow him objective control just by the fact that he can continually throw those spears out, and once 2 of them land, a huge chunk onto one person is going to be enough to shove them off of the objective. Dragon down already means that CLG are going to get back in time to defend their turret, and it was a great pickup from them, evening up the gold. This is tied game once again.
Wow, and Dignitas as well, giving a lot of respect to CLG. You saw them get the inside track in the mid lane, had minions still left to push that second turret, and said, no, we're going to give you the space you could have jumped on us. We're going to back off instead. Now this mid lane turret under siege, and QtPie is forced to wave clear this. CLG could still take the turret if they're not too gun shy.
The wave clear is not amazing there for Dignitas either. They just have the culling, and since that's already used, only a couple more hits necessary on the turret. CLG get another outer.
Very well played. CLG just picked up 2 turrets in a row plus the Dragon. That was the last 45 seconds in recap for these guys. CLG now look for the top lane still as a group of 5, and Dignitas did not see the rotation. Lucian's recalling, Katarina and Leona back in base. CLG completely on top of their map movements right now.
Yeah, they want to get the 3rd outer turret before Dignitas can react. Cruiser does get knocked up a little bit there by Nien, but Afromu's not in the area to follow up, so they'll let him go and just take the global gold.
Nice stuff right here, and Dignitas now forced to just sweep away these minions, but CLG's got a whole bunch of gold in a row. Now what do they cash in on it with? Because they've got a whole bunch of items they could buy.
All right, so the mid game here, moving forward, now that CLG has finished all of the outer turrets, they are probably going to start sweeping out or swapping out a couple more of their trinkets, not just the support for the sweeper, because they want to have those off cooldown sooner. Oh, well, Cruiser's going to get some more aggression.
Yeah, and unfortunately, speaking of off cooldown, his Dragon form now already burned. Forced to use Flash to get away from this fight. Link in the end surely would have killed him if he didn't use that. So, a couple of cooldowns burned by Cruiser. CLG looks like they're in control now. We go back to the basic lanes.
All right, so I would expect a couple more sweepers to come out here, because CLG, now that they have all the outer turrets down, they like to start extending their vision control, and because if they can do that, they can find spots for Hotshot to throw spears from in the Fog of War, so that Dignitas are not aware, and a couple of those landing will give them, like we talked about, the edge for the objectives. But this is a repeat gank.
Uh-oh, Nian getting ignited as well. Very low on health. One more tick left. It's not going to split him into bloblets. Nian gets out safely. Link shows up and says, yeah, never mind. No ganks happen.
Great screen right there from Link. He just shows up to draw attention away from Nian, and they don't end up even proccing his passive.
Wow, this turret is going to go down, though, so both teams going to get all 3 outer turrets here. That score is tied up. The kills, again, only a 2-1, and if I recall correctly, I think it's 1 dragon apiece. These guys are splitting objectives very well. The engage comes in, though. Aphromoo dodging the Leona ultimate, but still getting jumped upon. Tibbers blocks the W from PewDiePie. He's still chasing it as well, but there comes Katarina. Picks up 1, picks up 2, and CLG forced to run.
Skara definitely a bigger force in the quick team fight right there. Hotshot came in just at the same time too, but Nidalee's strength is in the longer engages where she can throw repeat spears. Meanwhile, Skara able to burst down a kill and get the reset on the duo of Doublelift and Aphromoo, who started the whole thing off on a ward. They thought they were going to get a guaranteed engage. Aphromoo flashing over the wall to Tibbers, PewDiePie, but since PewDiePie had a ward down, they saw this plan and they were able to bait it perfectly.
Very well played by Dignitas in that entire thing. And to point out, Skara has all the kills here in the lineup. We wanted to see how he'd play on his probably most signature champion, and so far he is the carry force here and a scary force in fights. Ooh, Nian, nice Q. That was sick.
So that's a very popular ward. For both these teams, I guess. Nian just placing that one there to get the white, but it definitely has paid off for both of them.
Cruiser forced to run in dragon form. Yeah, he's going to be safe. Shortest fight ever.
Couple of jumps. Looks like the leapfrog victor is Cruiser. He's number 1. Now,
buddy.
Once we do move forward here, though, since it's tied up, it's very interesting because we'll have to see if CLG can actually siege up. They're going to want to get the next blue buff for Hotshot. That's a really high priority for them. Because like I talked about in that jungle fight there, Skara has a bigger impact in those small confined areas where they can burst somebody down. But Hotshot with these blue buffs that he keeps getting is going to be able to siege up, and they need to buy him some time to throw those spears.
Yeah.
That's why also those sweepers would help, so he could throw the spears from Fog of War, less chance of them being dodged.
Well, let's see if they can do it, because right now, CLG and the I was going to say Hotshot and the rest of CLG starting to fall a little bit behind here. Of course, Hotshot wave clearing nicely. Blue buff is on him. They're looking for the push forward, but no one's cracked the tier 2 turret just yet. Looks like it's actually going to be CLG pulling all 5 members towards mid. But look at Kiwi Kid. He's waiting in the wings. He could engage from across the wall.
So since the flash of Aphromoo is down, he's got a bit shorter range engage than Kiwi Kid does. Even though Kiwi Kid does not have his flash, Solar Flare little bit longer, and if he's able to land it well, which is difficult to be fair, then they actually could start the fight off. And like I said, with so much damage on both these teams, whichever one gets the good initiate, even just 1 second ahead, will be huge.
And you know, thinking about it, these 2 supports are kind of racing right now to get Talisman of Ascension, actually. They're both at Nomad's Medallion. You've got a little bit more gold in the inventory of Aphromoo, but not by much. That could be a big deal as well. 1 turret, 1 dragon's going to swing that.
And 5 more seconds on that dragon means that CLG, being able to put down all the wards leading up to the dragon, they've set this up very well. They have vision of the paths that Dignitas will take, and Hotshot can just thread his spears right down that. You can see, though, they're leaving the dragon so low. Smite War.
And that's going to be Crumbs picking it up, and the fight might just be... Nope. CLG is like, okay, we'll give you dragon. We're going to back off. And that is a little bit trademark CLG. I remember them saying a good while back, we won't give away dragons if it means... we won't give away fights, even if it means dragon. CLG might just re-engage. Crumbs taking a bit of damage. Link shows up. There's the repel. Going to get Crumbs to safety, but Nian might not be done with this one. Dignitas certainly running away.
They're running away now, but man, that was a fearless charge by Dignitas. You got to give him credit for running straight up there to get that dragon. Did not hesitate, and Crumbs with Elise does have the advantage in the Smite Wars because he's got that execute, so you can't lay it all on Link, even though he is new at the jungle. Yeah. Very, very, very hard to outsmite that Elise combo.
But look at this move by CLG. They've set up a giant minion wave top lane, and they're going for the turret right now. PewDiePie cannot kill this minion wave by himself, and Doublelift can't stay too long. He gets stunned, but cleanses away. No jump. That's why you take cleanse. On Jinx, he was dead otherwise.
Well, to be fair, he got himself into that position.
Okay,
it was a little bit too long at the turret, but you're right. He's able to get himself out of that position as well.
Corrected his own mistakes by summoner spell choices. Unfortunately, still 0-2-1. Not the best game for Doublelift right now. And the slack is actually on, I would say, Link right now. He's kind of doing the best of anyone on his team. Problem is he's still only got one offensive item.
So we'll probably be looking for a stun. If you're looking from CLG's perspective here, they're looking for a stun onto Skara or QtPie. Both would be amazing, but they'll definitely take either one because Skara's built all damage here. If they just hold him in place for a very, very small amount of time, they can easily burst him down, and that would be the giant threat that Dignitas has to offer here. So both teams looking to lock down the damage dealers as usual.
Well, CLG definitely still on the siege right now, exactly where they want to be, but Hotshot very low on mana all the same. Doublelift hitting this turret down a little bit. Dignitas with their low wave, they're still getting rid of minions decently.
Blue buff is up, so I expect CLG to just retreat from this one. They can't sustain a siege without those continuous spears. They would definitely want to secure that one for Hotshot before returning to that situation.
And you can see them aggressively sweep away the mid lane to basically make that next one happen. They clear that away. Hotshot starting his blue buff. Link's coming back to the mid lane already.
Quick
bottom
pit
lane
stop.
dash to the turret. Yeah. And then they're coming back, except that, yeah, they've stopped the recalls. Red buff does go to Dignitas again, but CLG ready to keep going forward, ready to get control here.
Yeah, I don't know who made that call right there to stop the recall, but I think it was the right one. Cocoon does miss.
Does miss. Kiwi Kid was looking for the Leon ulti, couldn't quite find the target. Doesn't yet go in, but CLG back to the javelin throwing gameplay. I mean, this is as old school CLG as you get.
Yeah, and this is about to explode because Annie's got her flash, and all the CC abilities here are available. Both supports ready to pull the trigger. Crumbs waiting in that bush, trying to get Cocoons off from the side.
Javelin lands on a Kiwi Kid. Decent damage there, although I gotta say Crumbs, smart choice. Grabs an Aegis early on in this game. It's a more uncommon item now, but I like the choice to pick it up, the AoE MR, to help against Hotshot in the end. And the fight might just begin. Kiwi Kid not going to land a lot there. Doublelift forced to flash away. Battle starts in Afro, down to half. Cruiser still in the chase. I'm a Cutie by helping out as well. And down goes Afro. Tiber's going to die as well because of that one. 1 for 0, and Dig well in the lead in this fight.
They caught him out of position. Even though Kiwi Kid was not able to land the CC combo, he was able to split the team of CLG there, and they just rushed headlong into the mid.
And here comes the fight. Hotshot diving in himself, forced to jump right back out. Crumbs on the chase. Can Crumbs pick up Hotshot? No, he cannot, and neatly survives this battle. Elise falls down, and now CLG on the chase. Does Doublelift have the damage? Does the rest of CLG even go for this one? Looks like just the 1-for-1 overall.
I can't decide if that was just a brilliant hot shot bait right there, but you very rarely see AP Nidalee jump in Cougar form into melee right there. He was able to just get out by the skin of his teeth, but it worked out in their favor. They were able to bait him in, get another kill.
High risk play by Counterlogic Gaming, but it gives them a kill and the mid lane tier 2 turret right there. Wonderful stuff. Good opening for these guys. Yeah, I
never
mean,
question Hotshot.
Never question Hotshot, apparently. Super worth it.
All right, so Nien with the great initiate. In leaps the AP Nidalee right in the middle. Scar comes down. Hotshot pops his barrier. Even though they use a DFG on him, they couldn't finish him off. No reset for Skara. Also Crumb, since he was trying to follow that up, he goes down. Really well collapsed there by CLG.
You know what's crazy about that is, like, the fact that he barriered early lowered Elise's damage output when she went for the execute. Like, the early barrier might have even been what saved him as part of everything else.
Are you sure shields count as health there as far as the execute's concerned?
Well, that's sort of what I mean. Like, if he's low enough on health, the execute will deal more damage and will sort of hit harder if he had barriered later, like to stop Elise. Maybe I'm just wrong.
Well, look what's happening nowadays. We got a giant blob of red down bottom. Doublelift looks at that juicy pile. And he says, yes, I need to farm this, guys. I know Baron's up, and I know it's that sort of time of the game, but just hold him off just 1 second so I can clear this wave.
Even if they get Baron, it's worth it. You just got to say it in all chat. All AD carries get to do this.
All right, that was classic. And you can see the spam of pings. Everybody reacting. The havoc that Doublelift is causing here.
Yeah, Hotshot getting chased out, but he's going to be okay in this one. Link actually Tiamat build. Interesting. I wasn't expecting that out here from Kha'Zix, but
really?
Well, I was expecting like Last Whisper or something and go for the single target burst instead of like the sort of caster-esque build where he's using more actives.
It's such a popular item on Kha'Zix because you can activate it during the flight and then clearing out, any extraneous minions to help with your isolation damage.
That's true.
Super popular right now, especially in the jungle. It also helps your jungle clear.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I really do like the way Link is handling this jungle.
He's doing pretty well. He's a little bit behind in minions, but he's overall had a really good impact on this game. It's just the one, I don't even want to say missed smite. They kind of gave it to Dignitas on a platter.
Another missed spear, though. They need the spears to land, or they can't fight.
This is a very fastly dying dragon as well. Will they go for it? Yeah, Crumbs picks that one up in style. He's got the completed locket now as well. Dig aren't going to go for anywhere.
Not able to find his mark with the spear. Okay, he got one, but it was on the tankiest member.
Yeah, we're actually
and a little bit late.
And Hotshot feels kind of slow in his item build right now. He has enough money to afford Death Cap, but he's going to be a while till he gets Void Staff. So this tankiness that Dig has in their frontliners is holding up okay to Javelin so far.
And that's going to mean, you know, that Crumbs build. Oh, good juke.
Stun on a Hotshot as well from Kiwi Kid, but it's just going to be a disengage here.
So that early buy there from Crumbs, rushing into the magic resist aura, is really paying dividends because, like you said, not a lot of penetration there from Hotshot going to come out soon.
Yeah. The weird thing for me, though, CLG, is Hotshot has 2,000 gold right now. He can complete Death Cap, but he's choosing to stay here with the push instead of the chunkier Javelins.
Well, they're trying to make use of these giant minion waves that they have on the side lanes. They don't want to give up that mass pressure, because if they just let it run into the Dig turrets while backing off, then it's just going to be all that extra gold going right into Dignitas' pockets. They want to make use of one of them so that at least if they force Dignitas down to one side, then the other one is going to kill itself up on the top turret.
Man, that's true. And look at that. CLG getting 2 turrets going at the same time. And this feels like a team that has really tried to practice and learn this sort of orchestration. This feels very rehearsed and not spur of the moment. Like, this is CLG's plan. They're doing this definitely. Problem is Dignitas are just finding these scrappy fights. They're getting there for Dragons. And it's kept them in the gold lead here. But CLG, they've got to be careful here. The engages are available.
They've got their Talisman of Ascension now, too. Both teams have the speed increase upgrade. CLG are probably going to just use it to escape.
One man stun on a Hotshot. He's going to flash back, but there comes Cruiser. Does he have enough there? No, he's going to have to back out right there in the end. Bouncing around, dealing some damage. Cruiser again in the front line. Afro now forced to run away. Cruise the Bruiser, cruising for a bruise, and he's going to go down. That's a kill picked up for Double Lift. Flash away from Nien. Nien's going to be plopped into little pieces, and here comes Scar, but he's going to get bursted out, trading after picking up 2 kills to fight back on in. Kiwi Kid picking up another for the team. Wonderful stuff there. 1 member alive for CLG, and that is Hotshot.
That fight started off really well for CLG because Nien did exactly what he wanted. He was creating havoc in the back lines of Dignitas, and then Afromu went in to follow up with a nice AoE stun while the rest of the team killed Cruiser. So Hotshot flashes away from the Kiwi Kid initiative, but this is what I'm talking about. Nien up top has everybody occupied while CLG are able to focus down Cruiser. Afro went in for the stun and then had to run for his life. This is where it turns for Dignitas. The juke from Cutie Pie on Nien. Nien just overextends a little bit too far into the turret, and Skara goes for the resets. He gets 1 and is able to get off his 2nd round of skills, which takes out Link, which is just barely enough for them to win that team fight. Even though Skara went down, he got off the 2nd Sinister Steel, able to put out enough damage in that small area that Cutie Pie was able to come back in and clean it up.
Yeah, barely in time, too. And that fight would have been even worse for CLG, but Hotshot landed a Javelin last second to get rid of Crumbs. So that was nearly a 4 for 2 instead of a 4 for 3. Even still, a great fight for Dignitas. They managed to hold on to a lot of this. And CLG haven't found the new turret for a while. Despite their orchestrated pushing, Dignitas are out fighting CLG.
Dignitas are winning this game right now. Actually, they're ahead in gold.
Yeah.
Okay, so even though CLG are the ones that are making these moves, they're having the shot calls for the rotations, and they're making Dignitas react to them. It's Dignitas who are ahead here. Do not forget that fact. They're up in gold.
And it's a lot on Skara. Death Cap now done on him as well. In fact, both these mid laners, very similar builds. They're holding very similar progressions. Death Cap in there. First item was a CDR, like, role-defining item, the burst for Skara, the Javelin span for Hotshot, and they're going towards their Void Staff now off of Sork's shoes. But Dignitas, they feel like the ones who are now in control. They're the ones pushing.
He's also got that blue pot ticking. So Skara right now, huge powerhouse. Nien with the initiate.
Dive on in. The Locket popped early on as well, blocking some early damage. Looks like a Spider took a Javelin.
That is one of the problems of the Zac initiates, is that it's such a good long-range initiate. Sometimes it's too long even for your team to follow up on. So since Afromu does not have his flash, he wasn't able to stun anyone after that initiate, and CLG having to back off.
Slow on the double of Ascension used to get CLG out safely, but Kiwi Kid unfortunately not hitting. He's had some amazing Leon ults and then whiffed a whole bunch as well. We're kind of like waiting between cooldowns and Dig will be like, do we go in? Not this time. But they're looking for him a lot.
I really like that he is throwing a lot of them out there too, because all you really need is one super good ultimate initiate onto either Link, who's usually pretty far up there, or one of the other squishy targets, because Skara has so much damage they can completely burst them down.
And look at Crumbs down to 1/3 health, still taking even more damage than Doublelift. Picks up that kill in style. The rest of Dignitas forced to run away slow onto Kiwi Kids though.
Oh,
and here comes the dive. Link's going to help pick that one up. 2 for 0, and Doublelift still in the chase. Has a red buff, by the way. There's the zap as well. PewDiePie going to sweep those away with his E.
It's kind of the reason why I really like the early GAs on Doublelift. Not because of, really the item itself, but it makes his play change. It gives him the confidence to be on the front lines after that. Doublelift chasing them down and getting the slows from zap and red buff, grab them the extra kill that's going to afford them this Baron attempt.
Well, here we go. Baron is up, and it's been heavily warded, though, by Dignitas there. Every single area of the Baron pit actually has a ward on it, and Dig wants to go in. There's the jump in by Cruiser. Scar off to the side. Doesn't find much of anything, though. Doesn't jump in at all. There we go. Finally, Impa gets blown up. Doublelift forced to GA, but 2 kills so far. Double's going to revive, and they're going to go back for Baron, but now 2 other members of Dig have respawned. 5v3 again. Down goes I'm a Cutie-Pie. Now 3 kills picked up for Counterlogic Gaming, and there's Baron. There's the CLG lead.
Huge pickup there for CLG. They did lose that Guardian Angel for Doublelift, which means they'll be prone to the resets, but great job taking advantage of the extra man that they have on the field. After those 2 kills, they force the objective and grab not only the Baron buff, but also the repeat kills on the remaining members of Dig, trying to stop it.
Oh, well done here. Counterlogic Gaming now to push on in. Still 10 seconds of 5 versus 2. And the inhibitor is open now. Link sweeping away the minions. Doublelift helping to deal with damage as well. But to kill the minions first, then the inhibitor. Proper priorities there for CLG Doublelift on the AD carry. And there we go. Inhib dead. Baron buff on CLG. Looking good for these guys.
You know how much CLG are going to get out of just that one last fight? It was only 2 kills initially, but they changed that into the Baron, which they were also able to bait in more members of Dignitas, adding 3 more kills. So that's Baron plus 3 more kills, plus Inhibitor Turret, because they shoved mid up after that because of their chain 3 kills. So that's Inhibitor Turret, plus the Inhibitor and the Dragon. Literally everything that could be on your wish list as a League of Legends competitive team, they just got, and it all started with 2 kills.
Yeah, and Doublelift got some minions as well, so his wish list also fulfilled here. Taking the toss back to sweeping out mid, though, and actually sweeping it pretty far out of their base, though they don't have a ton of vision around the map. Just a little bit here. It's going to keep them safe for now. Dig, though, they're pulling a Fnatic.
So they know they just lost so much in that last fight, and they're reverting to what is left to them. What kind of plans can we come up with? Pretty much bush ganks, because Baron's gone, Dragon's gone, our mid inhibitor's gone. What they're going to hope for now is catching people off so they can get small advantages back, at least take down a Baron buff or 2, get a little bit of gold back. There's not a lot else that they can work for at this moment. They've got to wait it out.
How is Doublelift not taking a minion wave there at bottom, though? Like, I completely agree with you on the plan, right? Like, they're like, all right, Doublelift's going to come down to the bottom lane. He's been doing it all game, and then he doesn't show up. Like, that's incredible to me.
He's changed. I mean, people change.
What happened to you, Doublelift? There are minions on the map. You should be killing them. All right, going to the bottom lane with the team this time. He's like, guys, there's someone there. I need back up.
They all group up here, and they use their speed buff already, Talisman of Ascension, just to get down to bottom by themselves here. Now they can check that bush.
There's minions to be killed. You've got to use the Ascension active.
There you go. Doublelift, he's marked those minions for death. He said, I'll come back for you later.
Then
bring my whole team, though.
Yep, safely farming in large numbers. The White's going to go down as well. Goodbye, Barry. You've died. CLG going to keep the push, though. Second tier turret on the bottom side completely disappears right there, and now the inhibitor. The siege beginning. Dignitas ready to defend, but I don't know if they can do this here. 5,000 gold deficit. They got to make the stand somewhere, though.
So Dignitas still have a pretty good chance here. Skara has so much power because of the 5 kills that he's gotten. And the kit of Katarina here, if they're able, like we said, land just a CC chain onto one of these low health targets, then they can actually come back. Because if they're defending at a turret, it'll be hard for CLG to pursue them very deep into the base. It's really going to be all on Crumbs and Kiwi Kid, though, to make the play. Scar is just looking to follow up. He can't actually initiate anything himself.
No, not at all. But Hotshot has finally outscaled him, though, as far as mid laners are concerned, and has completed the Void Staff first. And you're seeing CLG just wait and poke and deal damage to this building and look for javelins. And slowly but surely, CLG are making their way into the space.
Yeah, this is a problem when you're behind against the Nidalee. Continual spears, continual poke. They've got a very, very tanky Nien here, tanking tower shots, and buying double lift time to hit the turret.
The javelin's going to land. Crumbs down to 2/3. Kiwi Kid about to half as well. CLG are just about 1 second away from this turret going down. 3 more attacks from double lift. There's 1. That's on a champion. 2, and that turret goes down. The fight has begun. Nien in the back lines. Scar already burning the DFG. Kiwi cut. Oh my gosh, Kiwi Pie. Yeah, he's going to die. Now Scar taking a lot of pain as well. Not going to go anywhere. 2 kills picked up for CLG, and they're going to keep on moving down. 3 dead, 4 dead. Only Cruiser the Bruiser alive. This is going to be CLG taking down the Nexus turrets, and the Nexus itself bringing on their first win. What? Inhibitor trolls!
Inhibitors respawn, my friend.
Soon they will get their first win, I believe.
All right, so you're going to grab 2 inhibitors and then work on Nexus turrets. Only Cruiser survives. It's 1 man against the world here.
1 dragon, 1 half dragon at that, and here we go. CLG going to take down the Nexus, going to pick up their win. Double lift, 349 minions on him. He's pretty happy with that mark, and Hotshot GG. Well played. 1-0 is the mid laner for Counter Logic Gaming.
CLG may have finally found their formula. It does not involve a jungler, it involves 2 mid laners.
Yes.
To send a Kha'Zix to farm jungle camps sometimes.
That was the same as last season, though. They had Big Fat LP in the jungle. But they found the right mid laner for them at least. In the end, giving up. It's good. He actually has the top laner lanyard. He's actually matching his own role. That's good. CLG, very well played in this game. We're going to go out this way. Afro and everyone, high fives, thumbs up, everything. Pretty well played game by these guys.
Also, you know, Scar really showed up on his Katarina.
Yeah, he did.
And there were some very nice plays, especially some bait there. Cutie Pie and Kiwi Kid, their bottom lane does look solid. There were, you know, a lot of thrown out initiates there from Kiwi Kid. Some of them really did find their mark. And then Cutie Pie baited in several times, a couple initiates from Afro.
Yeah, the Kiwi Pie bot lane, like, it looked pretty good overall. They definitely held up, right? We saw actually some very good gank efforts as well from Crumbs and Scar. They made a lot happen as well. And, you know, Dig has always been very good at this. The early game rotations, the ganks, the making things happen. It was a close game for a while.
That was exciting.
It was a lot of fun. We got to see
the day.
signature champions, a lot of well-played stuff. I actually, you know, Nien also pulling out the Zac. Hadn't seen him in a while. Another sort of new pick, but like returning pick. Worked pretty nicely.
It worked amazing, especially at the end there where he could just sit in front of the turret and tank it for the rest of the team as they took down the turret and poked at the same time.
It was a good, well-rounded team. It worked well for these guys. And, of course, you saw them also play very structured. CLG, I think that's been sort of harped into them for a while by their coach. Play more structured, focus on objectives, play the game right. This is the first time I've seen it really manifest for these guys, which you pointed out, the 2 lanes pushing at the same time, one with the minions, one with the champions, and choosing one. That was a big mark I saw from these guys.
Yeah, that was definitely a change. There was double lift not going. Even though they had Baron buff and they had control of the map, he didn't go down to the bottom by himself. They got the whole team, and they talismaned down there all together. There was also really the game-changing fight was the 2 kills that they picked off in mid, which they were able to turn into every objective that they wanted.
Yeah, that was a little bit like heartbreaking for the Dig fans, though, where you're like,
a crushing push.
It's 3v5 without your jungler. They're doing Baron. Do you really want to go in for that fight? And it broke them pretty hard. Like that was a rough fight. You mentioned it was like 5 things got taken: extra kills, inhib turret, dragon, Baron, and that really opened the game up for CLG. But CLG, to their credit, decisive about that. Took everything that they could take safely.
And you could see after the game, too, the smile on Hotshot's face.
Yep.
So it's really nice to be able to return to the scene because I know that he definitely loved the competitive League of Legends environment, and it's a very fun thing to do when you win. So he got his win. That's definitely a big smile on his face. If you lose, you come back one game and you lose, then it's kind of a different story.
Yeah, of course, he's still got 3 more games to play this weekend. I don't imagine they're going to roster swap on Saturday or Sunday either, so he'll have at least like a number of games here against other top teams to really show is he a top-tier mid laner still.
I mean, we might see more bans focused on him because, just the half ban there sort of didn't work out. Didn't cover all the bases. But like I said, I'm just rooting for that because I want to see what else Hotshot can pull out.
See all the other fun stuff he does. Well, guys, for more on CLG's win, we're going to send it over to the analyst desk where Jat is joined by CLG's Rush Hour duo lane.
Yeah, thank you very much, Freak, because I am now here with the actual Rush Hour bot lane. But I have to ask you right away about Hotshot GG a little bit because that was a surprising late development. First off, how long did you guys know Hotshot GG was going to be your mid laner for this week 1 matchup?
Probably 2 weeks beforehand because Dexter had some visa issues, like coming back into the States. We were really hesitant at first, especially Hotshot. He was not like trying to force himself on the team. He was actually like really hesitant about taking the position because it's a lot of responsibility, and he knew that like our first week is a really big deal. He was like, you guys can try all these other mid laners like Prawley or maybe some amateur mids, but we chose to stick with him because we thought he could pull it out, and we also know exactly like how he thinks and how he plays, so it's really comfortable for us.
Did you guys try out any other mid laners, or was it Hotshot the whole time?
It was Hotshot the whole time.
All right. Did you expect him to get Hotshot Nidalee GG on the first game, or was that a surprise?
We expected Dignitas to put 3 bans into Hotshot for sure, but we were surprised when Hotshot got his best champion, so that was pretty good for us.
Yeah. Also, you guys did struggle during Battle Atlantic a little bit, but now this game was a little bit better. How's the bot lane synergy going between you two? I'm going to ask you both individually. Pretend the other guy's not here.
You
Double
can
go
go first, Peter.
Me? It's going really well, but...
Is it now?
Yeah. The thing is... We played really bad. I don't really care that we won. I mean, it's important to me that we won, obviously, but I'm really like disappointed, kind of, in just I played really bad that game. I made a lot of mistakes, and that's not normal, like in scrims, and just like when I'm in the zone, I don't feel super rushed, or I don't make all these like stupid decisions that get me killed randomly. And this was just a bad game for me. I expect if we play the same that we played today against the other teams, that we're just going to straight up lose.
Yeah. How about you, Afro?
Well, in the bottom lane, it's very fun, and I thought we were doing really well, and I was excited to play for the first day, but I guess the first day jitters got to me, and then I failed pretty bad that first game, but at least we pulled it out, and our team definitely worked together.
Yeah, you guys are 1-0, undefeated. Only a couple undefeated teams coming in through 2-3-10 on Annie is not that bad. A little bit about the game, though. It was rather close throughout. When do you think the turning point was?
I think it was definitely when I was always ahead bottom lane, but not by enough. I felt like we had the favorable lane matchup, and I should have pulled farther ahead, especially with getting that first kill. And it really turned around because solo lanes were kind of roaming and just going crazy, like proxying, and Katarina was roaming. When we went mid, we took mid tower, and then we went top and took top tower, and previous to that we had taken dragon for free, and we just gotten like a lot of objectives, and it was just because Dignitas was so hellbent on taking our tier 2 mid. They got it like a little bit damaged and they tried to pressure it or something, but we just got 3 objectives, and then we just kind of swept the map after that.
Yeah, and we actually have a replay of one of the games where you did fairly well on Jinx. If we could just get that replay up on the screen right now, then you can walk me through a little bit, both of you, what was going through your head in this play specifically when that Leona ult landed.
I just wanted to survive. When Cruiser dives in, I just said front line, front line, front line. I was just screaming, just kill the front line here.
Yep. And it's my job to stun Scar so he can't initiate onto our back line and kill for free. But after we kill Shyvana here, we should really take it slow instead of diving again because their team comp is really Wambui.
So it was a bit nice and then a bit of a failure there when Scar came back in?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. After we got that first kill, our biggest mistake always in team fights is we overcommit. We should have just taken that kill, taken the objective, and gotten out. But we chose to go back in, and then Katarina just like one-shot me.
Yeah, that was a pretty scary moment, but then you did manage to build into the Guardian Angel. How crucial was that when you were able to get your GA? Because you built that a little earlier than you usually do.
Yeah, I'm like notorious for not ever building defensive items because I like doing damage, but this game in specific, I was like, I'm going to rush Banshee's Veil. Then I changed my mind. I'm like, I'm going to rush Guardian Angel. I asked my team, like, which one's better. So, they told me GA is probably better than Banshee's Veil this game, and I rushed it. It's really not usual. I hate not doing very much damage, but whatever. It stops Cat from getting a reset.
All right, well, final question for you guys. Coming into day one, do you think you exceeded your own expectations or underneath?
Coming into day one, we didn't really have high expectations since we're playing with not the actual roster. But
all right.
It was just go in and do your best that you can, and we did really well. And I'm happy for our team.
All right, well, congratulations very much. Thank you much for the interview, Afromoo and Doublelift. And that's about it. But for a recap on today's action and a look at what's coming up in day 2 of our Super Week, send it back to Freak and Kobe, the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Jat. Now let's take a look at the standings after our first day's action. No surprise we find Cloud9 is sitting in first place, 2-0.
And tied for second, we have CLG and Cursed with 1 win each. Then, sharing fourth place are TSM and XDG with 1 win and 1 loss.
Then we've got another tie for sixth place this time with Coast and Dignitas, each with 1 loss, and sitting in eighth is Evil Geniuses, 0-2. Now the action continues tomorrow with 5 more LCS games, beginning with Curse versus XDG. Then Sneaky and Cloud9 look to rein in Doublelift and Counterlogic Gaming.
After that, we have Dignitas versus TSM. Next, Evil Genius will look for their first win against CLG, and then we finish the day off with Coast facing off against Dignitas.
Now be sure to stay tuned after that for the Challenger Series, where teams like the Walking Zed and LMQ compete alongside other rising stars.
Not only will be crowning a Challenger champion each split, but the top 3 teams will earn berths into the LCS Summer Promotion Tournament.
And all the action kicks off Saturday, high noon Pacific time, 9 p.m. Central European. That's going to do it here for day 1 of the 2014 North American LCS Spring Split. Remember to check lolesports.com for all the latest stats, team info, recaps, and videos.
And while you're there, click on the tickets link for all the details on how you can join us at our live studio audience.
Now for myself, Kobe, Riv, Jat, and the entire live broadcast crew, thanks for watching. GG.
And Dyrus is the focus for Cloud9 right now. This could give Wild Turtle and the rest of the team enough time to do damage, but Cloud9 is just too tanky. Very nice job coming in from ManCloud and Zuna to pick up a few more. Zuna with another one now at 6-0 and 7.
This shit. Jake.
This is so dangerous!
Bjergsen pulled in as well. The dive's going to come on in. Nope, no damage on the Bjergsen. That's going to be a kill on the Crepo. And Sivir picks up Baron.
This way, I'll flash.
Okay, wait until we have flash.
10 seconds.
Hotshot, you have flash or no?
Yeah. I flash.
I'm on cruiser, front line.
Go ahead.
I got their backline.
Watch cat.
Yeah, I'm backing.
Yo, cruiser. I got him!
Wait. Going on Cutie.
Okay.
Kitty, crumbs.
Wait for comms. I'm at cat.
He's dead. Yo, cutie. Run, Hotshot, run.
Wait.
I'm waiting for cat.
Cat's on me.
I stun cat.
He's dead.
Yo, kill cruiser. I'm fine.
Okay.
Yo, we can do Baron.
Baron.
At least get beat here. Baron's at 3K. You can just get it.
Get this guy.
I got him.
Nice.
Go back up, Baron.
I have no word for the side. You got this?
I'm healing.
Nice. You outscale him so hard.
Yeah, team fights was really good. Hey, we got.
Bye.